Good morning, everybody. Here we are on Saturday, the 4th of December, 2021. Welcome to the Author in Me Children's Literary Festival, an incredibly unique festival celebrating self-expression through storytelling and children's writing. We have an absolutely packed 2 days of writers, storytellers, illustrators and generally broadcasters and inspiring people to talk to and participate in workshops. So get ready, feel free to comment or to ask any questions. I'm going to quickly take you through just today's schedule. And tomorrow starts again at 10 a.m. as well. As I say, we've got over 30 speakers, so there's lots of really exciting things going on. So you can join as and when and come and go as and when you're ready. So first of all, very important, I would like to say a thank you to our sponsors and partners and I would like to say thank you to our sponsors and partners. But first of all, I'm going to go through the schedule for today. So we're going to start with a panel discussion and we're going to talk to Etka and Monica, who created Author in Me, and have a little chat about their experiences over the last year and what they've been through and how they've moved on with the company and inspired children. We're also going to be joined then by Niana, who is the co-founder of We Hear You, which is India's only support group for families who've lost loved ones due to suicide. And we're joined by Julia Alden, who is a teacher and school leader in international education. She loves leading schools in fostering education's essential components in teaching and learning, developing best practices across the school. And Monica will be joining us for that discussion as well. And Monica is a neuroscience enthusiast, NLP practitioner and mindfulness expert. So that's going to be a really lovely discussion. Then at 11 o'clock, we've got Video Storytelling Hour. And we're going to, we're having Alan Duran is joining us, who is an author. He writes fiction for all ages, from preschool to prose to poetry for adults. He's written nearly 100 books, and most of them started with him telling stories to his own children. So he'll be joining us live for Storytelling Hour, as well as Sandra, who is joining us. Excuse me. Sandra Smith, who is a freelance writer, editor and past chair of children writers, whilst her workshops and live interviews have taken place at several literary festivals. She is a creative writing tutor. Sandra has run her own writing group for the past 10 years. So she'll be joining us for Storytelling Hour as well. And there's a competition coming up in Storytelling Hour. Then at midday, we have got Book Launch Hour, and this is where children have the opportunity to launch their own books. That's books that they have written, and they'll be launching them. We have a selection of people, and Sarah Mussey will be joining us for that. And then at 1 o'clock, we have Creative Hour, where we have Alice Hemming joining us, Elaine Colburn, and also Rani Singh, who's a broadcaster, and she will be doing a workshop with us. And then at 2 o'clock, we have Bright Young Minds, which is introducing this hour with Etka and Monica coming back in. And this is to highlight some of the charity work that the young people do in coordination with the writing, which is wonderful. Then essentially we finish at 3 o'clock with the speakers and participatory events, but it doesn't all finish there. Feel free to stay in touch with us, because we will be playing the Inspiring Conversation podcast. And this is the brainchild of Etka, and she is inspiring conversations with authors Matthew and Vinny Bart of Shusti Publishing. So stay on for 3 o'clock and we will be looking at that. So I'm going to bring in Etka and Monica now, and we are going to have, hello, good morning.
Good
So
morning.
first of all,
Good
how
morning.
are you feeling about today's packed schedule?
Unbelievable. And that we were here last year on 5th of December with our first literary event.
Yep.
And it's already been a year.
And
unbelievable.
But also, it's so much bigger this year. We were talking about that. Like last year, we did 2 hours live, and now you've gone completely crazy, and we've got 2 days of packed events.
Yeah, and we have 30 speakers this time, and we started this company with 2 of us,
Yes.
1 book and 5 children. And look at us today. We are completely excited, totally thrilled to have
And huge thank you to each one of these children, of the parents, to people who have believed in us, in all these years, and the team that we are growing is so just incredible to just reflect. So this is, I think, today is a time when we just sit and reflect and see the work that we have been doing tirelessly, because otherwise you just keep on going on and on. You just don't really sit back and look
on
at
that
it.
subject of thank yous, like you say, you've been incredibly lucky. You've had a lot of support from people coming in and helping you. So let's just talk quickly about the sponsors and partners. Can
Yes.
you tell us about those?
So very, very grateful to our sponsors, SBI, for sponsoring this event and promoting reading and writing in children, which is just so much essential. So very glad that corporate could invest in that. And River Radio, who are media partners, very grateful to them, and the Weekly Tribune for highlighting our events.
Brilliant. So let's just go back a little bit and talk about Author in Me as a company and why you started it.
We started it because we just believed in the power of words. And I think Monica and me, we both are completely synced in our intention to bring a smile in a child's face, and in whatever way we can. And the day we realized that there is a way that we can kind of combine our skills. My skill is creative, her skill is more analytical. She's a very good researcher. She can research the best possible methods to impart, make learning fun. And I am creatively led by, how to best compile it, how to best bring it out. So the day we realized that it was, I think it was like, you live twice, you're born twice, one when you're really born, one when you find a purpose. I think we found a purpose, and ever since that day, I'm not saying we haven't faced any challenges. We have, and we have learned many, many lessons, but it's just been so much fun.
True. I totally agree.
Yeah, and talking about that, actually, Monica, talking about challenges. So obviously, since you created Author in Me, has been some of the most challenging times in modern history, and yet you've been inspired to continue this journey. How has that been, kind of working through that challenging time?
Actually, we love what we do. I think that kept us going. And the challenges, first challenge we faced was parents didn't understand what we are trying to do. They thought we are tuition center where we will ask children to write stories and they will improve their grammar. They will improve their grammar or spellings, but we wanted to bring creativity, spark their imagination, give them that confidence that they can express their ideas as beautifully as possible. So
Yes.
we wanted to make parents believe that this is something that should be instilled in right from the beginning.
And just hone in on that a little bit for me, Monica. So because that difference between it's not created as an academic process. This is an imaginative process, isn't it? And that was what you wanted to focus on, is this expression through storytelling.
Yes, because if you look at a child's brain, they are very imaginative because they don't understand what is possible and what is not possible. So the stories they create are so authentic, and the ideas they bring onto paper is like astonishing. So that's what we wanted to nurture through this process.
I think we really wanted to empower expression, if we can just say it in one line. That's the whole aim of what we want. We want children to feel more empowered through storytelling, and we want them to enhance their expression.
And do you think, because in the modern world, because children are fed so much information, there's so much coming in, that there's less opportunities for that kind of expression, and that's where is that where storytelling kind of comes in and giving them the freedom to tell their own stories, not something that's sort of totally structured?
I think because children are being fed so much information, it becomes even more essential to lead them to that inward journey where they can find that one voice, which is their authentic, true voice. That one information that they can extract from within themselves. And if storytelling today is not just a way to just keep the child busy, I think it's an essential well-being tool, mindfulness tool, and key to making the child understand himself better. It's a very essential tool.
And the parents as well. I think through sort of the storytelling exercises, there's an element of parents having an understanding of the journey that their child might be going through, whatever that might be. So it gives them an insight into where their child's brain is going.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's a very good way of bonding with your child.
true. Because when you sit with your child for reading, a short story, they feel like they're valued, they're loved, their parents are spending some time. So it's a bond that they create when they even listen to stories with their parents or their caregivers. And once they start writing, most of the ideas they put on paper is coming from their inner world. Characters are born out of their personalities, and settings are derived from their familiar experiences. Problems are from their daily lives. So, they give us a glimpse of their inner world through stories. So it is an amazing, and we don't stop there. We
No.
bring those ideas,
Yes.
and we turn those stories into books, and that gives them immense confidence that yes, their ideas are worth sharing with everyone, and that promotes expression. And that is why we use storytelling as a tool of expression.
And I think we are just lucky because it keeps our inner child alive as well.
Which is also
We have
really
so much
important.
fun.
Which is what we want in this world.
Yes.
Who wants to become serious?
True.
Okay. Okay, is there anything else you want to tell our watchers?
I
and
think we're going to
listeners
be
at this
talking a
stage?
lot about.
Otherwise, we'll just carry on. Yeah, and just so we'll
we're
talk
going to be
about.
talking about nurturing inner world.
Yeah. Okay. So I think should we bring in? We're going to bring in Niana and Julia now. So I think we're going to say bye-bye to Etka for a bit.
Have a wonderful day, each one of you, and I hope
You're coming back. You're not getting away
I'm
with
coming
that.
back, but I'm going to be watching the show, and just want to welcome everyone from around the world to the AIM Children's Literary Festival. Have a wonderful panel discussion.
Actually, before you go, that's something to highlight, isn't it? That you've become it's pretty much international, isn't it? Your children come from all over the world, which is really exciting.
Yes, it's very, very exciting. So anyone and everywhere, please join us and be inspired.
Be inspired, absolutely. Right, thank you. I'm going to take you out and I'm going to bring in, there we go, make sure I take out the right person. There we go. And I'm going to bring in, this is Julia Alden. Hi, Julia.
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
Now I'm bringing in Niana. So hello. Oh, you are muted, Niana, so if you can unmute, that would be super. Hi, how are you all doing?
Hi.
Good.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Niana.
Hi, Monica. Hello, Julia, and hello, Sarah.
Diana.
Hi, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. So what I'm going to do for our watchers, I'm just going to go over, I mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to sort of go over who you are and what we're just going to have a little bit of a chat about now. So Niana here is the co-founder of We Hear You, which is India's only support group for families who've lost loved ones due to suicide. She has a master's in psychology and the neuroscience of mental health from King's College London. She is a trained mental health and suicide interventionist. She also has a master's in social policy from the London School of Economics and spent 13 years in the non-profit education sector, working towards bringing quality education to public sector schools in Mumbai and Pune. Julia Alden, hi Julia, is a teacher and school leader in international education. She loves leading schools in fostering education's essential components in teaching and learning, developing best practices across the school. She has an additional diploma as a therapeutic wellbeing practitioner, combining teaching and learning with whole school wellbeing development and social emotional capacity building in young children. Learning and wellbeing are inextricably linked, and their development goes hand in hand in schools. And we have Monica with us still as well. Monica is a neuroscience enthusiast, an NLP practitioner and mindfulness expert. She believes in storytelling and a positive mindset, which are two invaluable gifts that can be passed on to children. A passion for promoting storytelling and expression led her to start Author in Me. Monica's child-centric approach has helped many children explore their individual talents. So thank you all for coming in. Monica, first of all, tell us a little bit about your background in this sort of neuroscience and storytelling and why it's important.
Well, my academic background is in science, and I love exploring about scientific findings that are delivered through neuroscience. So I love to know how child's brain work and what in terms of and we all and I'm also I believe that power of words and how words can impact our brain. And recent scientific studies show that the words, positive words, they can even alter the genes expression in oh sorry, nine. Yeah. So yeah, that mainly because having gone through a difficult childhood, I suffered with expression. I was not a very expressive child, and journaling has helped me to bring out my emotions. So I totally believe in storytelling, and neuroscience helped me understand how our brain works and how we can keep it calm, how we can explore or make tools to help children understand how they learn, how their thoughts work, how their emotions can change their outlook, or how their mindset can affect the whole surroundings. So all these things combined, I love creating tools for children to promote expression in them, to give them that uh, give something to them, so that they can write well, they can express themselves in a better way. So that is my passion, and that has led me to create Author in Me.
Okay, yeah, and like you say, I think it becomes such an important journey for children to be able to express themselves in that way.
Yes.
And writing and imaginative writing is a beautiful way to do that. So Julia, come in and tell us a little bit about your experience, sort of connected to that and storytelling and well-being.
Yes, not so much storytelling, but definitely well-being. I mean, when I was in education for 35 years, and I taught extensively, and then I was a school leader, mostly in international schools, but I started out in the United States. And I think that when I retired a few years ago, I wanted to do something that well-being was coming into to the scene of things, and I had seen that also in my own practice, that we were beginning to spend more focus on children's well-being, and I wanted to understand more and more deeply what that meant in terms of a school system, in terms of what we could be doing in school. So I did get this certificate. It was a certificate, 3 years at the Institute for Arts and Therapy in Education in London, and then that allowed me to work one-on-one with children to help develop their social emotional capacities. And I think that really, since I retired, it's been an exploration for me to understand, well, what is this idea of well-being for children in schools? What really should we be doing in schools to promote that? And I was really interested in a couple of words that Monica and Ekta brought up before, and that was empowerment and self-expression. And I think that those are two essential words in this world of well-being. And self-expression can come through writing and storytelling, but it can come through many different ways, self-expression. And I think,
do you think that as you say, you focused on those words, the self-expression, do you think that's sort of key to well-being? Because I think you're right. I think a lot of people potentially sort of hear the phrase well-being being talked about a lot, but don't really understand what it means.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think self-expression is entirely important for that. And I also think one of the other things that I've come to really believe is this idea of self-knowledge, of understanding what's oneself. And that is something that schools, I think, need to be spending a lot more time on. Not just schools, everyone, of course, but I think understanding oneself is really the basis for well-being, knowing who you are, knowing your identity, your strengths, and we can start that with young children. So self-expression is a way to understand ourselves, whether it's storytelling or art or all kinds of things. And it's also, it's also about very much in schools building up this idea of our strengths. This is what I can do. This is what I can use to help myself, to be resilient, and to get to know that very, very well at a very young age, so that you're building on that constantly. So I think, I guess I could say that my whole since I'm retired, my whole thing in life right now is to explore this idea of what does help children to flourish.
Okay, thank you. So Niana, let's bring you in and just have a talk about some of the work you do, which sounds to me as if it's, again, inextricably linked to, obviously, well-being as well. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing at the moment.
So at the moment, I work specifically in the mental health space in India with a wide range of young adults, children, to parents and families, because of course, we know about how important a child's environment is to his or her growth, well-being, brain development. All of those are the factors. And very, very importantly, what Julia said is a lot of what we do focuses on the aspect of the self. But the approach we're using here in the organization I work with, called Safe Space, is to create the safe spaces to be able to explore the sense of self. And self being, we're looking at it not just maybe identity, but also from a psycho-spiritual approach, which is to talk about the self as a more essence and what you're born with and what is natural to you, and then therefore what personality you create, what coping strategies, how the environment plays a role, how families, values, differentiation, identity, and all of those other factors play a role in a child's life. We are also very, very, feel very strongly about the essence of what we call, as Monica and Julia talked about, self-expression from the standpoint of having the ability to hold my own, be my own, kind of in a world that is constantly asking you to be something else than who you are. And how do you hold that in a space to say it's safe to be who I am, and I can still flourish in that way. So a lot of what the work that we, is, and what really is something that I feel strongly about after being in the education sector for 15 years with underprivileged children in India that come from tremendous poverty and other obstacles to daily living. Our focus is so much on academics and the score, and yes, that's a reality. That's what we say will define where they end up in life, but who actually teaches them about life? Who teaches them about challenges? Who teaches them how to navigate a relationship? Who's teaching them how to, love, or, how do you stay and not run in a relationship? How do you hold your own and those are things that today we see around us is what is breaking down, and we're not taught these things. And that's an equal aspect of well-being and helping a child express what's going on for them. And if a child is not able to, kind of express what they're doing, whether, it's through storytelling or other factors that Julia said, there are several ways to express oneself. But we're all just, I don't know the exact quote, but I genuinely believe we're all a bunch of stories and chapters waiting to be written into a book. And, that's literally who we are as individuals. We're stories, and stories we tell ourselves every day about every incident and every person and every interaction. And giving children the platform to explore that, I think, is incredible, and something I feel strongly about as well. But that's just something that we've been working on,
And you picked up on almost the modern reality of people not focusing on self-expression. Do you think that there's sort of a period when that happened, or is this just something that's sort of gradually, and it's now that things, because there's a lot of people talking about well-being, is that perhaps over the pandemic we've become more aware of that, or do you think it's been a very long period of adjustment, if you like?
So I think it's been something that has been happening for a long time. And I think COVID has just brought it out into the open a lot more. Because for the first time, we were actually hauled into rooms with family who probably didn't speak to each other or didn't, we just are literally on what I call a remote control, doing the same things every single day. And we're assuming that's what it is. And now all of a sudden, you're all set in a room together and nobody really knows how to interact with each other anymore. Technology has its bits to play. School has its bits to play. Stressful lives have its bits to play. And let's be honest. I mean, who we were 30, 40 years ago, society today is completely different. There are generational gaps. There are, all sorts of different gaps that we are trying to fill in. But what we've gone furthest away is from what is core to human beings, and that is communication and expression, connection. And expression is the biggest form of connection. So I say this has been, sort of like snowballing. It's just that I think the pandemic has brought it up in a bigger, and it's like literally in your face probably now. But that's just my, sort of personal experience or, over the years.
What do you think, Julia? Sort of same sort of question in terms of a time span of how focus has changed.
Well, I agree with that. And I'm looking at it from, since I'm here as an educationist, I'm looking at it from that perspective. And I think that throughout the world, we can see, it's not just here in the UK or in the United States, the crisis that has happened with children at all levels of schools. And not that there weren't crises before and children were struggling with this idea of not being able to self-express or to carry a lot of things that they come to school with and not have any place to put those things. But I think during COVID, it's just been magnified. I mean, we are seeing that around us all the time. So schools have to in some way, and it's not just schools, it's really much deeper. It's systems and political systems. It's a big, it's really, sometimes
there are so many influences on families and children now. So like you say, it isn't just the school, because there's all of this information that can come from all different places, and the narratives are very different as to what you're reading. So somehow the message has got to be connected in some way so that we're getting the correct message across, I think. And I think you're right.
And the people who are the decision makers also have to be extremely involved in this. But I just wanted to add one more thing about that, and that is that like I've had different experiences in different school systems, and I've been very privileged to work in international school systems. But what I have seen in many places is this incredible, we've got to achieve, we've got to have academic achievement at the cost of, we could say, children's well-being, teachers' well-being. And so I think that we're definitely having to look at that very deeply right now, because we have to challenge ourselves in schools about what do we really need to be doing. Of course, we need to be doing academics, but it needs to be balanced with this other aspect of self-expression, well-being, which is very broad, but yes.
And also just say those of you watching, if you've got any questions for any of our panelists, then pop them into the comments and we'll direct them for you. I think that's interesting. I think in my experience, my children are quite young, they're 6 and 4, and there's been a change even from my daughter, who's the eldest, to my son, who's just come into school now. The curriculum has changed focus in terms of how they're teaching the sort of early years reading, because there had been some research into which is kind of going forward quite quickly with phonics and stuff. And by the time they got to year 8, sort of 7 and 8, they're realizing that they didn't have the understanding that they thought, because children are sponges and they pick up things so quickly. So it would seem that they are coming in and understanding it, and then they get a bit later on, that they don't have a deeper understanding, because we're rushing through with this education. And that's where I think having a mindfulness and well-being, so that they've got an understanding of what they're doing, is going to help with that.
Yes, and
Yeah.
research is showing that. Research is showing, and we all know that if children are struggling with their health or mental well-being, they have problems in school usually. So it's really, really important that we get that and we understand that, and that we're doing some transformational kinds of decisions about what we're doing at school, so that we can turn that situation around or make it better. Yeah.
And I think because of the lack of freedom that obviously everyone has had, but that impact on young children, I think it already existed pre-pandemic because of the way that the world is now, and then pandemic, that's suddenly the lack of freedom. Monica, what do you think in terms of how you can help, say, as a parent? There are tools you can use at home to understand what your child might be going through, because those expressions might come out in different behaviors and that kind of thing. What do you think?
Sure, because what I have seen when, as a parent, we invest so much time in equipping our children with academics and other stuff, but we invest a very little time in nurturing their inner world, which is like who they are, what is their inner voice telling them, what is their thoughts, what is their self-image. So to build those to nurture that inner world, we have various tools like affirmations work beautifully with young children from 0 to 5. It works miraculously, because they don't understand they don't develop the sense of validation, where whatever information you pass on to them, it is facts for them, and they see this information seeps into them very easily. And that is the time, if we tell them about affirmations, if we reinforce them that you are loved, you can do it, simple phrases, simple positive words can strengthen their inner voice, can help them have a positive image about themselves. And that is the inner world, because the inner voice, that friendly, encouraging inner voice, can help them overcome the phases, overcome the challenges that they face in their daily life. So simple things like taking them into nature, talking about how they can learn from trees, how resilient they are, how nothing is permanent, how thoughts are also thoughts. So little things, if we inculcate those things in our daily regimes, we can help children, help them nurture their inner world, inner voice, and that is the way forward, rather than just focusing on, yes, you have to learn, you have to do this. And also, we have to reintroduce reading and writing to them in a different way, not just an academic task. These are the tools, these are the life skills they must have, because we learn so many lessons when we read a story, isn't it? Life lessons are learned in a safest boundary, in your heart, in your home. And this is what we should be encouraging. And writing, again, it doesn't have to be academic. Anytime you feel low, you can grab a pen, you can write your emotions, and you can reflect on it. You can
And
be
does that go back to the journaling that you talked about before, and
Yes.
introducing journaling to children at quite a young age?
Yes, and having worked with so many children, like more than 1,000 children we have worked with, we have seen how beautifully it has helped them to understand themselves. I can give you a story here. There was and you will show that story later on in the program, Zara. When she came to us for creative writing, she was going through a very difficult time. Her younger sister was diagnosed with a serious illness, and her world, outside world, was like little in chaos, and it was reflected in her inner world. When she came to the class, she could not write even a single sentence. She was crying, she was in tears. But after working with her, gradually we instilled that confidence in her, that yes, you can do it, you have that talent, just try to express. Simple phrases, writing an acrostic poem about your unique qualities, helped her understand, what are my strengths, who am I can do this. And that helped her immensely. And she, at the end of the course, she created a very beautiful story, which then we turned into a book.
Yeah.
and she raised money for the charity, the same charity who was GOSH, Great Ormond Street Hospital,
Mm.
and she raised £700 for that from the sale of her book. And she and the the smile and the confidence that was reflected in her eyes after that was immense. It was
And I think
so fulfilling for us.
yeah, and it's such an interesting journey because, again, it goes back to empowerment, because at the beginning of that journey, she's feeling powerless. There's nothing she can do to affect the situation. And yet just by writing a story and raising some money, she has then, had something to had some control over that situation and contributed and been a part of it, which is lovely.
Yeah.
So, Niana, what do you think in terms of affirmations? Sometimes things that you use, is that a tool that you use?
So we don't use affirmations. What we really kind of get people to understand is to be more present and to be more mindful, because for affirmations you remember to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But the very next minute your child doesn't do something, you're giving her another. We may get upset and say something completely different, and those are confusing mixed messages that kids are receiving every single day from. And this is something Monica and me were talking about earlier, is, am I a good child or am I a bad child? Have I done this or have I done that? And children's entire world is how to make mom and dad happy. So I'm doing the affirmations, but then the other parts of the day I may not be. So how our focus is really on creating more conscious, present parenting, more mindful parenting, more mindfulness along with children, that I'm fully present with you. For me to help you navigate your emotions, I need to be present. I need to even know that you're in distress. If I'm doing something and you come to me distressed, I'll probably tell you, come back to me 5 minutes later. And in that moment, the attachment bond is not created for the child to know that there's going to be something there to create or help my inner world to come to some semblance of safety and self-soothing and regulation. So a lot of what we believe is that everything you say is an affirmation, right? So in that sense, every word and every sentence that you say is, and every moment you say, I can't do this, that's an affirmation. If you say, I can do this, that's an affirmation. So if you look at it that way, then what you say and the language you use, if you're more conscious, has the effect that an affirmation does, but more consciously. And in every moment, what does a child need? It needs consistency. A child needs consistency. They need regular feedback. They need rupture and repair. And they need that continuously in order to feel safe and connected, and they cannot distinguish between what is outside of them and what is within them. They are pretty much merged with the mother for the first few years of their life. Differentiation happens much later, and sometimes differentiation never happens in sort of unhealthy environments. So I'm living with whatever the chaos is happening around me. That becomes my real world, and that becomes my inner world. And therefore, as Monica says, but then there might not be any present adult to help me navigate that expression or what's going on within me. And then sort of having empathetic witnesses like the author in me or something similar to that, or having a space where I know that this is a tool that's mine, that I can do safely to express myself, children cannot still make sense of their world because it's not rational, it's all emotion, right? Their brain's not developed there yet. But I can express, I can say I'm feeling sad, I can say I'm feeling angry, and there is somebody who's actually going to read that and kind of say, hey, what's going on? Let's talk about it.
And I think that leads us actually nicely into what we sort of need to talk about, which is sort of the mind empowerment, which I think all of these things are connected to. So, Julia, let's just bring you in and what do you think about how you work, and what does that phrase mean to you with regards to children?
Yeah, let me see. Could you rephrase that question again? It's about.
So mind empowerment in children, sort of going from that. So how do we use, what does that mean, and how can we connect with children to it?
I think going back to I'm just going to go from the schools
Okay.
and education. So I think going back to what I originally said, it's really about this idea of empowering children. And that in schools means finding out about themselves. How do I know about myself? And not just about academics, but how do I find out about myself? And I think schools can do that in a lot of ways. So, for example, even with learning can be about ownership and choice. It's not just about this is what we're telling you and you need to get it, but it's about actually saying I can also have a choice about what I know, what I learn, and that ownership is also about having voice and agency. And that is part of this understanding of oneself. Who am I? Who am I in this environment? I think it's also, some things have already been said here, but so that's about learning in schools. How do we learn in this environment? And I think in schools, we have to ask the question is, what is the context for learning? What kind of environment is it for the child? We can have mindfulness in schools, and that's very good. But we have to have in schools a whole system that leads towards this idea of well-being. So it's for example, mindfulness is really good. But if you do mindfulness with children or teachers, and then you put them back into a very stressful or toxic environment where they're rushed and they have no time to do anything else, that really isn't a holistic way of getting at that inner space and that inner well-being. So I think there are many things. You can journal in schools. Schools can add to their curriculum this idea of self-reflection. What am I learning? How am I learning? How am I doing in this in this activity, in this way of thinking or learning? So you're really teaching and training young people to look at themselves, look at what something means for them, look at how they're doing. And I think these are all a part of an educational system that probably needs to, it does exist, but it probably needs to be further developed in our schools.
That was going to be my next question to you, actually. Have you found that the schools are receptive to this kind of, or are you getting kind of pushback?
Well, I have this, I worked for the primary years program of the International Baccalaureate. It's called the PYP. And there are many of these aspects that are embedded in there. You talked before about values of virtues. I think that was you, Niana. And that has a set of qualities and characteristics that we're always trying to help the child to learn. It has self-reflection. It has an idea of student agency. There is this aspect of mindfulness. And it's also this idea. So yes, I think I have seen schools that are doing that, but I also have seen schools that are not doing that. I have seen some schools that are just focused on achievement and academics, and a pretty prescriptive way of doing that. And so I think there's no space there. There's no space. Mm-hmm. Teachers have no space. Children have no space to do all the other things that we're talking about. So I was very fortunate to be able to work many, many years in this primary years program, the International Baccalaureate, where it's all based around inquiry, understanding yourself, exploration, self-reflection. And I see that what comes out of that is really different children. But one thing that I want to go back to in terms of schools that I think is an important message that I want to get across is that, again, it's got to be embedded in the whole system. It's systemic. And if you are just doing that as one teacher, it is good and it makes a big difference. But if the whole school is doing something along the same lines, it makes a phenomenal difference in the life and the well-being of teachers, of children, of families. So it's really got to be this very, very whole school, very broad, organically based way of of asking those important questions. How can we have well-being? How can we flourish within our school context, within this place where we are? So I think it's complex. It's not easy. It's very complex because
so you've got quite a broad mix of schools. There are some schools that are delivering it and who are embracing it, but you've still got schools that are not, and that are still very heavily academic based, and it's something that we kind of need to shift. Is that what you think?
Oh, absolutely. I think as a society we have to shift this. There's no doubt, no question that it has to shift. And yes, I think schools are trying. They're really trying. How much time, energy, and resources and dialogue that is given to this very deep conceptual transformation by not only the school, but by the forces that are around the school that make decisions. Well, that's the question that I think still has to be asked. Yeah.
And Monica, sort of in terms of mind empowerment, what does that mean to you? And perhaps in a home setting, what do you think that means to you?
For me, mind empowerment is the outcome of a nourished inner world, because once a child has an inner positive voice, if it's encouraging, or if they believe in themselves, they will be resilient. It will be an outcome of a nurtured inner world. So what happens generally, we parents and at school, competition is embedded in the system, right? And they make children suffer because they constantly comparing themselves to others, and unless they're aware of their unique strengths, they get influenced. If they can't express their emotions, they become conformist. They don't challenge others' opinions. So it is important that first their inner voice should be positive, and it will not remain positive all the time. There will be times when they will have doubts, they will have insecurities, but at that time the affirmations or the positive words that we feed in right from the childhood can help them to overcome that negative voice. So what I believe, if a child is has a positive self image, if he can fight his doubts, if an environment is given to them where they can express themselves freely, where they feel they are not being judged in school or at home, it's going to be a joint teamwork. It cannot happen only with parents or schools or anything else. If they see this consistent environment everywhere, then only we can help our children to be themselves, be their true self. And that is what mind empowerment means to me. When their inner world is nourished, they will be resilient, they will be mindful, they will be confident to express their opinions, and they can lead a happy and blissful life without getting influenced by other person's personality. Because today children are constantly bombarded with information from social media, from other, and they forget themselves. They don't know who they are. They want to follow everyone, and without knowing their unique talents, how can they lead a happy or independent life? It will be always leading someone, it will be always following someone, or just remain in doubt whether I should say, whether I should keep quiet, whether I should raise my opinion. So it is, mind empowerment comes from within. It is an outcome that is from comes from a nurtured inner world.
Those of you who have recently joined us, we are talking here about mind empowerment in children, and we've got Julia Alden, Monica Sood, and Niana Sabharwal. Is that right? Sabharwal, thank you. And we're talking about mind empowerment in children and how we, as families, as teachers, can support that within a school environment or within a home environment, and tools that we can use to make sure that in this modern world where children are bombarded with information and what they should and shouldn't be like, and driven by academics, how we can support them to be their best selves and to have an understanding of themselves. So I'm just going to go back to Monica briefly and talk about that, and go back to the affirmations a little bit as a tool that you can use at home, because I know that you have created a book of affirmations for people to use at home. So tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, and the book is for younger children from 2 to 4 or 5 years old. Yes, because I believe that is the time when we can seed, we can put the seeds of positivity in a child. And affirmations, they don't work, unless they don't work on its own. We have to model the behavior as parents, as teachers. We have to model the behavior we want to instill in our children. So at home, if you are saying, oh, you are loved, I love you, to your child, but when it comes to when your child comes to you and he asks to read you a story, you say, no, I'm busy, I can't do it. So you're confusing them. So you have to create that environment at home or in school, whatever you're saying, it's not confusing your child. So affirmations will work only if you give them deeper understanding by telling them stories around them, around those values, and by telling by highlighting that if your child is caring, is sharing with someone a toy, you must say, oh, you love to share. And that's the way you can reinforce these positive values. And affirmations, because when they repeat it again and again, what happens inside our brain, new neural pathways are formed. And that becomes like, if they do it consistently, repetitively, these pathways get strengthened, and it becomes like a reflex. But this should be done right at the beginning, in the early years, because then they don't question you.
And also, I think, like you say, instead of it's not an academic process, and it's not,
Yes.
we will do this today and we will do this, and that is
Yeah.
how we're going to achieve the affirmation, because
Yes.
now it has to be almost a creative process. So the affirmation is, as you say, it's a story, it's an action, it's something around that. And that's with the book. There's 52. It sort of takes through the years. There's 52 affirmations, but it's not just about that. It's about
Yes.
having those affirmations and exploring them together in whatever way suits you. As a family or as a unit, but as opposed to it being a task. It shouldn't be a
Sure.
task. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct, because that's how it will, because unless they understand the value of the positive information you want to seed in, unless you tell them stories around it, they will not get it. They will say the phrases, it will not resonate with them. So they need to understand through stories. Again, I'm bringing back stories, because stories help us understand so many things in an organic way. So that is how affirmations can be brought in our life, through stories, through talking about nature, through modeling our behavior, showing what is empathy. If we want to introduce empathy to children, if we are not showing it, we cannot expect them to be empathetic. When a child comes home and they are like, they tell you that something is not right with them, instead of listening to them, you are telling, oh, this is how you should have done it, I've told you so. So you're not showing empathetic behavior, and we can't expect them to be empathetic with others. They're going to do the same. They're going to mimic your behavior. So affirmations work with, you have to be very, very conscious and mindful throughout, how you speak to your child. What words are you using? Are you constantly telling them, or constantly pinpointing about their inadequacies, or are you telling them, yes, you're good, you can do it? So this is the, I think, power of words make an immense difference.
Yeah, and I think also at the moment, I know because again, post-pandemic, children's behaviour can be difficult, because obviously they're dealing with lots of things, and I think it can be really difficult for parents, because I've experienced it myself, and you get to a point where you end up saying things that you don't mean, or that and you have to have an understanding of how to, because you say words are very powerful, and having an understanding of what you're saying, how you're saying them, and being mindful of that. Niana, have you got anything to add to that sort of mind empowerment and those affirmations? I know we talked about affirmations before briefly, but other tools that people can use to understand what their children are going through?
So I think one thing that we really believe in is to look at your child as an individual, capable of, having their own beliefs that they come with, no matter how young they might be. They have their own emotions, they have their own experiences, and they're as valid as you and I. And that they require the same amount of, care, if not more, that we would need if we felt that we were having a bad day and needed somebody to listen attentively, without checking a phone or without, having 50 things that they're doing at the same time, and then helping you process what you're going through. The child's mind is only and only developed in relation to whatever is happening around them, and especially if you look at it more scientifically, the regulation of the parents or the regulation of the people, adults in their environment, because we co-regulate with children. They don't have a regulation system. And only when they have a well-regulated person in front of them can they regulate their own system. And that's how the mind develops. That's how the brain develops. So if I have a stressed teacher in front of me, then my nervous system goes for a toss too, because that's how human beings work. We walk into a room, we sit with someone, we say, this person makes me feel good because they're, or we say, oh my God, I don't know what it is about that person. I just can't be around them. And that's purely because that's how we work as individuals, as humans. We co-regulate all the time. And regulation affects the brain. It affects your nervous system. It affects your ability to, perform the tasks functionally or not functionally. So I think the empowerment of the mind of a child has so much to do with the individuals and adults around and the environment in which we create for children. And I think that so much of it is on the onus of each individual adult that is in that space to able to say that, what I am doing impacts the child, and to able to recognize what the impact is. I believe again that it takes a village to raise a child. That's an African proverb. And by village, I mean, it's your teachers, it's your parents, it's your, everyone and anybody that comes in contact with the child has an impact on developing that child in certain ways. And I think if we become more conscious of that, I think we'll be creating environments in which children can really thrive and nurture themselves and their parts of themselves that otherwise gets, sort of embedded somewhere or protected or shut down because it hasn't got the space to be expressed or develop or shine. And I think that, children are born whole, and let's keep them whole.
True. Totally agree.
That's very true. I could talk about this all day. Or carry on, Julia. Go on.
Oh, I just wanted to add something to that from the perspective of school. I know we're almost out of time. But I think there are a couple of things that are happening in schools, going back to your other question. For example, Geelong Grammar School in Australia, they have developed a positive education framework. And schools around the world are now using that framework. And it has a lot to do with self-expression. It has a lot to do with positive education. So there are affirmations in that. So it's real worth looking at that. Another one that I know of are schools that are using something called Circle Solutions, where children come together. And it's sort of this old idea that I had way back when I was a beginning teacher, a magic circle, you come together. It's Circle Solutions, though, are asking children through some very, very important social, emotional capacities to solve their own problems. So they're not judging others, they're not blaming others, the teacher's not pointing out, do this or do that, but they're actually learning from each other how to model how they want to be. So they do that as part of the ongoing classroom practice. So I think one other one is the Virtues Project, because I've been doing a lot of research on these things, but the Virtues Project, and it's sometimes when you hear the idea of virtues, people say, oh no, that's religion. But it really isn't. Virtues go back to the dawn of time. And the Virtues Projects are now going into schools, and you were talking about the power of language. So they have 5 strategies that they use in classrooms, and the power of language is the first one, because the power of language is the first and most important way to get what we're trying to get at, children who feel good about themselves. So there are some things I think that are happening, some programs that are happening in schools that also are really trying to get at this thing that we're talking about, the inner self, feeling good about yourself, taking on habits of mind and heart that will change not only the individual, but really what we're wanting is to change society as a whole.
Yeah, I think that, well, that's a really good point to finish on. Basically, we need to change society as a whole. But it's a small task. It's a small task. We can do it. We can do it. But I think it's all really true, isn't it? So we're coming to the end, and we're going to have to finish. But I think that's a really good thing to finish in, is that we all need to take part in this process, and we all need to be involved in whatever way we can to empower our children and ourselves, I think, as well, because if parents are struggling to connect with children or struggling to get through it, that there needs to be a sense of self with the parent as well, and mindfulness within them in order to create that. So thank you so much for joining us. It's been absolutely wonderful and fascinating.
Thank you.
But we are going to have to make a close. So I think I'm just going to
Thank you, Naina, and thank you, Julia, for joining
Thank you.
me.
So great to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. So if you can, I will remove you from here, and then you just need to leave the studio.
Okay.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There we go. Okay. Monica, I'm going to take you out as well, because we are now moving into, thank you so much, Monica. We will see you again later on in the day.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. So we are now moving into our next section. It is 11 a.m. and this is Storytelling Hour. And before I'm joined by Alan Durant, I am going to just start you off with a little video. So welcome to Storytelling Hour with the Author in Me Children's Literary Festival. And I am joined now by Alan Durant. Hi, Alan. How are you?
Very well, thanks.
Good, good. Alan Durant is an author. He writes fiction for all ages, from preschool to prose and poetry for adults. He's written nearly 100 books, most of them inspired by telling stories to his own children and their friends. His work was featured in the BBC series English Express, which won a Children's BAFTA Award. He's won a number of prizes, most recently the Royal Mail Award for Scottish Children's Book for the picture book Billy Monsters Daymare. So hi, Alan, how are you doing?
Hi. Yeah, I'm okay. It's actually about 107 books now, but 107.
Okay, just keeping going. You're not stopping.
I'm definitely not stopping. I'm working on 6 at the moment. So.
Oh gosh. Well, tell us about that. Tell us about that journey, first of all, of going from telling stories to your kids to having 107 books published.
It's a pretty crazy journey, to be honest. Mad journey. I actually started writing from much long before that. I started when I was a teenager. So, I mean, I guess when I was at primary school, I wasn't really that interested in writing, although I absolutely loved reading. And I guess this is the thing that's the secret of everything. So Author and Me, you know, I've done some sessions with Author and Me, and we've always talked about this, you know, basically it's all about reading. You know, that's what makes writers. So when I was at primary school, and before that even, I was an avid reader. And in the end, when I started writing when I was in secondary school, early secondary school, it was because I just read so much and I was so inspired by the reading I read. So then that's when I became a writer, really, when I was about 13. I look back, and then it was it's quite a while into my late 20s when my first book was published, which was actually a book for young adults. That's why I started out as a young adult novelist. Book called Hamlet, Bananas and all that jazz. And then I wrote a few books for young adults. And at the same time, that's when I started having children. Of course, when I was having children, you know, I wasn't going to read them this kind of stuff. So that's when I started making up stories for them at bedtime and got into writing picture books. And then as they got older, I wrote books for them for different ages. So I would write, you know, middle grade, all that kind of thing, right through. So now basically I write for any age because I started off as a young adult, and then I went to picture books at the same time, and then it's all sort of joined up. And now my kids are much older, so I basically write for whatever age I feel like.
Whatever age you feel like at the time, and you're inspired
absolutely.
by.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. So we are also joined by, it's not just about Alan, we are joined by Sandra Smith. So I'm going to bring Sandra in as well. We're going to have a little chat. So we are also joined by Sandra Smith. There's a bit of a strange echo. Hopefully that will correct itself in a second. So we are also can you hear that as well?
Yes, I can hear it.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to take us all out and bring us all back in again and see if that solves the problem. Just bear with me 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
What I'm going to do is there we go. Sandra, can you do me a favour and can you perhaps try and plug in some headphones? And I think that might stop, if you can find some, that might stop that feedback. And then I will bring you back in just a second. So, Alan, if we can focus on you for a minute. So we are going to talk about twisted fairy tales. Is that right? So I believe we've got also, so actually what I'll do while Sandra's doing that is I'll play you the little video, the twisted. So we had some children and asked them a question about what they would change about a fairy tale, and this is what we got from it, which was lovely. So if you could change one thing about Sleeping Beauty, what would it be?
I would change that Aurora didn't prick a thing on the spinning wheel.
So she never goes to sleep?
Yes.
But then it wouldn't be called Sleeping Beauty. If you could change anything about the story of Sleeping Beauty, what would you change?
Maleficent bit.
Oh, what would you change about the Maleficent bit?
Play with the birds.
What do you mean? You would let Sleeping Beauty play with the birds? Yeah.
Play with the birds.
Okay. Instead of what?
Instead of sleep.
If you could change one thing about the story of Little Red Riding Hood, what would you change?
Going up with Little Red Riding Hood.
And what would you change it to?
Little Red Riding Hood having a little play.
So that really makes me laugh, bless them. So we're sort of going to explore that idea of rewriting a story and how children react to that, I guess. So it's quite interesting for me, I think, that they all want nicer resolutions, that they don't want Little Red Riding Hood to be gobbled up by, they just want her to go and play with Goldilocks, and they don't want Sleeping Beauty to go to sleep. So the whole crux of these stories, they actually don't want those bits to happen.
That's right. They don't want the nasty bits, but unfortunately, that's what makes the story so extraordinary, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you think about this concept now in terms of, I think as a generation, we're re-exploring and re-looking at fairy tales, and they seem to be being retold in all sorts of different formats. And how do you feel about that as a concept? Do you think we should be changing them to update them to the modern world?
I don't think it. I mean, yeah, we can. I think the great thing about fairy tales is because they are such wonderful, wonderful stories. I mean, the reason they've endured for so long is because they are magnificent stories and they get right into your psyche. And if you any writer, I think I think every writer is affected by fairy tales. I mean, they are just such powerful stories, and they're full of sort of emotions. And it's the fact that they are difficult. I think one of the things is the fact that they have a lot of difficult issues and difficult moments in them.
Yeah.
I'm not just talking about, you know, whether it's sort of a feminist or like whatever issues, but I mean sort of deep psychological issues, I think, in them that really get to us, and so it draws us back to them time and time again. And you know, I think if you think about it, even going back to when Grimm's, for instance, when the Grimm's brothers collected the tales, I mean, they didn't write the stories. They collected the stories. They rewrote some of them, but they weren't original stories. They collected them from all over the place and put them together. And they rewrote a lot of them, and they put their own spin on them. Some of them, particularly, a lot of them, the ones that we think of now with a lot of the sort of violence in fairy tales was actually the things that they added to them. So they made them darker because they weren't supposed to be stories for children. They were supposed to be stories for adults. And now they become stories more, well, known first of all in childhood anyway. I wouldn't say necessarily still that they're stories for children, but I think it's great. I mean, I think it is a fantastic thing. I think all of us writers go back to them and we rewrite them and rewrite them and rewrite them, whether we're writing for adults or we're writing for children. We tell them in different ways. Sometimes we tell them a twisted way to make them more macabre, or to make a point about something that's going on in our society, which is fine. Or we do it to have fun and kind of play with them. There's a lot of picture books, for instance, or if your stories for young children. Not exactly, it's sort of older picture books, because obviously you can't really play with fairy tales until the children are acquainted with the fairy tales, because then
that's what I was going to ask actually. Is do you think it's important to not just, you can't just tell the new story? Do you think it's important that we nurture the sort of original, or as original as we have access to, sort of the original stories, so that they then go on a journey of how that's corrected? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because yes,
you can't just get rid of the originals and go pretend they don't exist.
yeah. When you can twist the tale and then, you know, but if you don't know the original tale, and obviously it doesn't have the same effect, because a big effect about twisting the tale is the fact that you know the original tale and you understand the twist, and that's the fun of it, you know. But if you don't know the original, then it's kind of like, well, okay, that's an interesting story, but you know, it doesn't have the same power and the same resonance. So yeah, it's important that if you're going to, for the power of the twisted tale and the fun of the twisted tale, is that you know the original.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And so, what do you think is your perfect example of a twisted tale, or your favourite?
That's a difficult one to say, actually. Well, I think actually there's a book that I love, which is called The Stinky Cheese Man, by no, I can't remember his name. It's John Schlechter. I can never pronounce his name. And Lane Smith is the illustrator. It's an absolutely fabulous book, and it's a classic. I mean, it's not new now. It's probably about 25 years old, but it's just kind of like takes lots of stories, fairy tales, and just retells them in a funny way, and with a sort of narrator intervening. And I remember when I first read it, I thought, wow, this is just great. It's just such fun, funny, inventive, great characterization. And you know, for me, yeah, I think that's the one I would say that straight away comes to my mind.
And what did you say it was based on? It's a twisted.
It's based on it's got lots of fairy tales in it, but sort of retelling.
Okay.
But some of them are very short, some are longer, and what happens is the narrator keeps butting in, and it's sort of it's just a brilliant book. It's a great piece of publishing, because it's the whole book, even the back cover and everything, is done, you know, in the same in the twisted way. So it's just to me, it's an absolutely masterly piece of storytelling and
brilliant.
And
is any of that sort of relevant to some of the picture books and things that you've created? So how have you used that idea of a twisted?
Oh, absolutely. I've used it so many times. Sometimes it comes out and I don't even know about it. You know, it's weird. I mean, this isn't necessarily a photo. I mean, to go back to a book like this is Burger Boy, which is a story actually. It's a kind of modern cautionary tale more than a fairy tale. It's about a boy who only eats burgers and he turns into a burger. Is that based on the idea of, your parents always say to their children, if you keep eating that, you eat that all the time, then you turn into it. And it's exploring that. And I realized sort of halfway through that there's a big part of it in the center of the book, which is like me retelling the story of the Gingerbread Man, which was my favorite story when I was a young child. And I hadn't even really realized that at the time, but it came out kept pretty much there. And I thought, oh, wow, I've just reached on. And so these things, they affect you. But I mean, I go back to them all the time. This is probably my most obvious one, which is a book called, which is my retelling of Cinderella. It's called Cinderella, the Fairy Tale Files, which is actually one of my favorite books that I've ever done because it was just such fun to do. But it's just packed, basically. And I don't know actually how they managed to do this. The thing is, it had quite a short life because, to be honest with you, it was so difficult and expensive to produce because it's got all these flaps
Oh, wow.
and things inside that you pull out. Like this one is the drawings of the Ugly Sisters' feet. And then it's like there's the wish contract with the fairy godmother inside this one. It's got this is my favorite one actually. This is it starts off with introducing Cinderella. This is Cinderella's birth certificate. So you kind of like, so it's done like an investigation. It's the Fairy Tale Agency are investigating Cinderella for the king to make sure she's suitable to marry.
Okay. Took a background check.
Yeah, because they don't really know. She's just come from nowhere, you know. She's a bit dodgy. So they set Rumpelstiltskin to investigate her. So this is the birth certificate. He finds her birth certificate, and so you get that. That's one of the things you can read. And one of the things you discover is that her name isn't actually Cinderella. That's just a nickname because she swept the sinners out of her. Her real name is actually Gladys Wilhelmina von Pinkelschnapfer. So there you are.
The best name I've ever heard.
So it's a great name. So that was just such fun, and it's full of stuff. It's even, you know, and that to me, it's my kind of ultimate. It was supposed to be one of a series, but sadly, it never happened. And not because it didn't do well, but just because it was just ridiculously expensive. It's that because, you know, even at the end, it's got, you know, postcards from the honeymoon. So you open up postcards.
Well, and how did you get to that idea? Was that because you were telling the story of Cinderella to your kids and they're asking questions, and is that kind of how it came about?
It actually, do you know what the original story was? What I was going to do was Jack and the Beanstalk, and I had all the stuff. It actually started off, because I love telling stories, but then I had an idea. I wanted to I just loved all the things in fairy tales, all those kind of little bit of different elements. And when I was growing up, I had this folder. There were these things called jackdaw folders, and they were folders like non-fiction folders. It was like a folder you opened up, and I had one on football, and it took out and it had like a player's contract. It had pictures of famous players. And it was all sorts of things, like a kind of file, really. And it did it for lots of subjects. And I thought, wow, wouldn't it be fun to do that for fairy tales? So that's the idea. And it was physically a file, and inside it was going to have like a pack of beans. It had Jack's school report and all that kind of thing. And that's how it started, to be kind of like quite a physical thing like that. And then the publishers thought, well, actually, that's going to be too difficult to do. There's lots of issues with what's VAT and stuff, things like that. So they decided that actually, in the end, it would be better to do it as a book. So we did it as a book with pullouts and stuff. But that's actually where it came from. It came from this thing in my it came from my childhood, and these jackdaw files that I absolutely loved. And I thought, and I've still got it somewhere here, and I thought, wow, you know, I wanted to recreate that as a fiction thing.
Okay. And what were your children's favorite fairy tales as children then, and how did you explore them?
Oh, well, I mean, they grew up on, obviously they, you know, I guess most of us did, I mean, through the ages on the Disney fairy tales, you know, and watching all of those.
There is a point where you realise that your reference, especially when you have kids, that your reference for fairy tales is the Disney films, and you start to go, I think we need to go back and find the beginning story.
Yeah, that's
certainly
right.
what I've done.
You know, it's so fascinating, because I am actually still, I've been working for quite a long time and reworking fairy tales actually for an older age, more like sort of teen, and going back to some of the original fairy tales and putting back in all the darker stuff, because, you know, like in Sleeping Beauty, which we talked about in that earlier thing, you know, there's a whole area of Sleeping Beauty which we don't even mention here, you know, about, you know, that happens after the end of Sleeping Beauty, when Sleeping Beauty is brought back to the kingdom, and his mum and the prince's mum is actually an ogre who eats people, and you know, she actually puts her two children, that the Sleeping Beauty and and the prince have had together secretly in Sleeping Beauty's world after she's woken up, she wants to put them in a pie, and they're only saved by kind of the chef not going along with it, and then she even wants to put Sleeping Beauty in a pie. This is when the prince is away, so and it ends up with her being thrown into a pit full of snakes and scorpions and all sorts of things. It's it's kind of hideous, but you don't get that, it's so yeah, you're right. The Sleeping Beauty that we get is something, they were complaining about the pricking of the thumb and Maleficent, but I mean it's a lot darker.
That's nothing compared to
but yeah, you're right. I mean, I think Beauty and the Beast, I guess, was the one. I think the one that Mike has particularly liked. I mean, that's I was brought up more on like Sleeping Beauty and the Snow White ones, but I mean, that's the one.
And that's a generational thing, isn't it? Because you say Beauty and the Beast was kind of big then, but for us it was
I found Snow White. I actually found Snow White terrifying.
I think it's terrifying.
I can't watch it. I can't watch it.
No.
It scares me completely.
So you are going to read us a story.
So
tell us which story you're going to read to us.
I'm going to read Little Red Riding Hood. Actually, it's my version. It's called Little Green Riding Hood, and one of the things I think when you're twisting tales is one of the fascinating things is well, actually any story, when you're retelling story, or even when you start out thinking about how you're going to write a story, is obviously viewpoint, and that's all important. Whose view is are you going to are you as the reader, are you sharing? And it depends on which view you take. And generally in fairy tales, obviously, we have the view of it's often a heroine actually in most of the tales, and that's the viewpoint we have. But of course, one way of twisting it is to see it from another point of view. So this is my version of Little Red Riding Hood, but it's telling it from the point of view of the wolf.
Oh wow, okay. Well, it's interesting because I love that, and I love so for example, and I think it's really useful for children to have that. A different point of view. So I love the retelling of Maleficent, for example, as her side of the story, which I just think is wonderful. And to explore that and explore those characters is brilliant. Oh, that's really exciting. I'm excited. Okay, I'm going to disappear and I'm going to leave you to it. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Alan Durant, and he is reading us his own version of Little Red Riding Hood, which is Little Green Riding Hood. Enjoy, and feel free to ask any comments for Alan in the questions, and I'll pop back and bring those up if we need to.
Terrific, thank you. Okay, so this is Little Green Riding Hood. It's actually a story I wrote a while back. It's not in a book yet at all, so it's just floating around, and I haven't quite decided what to do with it. Here it is. It's Little Green Riding Hood, and I hope you'll understand. I might even ask you at the end why you think it's called Little Green Riding Hood. Little Green Riding Hood. The first thing I have to tell you is that she wasn't very nice, and she wasn't red. Little Red Riding Hood. She was green, like a tomato, and not that little either. I've seen cows that were smaller. Anyway, there I was, happily picking fleas from my ears, when she came clomping through the wood. Like I say, she was dressed all in green cape with a green hood, carrying a basket on her arm. So she stood out loud and clear against the red leaves and bushes. She didn't stop when she saw me, but she just kept on walking, muttering and spitting as she went. "Hey there, little girl," I purred. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Boy, did she give me a stare. She had a face on her like a forest fire, really green. "Shut it, dog face," she snarled, sticking out her tongue. "I am in a hurry, and I've got no time to waste talking to an ugly mutt like you. I've got to take this stupid basket to my stupid grandma in her stupid shack on the other side of this stupid wood. So scoot." She wrinkled her nose, spat at my feet, and marched off. Well, we wolves are not used to being treated this way. We are gentlemen of the forest and expect respect. Know what I mean? I was angry, I can tell you. I felt my face go green with wild fury. I'll teach that brat a lesson, I said to myself. I'll eat her. And her grandma too. Now, you might think that was a bit of an overreaction. I mean, if someone called you a name in the playground, you might say something rude back, but you wouldn't eat them. Well, you get a detention, wouldn't you? But I'm a wolf, and that's the way I am. Most of the time, I'm mild as milk. But if someone upsets me, I get mean as moldy old cheese. I eat them up. Simple as that. So off I went. I took the shortcut, of course, knowing the woods like the back of my paw. And I reached the grandma's shack in no time. How did I know it was her place, you might ask? Well, smarty pants. It had a sign outside, didn't it? It said, Grandma's Shack. And underneath it said, no salesman, no pizza leaflets, no wolves. No wolves. The cheek of it. I couldn't wait to get my fangs into the old bag. I tapped at the door. Inside, somebody burped and farted. Who is it? Shrieked a voice that sounded a bit like a wildcat biting a screech owl on the bottom. It was horrible, I can tell you. It made me shiver like a timber. But somehow I managed to keep my cool. The only way I'd get inside the shack, I reckoned, was to pretend that I was Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood. So that's what I did. It's me, you old bat, I snarled. Open up. I've got a basket of goodies for you. And then I spat loudly at the door. Huh, about time, you lazy good-for-nothing, grumbled the old crone. And then she opened the door. Oh, boy, was she ugly! I've seen better-looking warthogs. I've seen better-looking warthogs' backsides. I felt so sick, I went red as grass. But a wolf's got to do what a wolf's got to do, as they say. So I sprang in and gobbled her up. Well, actually, it wasn't that simple. She was a tough, grisly old thing, and it took me a while to chew my way through her. I even swallowed her false teeth and glasses, which didn't do much for my digestion or my temper. It was a messy business too. By the time I'd finished, there was a great green pool of blood on the floor. Luckily, I found a rug to throw over it. And just in time too, because at that moment, there was a thump on the door and a nasty little voice shouted, "Open up the door and hurry up or I'll kick it in." Well, quick as lightning, I leapt into the old bag's bed and put her tatty old bonnet on my head. Boy, it stank, I can tell you. It was like wearing a dead skunk. "Who is it?" I shrieked, with a shrill quiver that could have sent a shiver down a cucumber's spine, if it had one. "Who do you think it is? Darth Vader?" snarled the nasty little voice in reply. Then the horrible brat kicked the door again, and it flew open. And there she was, in her green cape and green hood, with the basket of goodies on her arm. She stomped over towards me. "I've brought you some lovely cakes and juicy red strawberries, Grandma," she whined with a smarmy grin. "And I hope you choke on them." Then she started to cackle like a mad magpie. "Ha ha, more fool you stupid girl," I thought. Well, everyone knows that strawberries are green, don't they? Little Red Riding Hood, meanwhile, threw the basket on the bed and huffed like a dragon. Only she was green, of course, not red like a dragon. "My Grandma, what a big snout you've got," said the brat rudely. "All the better to smell you with, my dear," I replied, wrinkling my delicate nose in disgust. Well, she ponged worse than her grandma. And Grandma, what big ears you've got, said the brat, clumping closer. All the better to hear you with, my dear, I sneered. Well, you could have heard her the other side of the wood. And Grandma, what a big beard you've got, laughed the brat nastily. All the better to, I spluttered. Oh, what do you do with a beard? All the better to tickle you with, my dear, I smiled. Yuck, cried the brat, and she spat on the bed. You dare touch me, and I'll break every bone in your scabby old body. She was really glaring at me now, giving me that bright green forest fire look like earlier out in the wood. I drew back my lips in a huge grin. The brat frowned in surprise. Oh, why, Grandma, what big teeth you've got, she said. All the better to eat you with, I yipped. Gleefully, I leapt from the bed and ate the little brat, green cape and hood and all. She was in my stomach before you could say pickled gherkin. Yes, I know I should have taken my time, but I have a weakness for fast food. Just can't resist it. Anyway, I was just sitting there, licking my chops, when this big oaf runs in with a huge axe, shouting and swearing and calling me all sorts of rude names. Well, then I really lost my head, I can tell you. The end.
Well, that needs a we do like a Zoom round of applause with everyone. Thank you so much. That was brilliant. So you say that's as of yet unpublished. It's still yeah, brilliant. And what inspired you to write that?
It's a good point.
Do you think The Wolf didn't get in a good press, so he needed to?
I think so. I think it was just thinking. I think what I wanted to retell. I was kind of looking at retelling some. I did a few actually retelling stories from the sort of bad side. Because I just thought it would be interesting to see, the kind of often in stories, to be honest with you, as people know, the best characters in most stories are the evil characters.
Oh, yeah. And kids always love the villains. They always love the villains because they're much more interesting, aren't they? Yeah, they're more interesting and they have more power generally.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're just much more fun. And as a writer, they're much more fun to write than the other characters, because the other characters are fairly sort of straightforward and they're okay, but they're good. It's not that interesting to write about a lot of the time.
But I like also like that you've kind of twisted Little Red Riding Hood, who's this perfect little child, into this unreasonable nasty girl. So for people watching, if you could rewrite a fairy tale, what would it be? What would you rewrite? You can put that into the comments. So thank you so much for that, Alan. And we're carrying on for the rest of the day doing lots of different things, but it's been an absolute pleasure. If there are there any other, where can they find you? If people want to find out more about you, where can they find you? I think we've put your website in the links.
Yeah, my website is www.alandurant.co.uk. So you can find me there. You can also find me on Instagram and on Twitter. Okay. I'm just Alan Durant, but if you just look at me there, probably author or children's author, and Facebook too. But I'm not often there an awful lot, but I am there.
Cool. Okay. And will we be seeing Little Green Riding Hood in the shops at some point, do you think?
I'd hope so.
I hope
so. It's just kind of working out how to do it. I think it needs probably maybe one of a collection. I'm not sure. My next book actually that's going to be coming. I mean, I've just quickly show you my last. I think it was one of my last books. Sorry, one of my most recent books was this book called Quill Soup, which is a retelling, or my version anyway, of a famous. I guess it is a sort of fairy tale. It's a folk tale really called Stone Soup, which is a brilliant story. And it's known already around the world. And I only found out about it a few years ago. when I was actually I work a lot in South Africa now, and I actually half lived there. And I found out, so I retold the story, and this is my version, which is an African retelling of the story. So it's called Quill Soup because the main character is a porcupine. It's got fabulous, extraordinary illustrations actually by someone called Del Blankenaar, who's a Cape Town illustrator.
Wow.
So that's what I'm doing. The next book I'm doing by the publisher called Tiny Owl, who are a wonderful publisher actually. They do a lot of versions of fairy tales. I think there's one called Cinderella of the Nile that they did. And my next one is called Human Town, which is just the covers just being shown around on social media, which is a kind of, it's not really a retelling of a story, but it's kind of, it's a sort of, I suppose it's a kind of sort of allegory, and it's got notes of fairy tale. It's sort of looking at, it's a family of elephants going to visit a human town. So it's like we might go to safari parks and stuff. It's them going to visit a town where humans, and they're on their way out. So that's called Human Town. And that's my next book coming out next year.
Cool, amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. The reading was just wonderful. I can't wait to see Little Green Riding Hood out and about. So thank you so much. And as I say, that his website's in the link, so do check Alan out. And thank you for that. Take care.
Good luck to. So I would say good luck to all you young readers, all you young writers out there as well. Great. And if I would say one thing, I mean, I think the most important thing really to me, apart from the reading thing, which I think is absolutely essential, is when you're writing a story, is write what really means something to you. I think you tell stories that kind of people try to write, and they're trying to write them because they're trying to write them for somebody else or because they think someone might like this. You also have to write a story that comes from you, that comes from your heart, the one that really, really matters to you.
I think that's just one of the truest things of people saying is that tell the story you care about.
Absolutely,
it makes a difference.
Absolutely. Your heart has to be in it, and it's that story that's in your heart. And if you tell that, that's going to be the best story.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Will do. Thank you very much. So I'm going to take you out, and then if you leave the studio, thank you so much.
Sure. Okay.
And now, that was brilliant. That was absolutely wonderful. I really enjoyed that. So do let us know anything that you feel about fairy tales, whether you think we should be embracing the older fairy tales or retelling them. And if you could retell a fairy tale, then how would you retell it and what would the twist be? So now I'm going to bring Sandra Smith back in. Hi, Sandra. Thank you so much. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you. I don't know what happened about the echo, but it all seems clear now.
That's fine. These things happen. It's no problem. So Sandra Smith is a freelance writer, editor and past chair of Chiltern Writers, whilst her workshops and live interviews have taken place at several literary festivals. A creative writing tutor, Sandra has run her own writing group for the past 10 years. Plus, she mentors writing on a one-to-one basis. She offers both proofreading and critiquing services, and is an editor of a newly published children's book, The Giant of Jiggery Pokery, and his amazing 7 League Boots. Hi, Sandra. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we're going to be doing something quite special with Sandra. We're going to be announcing a competition, and we're going to be doing a little workshop, really. So, Sandra, tell us a little bit about what we're going to be doing.
Well, I'm really pleased to be announcing the launch of Author in Me's short story competition, which is on the theme Twisted Fable, which sort of goes along with what Alan was talking about, and I just loved the Little Green Riding Hood. That was
so funny.
That was stunning. So a fable is sort of similar to other stories. It has a moral to it. It has something that shows us the difference between right and wrong. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that, and then I'm going to, if people want to make notes, because there's going to be lots of information I'm going to feed you on, hopefully helping you to create a story that's going to be really interesting for our competition. So I'm just going to talk my way through things like that.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
Sorry, Sarah.
No, it's all right. I'm going to try and make you. I can't do it the other way. I was going to try and make you bigger and me smaller.
Okay.
But that's not working the way I want it. It's making me bigger. Never mind. We'll carry on.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm sure that you're probably familiar with many fables, and one of the most famous authors, Aesop's fables, and in fact, on the front of this one, get it to The Hare and the Tortoise, is definitely one of my favourites. It's a very simple story about a notoriously slow animal, a tortoise, and an extremely fast animal, a hare, and they race each other. And you would expect the story ends to be quite predictable, but the point of the fable is it's completely the opposite. It does not turn out as we expect. And in twisting the end, or what we expect to be the end, there's a sort of moral, there's lessons that we can all learn from that. So in our Twisted Fable short story competition, you have the opportunity to retell a well-known story and give it an unexpected twist, or change the plot or the characters in a way that the reader wouldn't anticipate. So in essence, it's a great way to indulge your imagination. So I just want to think first of all about competitions. When you're writing for a competition, remember that there are lots and lots of other people writing for the same competition. You're competing against other people, so you have to make your story stand out, make it better than anybody else's. You want the judge's reaction to be wow, but wow for the right reason, not because it dribbled away at the end and it didn't really sum up everything, or the grammar was poor, or the main character just wasn't memorable. You want everything to be not predictable, but lively and entertaining and engaging. You want your story to be a really good read and to catch the imagination, something that the judge will remember and want to read it again and again. But a story actually begins not with the first line, but with the title. A title we've given you the theme, the Twisted Fable, but it's up to you to create your own title, something that reflects the style and the subject that you're choosing, but don't go for the obvious. Try to be original and creative. Try to think of something that nobody else would think of, and something that makes the reader think, oh, I want to read that story. Just from the title alone, it should be enough to capture you. Before the actual writing process, I really advise that you do some planning and to think about not just your story, but your characters. Spend a lot of time getting to know your characters, and the best way to do this is to ask lots of questions of them. Simple things like, what do they eat for breakfast? What time do they get up in the morning? Who is their best friend? Who do they live with? Where do they live? What do they look like? How do they walk? Is there anything that makes them different from any of their friends? Who are their friends? When they meet, what sort of things do they do? General information about a character means that you get to know the character as well as you know yourself. And if you do that, then it will be much more realistic the way your character reacts to anything you throw at them in the story. So create a three-dimensional character and keep a list of all those details. But you also want to create an atmosphere, of course, in your story, particularly at the beginning. You want to make sure that the reader is so engrossed that they want to carry on reading. So Tavisha Bai, who has been involved with Author and Me for a little while, has written some short stories and had them published by Author and Me. And I just wanted to share the opening lines of one of her short stories. It is called The Day I Couldn't Go Home. The day I couldn't go home. Concern spread across my face when I rummaged through my pockets for the house keys, and in return found a Milky Bar wrapper. I tried my phone, but it was dead. I glanced around the mysterious dark neighbourhood. There was no one but me. So we've got the scene set right from the start, haven't we? The character is on her own. There's already an air of menace, and the reader wants to know what's happening next. So creating atmosphere with your character is really important. Here's another one of Tavisha's, which is called Swish Swish. Pretty sweet feathered creatures flew by as I wandered into the unknown. Darkness fell and a storm blew up when, turning back, I discovered that I was trapped in an enormous glass bottle. Fear pulsed through my veins as I saw the bottle was indestructible. Questions raced through my mind. Where was the way out? Was I going to be in there forever? Will someone save me? The acrid smell of dung wafted through my nostrils as I glanced at a herd of dung beetles scuttling along. Then a low, deep voice bellowed, and a thin, stripy orange tail swished in the distance. There was just so much atmosphere that Tavisha has packed into those first few lines, and some really strong words and strong phrases. And asking questions, where was the way out, will someone save me, is a really good way of putting the reader inside the character's head. And you probably also noticed that she wrote it in the first person, which is also a really good way to connect with the reader. So capturing the reader's attention and setting the scene is vital right from the start. But when you've done that, you've got to maintain that tone throughout your story. So if it's a funny piece, you need humour throughout. If it's scary, you need to have tension throughout the story. One way of adding atmosphere to your writing is to think about our senses. So think of sight, smell, touch, taste, hearing. All of those your characters should be in touch with as well, and get those through in your writing. For instance, a very simple thing. On an autumn day, instead of your character just walking along the road, she could be crunching her way through a pile of shriveled leaves. So crunching immediately taps into our hearing, and shriveled, you get a sort of vision of dried autumn leaves, don't you? So they're two strong words, and they've tapped into your senses. Tapping into emotions all the way through gives your writing lots of atmosphere. Now, the ending of a story is just as important as the beginning. You want your reader to feel that your story was so engaging that they'd perhaps like to just start and read it all over again. So a twist and unexpected turn of events is a really good way of doing this. I wanted to just mention names, because naming your characters is a really important part of the writing process. Not only must your names be suitable, but if you have several characters, make sure your names aren't too similar. For instance, don't have an Emma and an Emily, or a Jake and a Jacob. Make the names distinct so that each character is clear to your reader. Now, in Author and Me's short story competition, it's limited to 500 words, which isn't a huge amount for your story. So every word and every phrase, every paragraph should either tell the reader something about your characters or move the plot along in some way. Now, we talked about planning the story, then you've got to write it. And it's quite a relief when you finish writing, and you tend to think that's the hard work done. But actually, there's still more work to do. What you've written is your first draft. It isn't the finished story. So you have to keep working on it and checking your phrasing and your dialogue, making sure you haven't repeated words or phrases, and make sure that your sentences vary in length and rhythm. And most importantly, check that your characters are as real on the page as they are in your head. Check the continuity. You want to make sure that your action flows. The last thing you should ever do before submitting any piece of work is to run a spell check through the documents. A judge doesn't want to see silly little spelling mistakes, as well as grammatical errors or missed commas or a semicolon where there should be a question mark or anything like that. So be really careful. The competition, all the rules are on the website, but I'll just run through a few. The competition is open to anyone between the ages of 8 and 12, and your story needs to be submitted by the 26th of February at the latest. Now, that seems like a long way away, but it isn't when you're actually writing. So start work on your first draft and then go over and over it as much as you can. We're actually offering a critique service as well. So when you send your entry, if you want written feedback on your story, then just tell us and we can provide that. So I'm really pleased to be judging this year's competition, and I cannot wait to read all of your versions of your twisted fables. So good luck on the writing, and I look forward to reading them.
Thank you. That sounds amazing. So I'm just gonna briefly and jump in if I miss anything, kind of do some bullets of what that is.
Sure.
So the competition is to write your own twisted fairy tale.
Yes.
Whatever version of that might be. Some of the main points that Sandra made. So capture your audience, set the scene, and make some choices. So decide whether it's first person or how you're telling the story, who you're telling the story to. Plan, and plan.
However boring it may seem, it's worth it in the end.
It's worth it to do it. And things like the finer details that you were talking about. Is it an autumn day, crunching the leaves? Really, really sort of dig deep into those details, and that's the thing that's going to make it really shine. And finally, check it and have someone else check it. And that, that goes for everything. It's so easy. You can't proofread your own work. I always say that. Get someone else to do it.
Actually, a good thing to do is when you think you're perfectly happy with it, put it aside, don't even look at it or think about it for a week or two. When you look back at it, that time will have given you sort of objectivity, and when you read it, if there's anything that just a little bit jars, then you know that needs working on.
And actually, a tip that I would say as well, from because I'm a narrator, is read it aloud. You will often get a better perspective if you read it aloud, or a better sentence structure if you read it aloud, and you go, oh, something will jar. If you read it aloud, it's always a really good idea to do that.
That's a good point. Certainly the sentence rhythm and length, yes, that absolutely. You don't want your sentences to always be the same sort of length, the same sort of rhythm. You want to vary that, because that will just make it more interesting, more engaging.
Exciting. Okay, so anything else you want to mention about that? And say all the details are on the Author and Me website, and the deadline is February the
26th, which I think is a Saturday. I think it's something like midnight.
Okay. Don't write it that day.
Don't start it the day before. Start it now. Even if you're just planning now, okay, it's busy. It's coming up to the end of school terms, Christmas coming up. Perhaps you don't want to really start writing. But just planning your characters, start making this, and think of the plots. What is the story that you want to tell, and how are you going to twist something that we already know, but twist it into a new story, just in the way that Alan did, just from a different viewpoint, gave you a completely different perspective of a story that we all know so well.
Yeah, so in terms of planning, it always sounds like planning involves, you've got to put a storyboard together, you've got to do that. But actually, it can just be, what's the story you want to tell, what are the characters, and what that's planning. It doesn't need to be this intense thing. Just those ideas, and keep coming back to it, because as you say, your perspective might change. So do your planning now, get Christmas out of the way, and then come back and go, oh well, actually this has given me this inspiration to do this. And
some people, a lot of writers work with post-it notes. So just as they're thinking, I have a notice board on a desk or something, just as you're thinking of post-it notes, and then they can be moved around, and that might help you develop your plot. But even if you're just thinking about it, that process of thinking of something through is really quite valuable. And then by the time you come to write, you've already sort of sorted various things out in your head. So it's slightly easier.
Brilliant. Right. Well, thank you so much for coming along and sharing all of those tips with us. I think what we might do we will put the page link to the competition in the comments. I say that, and I think someone's going to do that for us, just so that they can go straight into that. And then if anyone's got any questions about the competition, put them in the comments and we can answer.
Yes, or email Author and Me or whatever, we'll get back to you. Absolutely.
Great. Lovely.
Right,
okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure to see you. All right. Okay. Take care. Thanks. Bye. There we go. So now I'm just going to remind us all why we are here, and bring you back and just show you a little video about Author in Me. And so you can find out more about Author in Me by going to their website. So we are going to move into book launch hour very soon. I just wanted to take this opportunity to once again thank our partners and sponsors. So we would like to hear a huge thank you to SBI for all of their support and sponsorship, and for our media partners, River Radio, Marlow, and the Weekly Tribune. So I'm now just going to bring Etka back in. Da, 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 da. She's back. Oh, you're muted. She's back, but we can't hear her. There we go.
Hi.
How are you doing? You all right?
Oh, I'm loving it. What a beautiful morning it's been. It's been so lovely, and just watching everyone talk, and such insightful panel discussion we had. Beautiful, amazing. And then, of course, Alan Duran was fabulous. Sandra, Alan Duran. I mean, it's been amazing. I'm totally loving it.
It's great. It's good that we've got, you've got such a sort of high quality content, and people coming in, and the discussions around storytelling, well-being, and everything. Really, really exciting stuff. So, what's coming up next? Tell us about Book Launch Hour.
Wow. Now, this is our favorite hour. This is something that we all have been working throughout the year. In fact, children have worked so hard for this all through the year, and along with our beautiful mentors, insightful mentors. So children have worked with an idea and kind of nurtured it through words with Sarah Mizzi. And now finally they are ready to launch their books. Now, what's very special about these books is that this is our new imprint, which is Young Voices. What this means is that it's some of these children started by writing picture books, but now obviously as they have evolved as a writer, they have grown up, and they have understood how to step into the arena of writing novels now. But so these young voices are very short novels, very easy to read novellas, I would say, with a very strong message and something that they want to tell the world in a very simple way, which is what children do. They tell about complex things in a very simple way. So I'm very happy that we were able to launch this imprint where, kids the age of 9, 10, 13, that's the age when there is a lot of transition going on within them. And a lot of questions are coming. They're questioning the system. They're questioning about bullying. They're understanding, they're observing, which is what we're going to be talking about, observation, a key tool as we use in our storytelling. And for them to observe all of that, take all of that in, and write a story with a very powerful message in a very simple way. It's amazing. And I'm very proud of our young authors here. And of course, a huge thanks to Sarah Mizzi for guiding them and using that key skill as observation as the key skill, which is what we totally promote.
Yeah. Well, and on that note, I will bring, Sarah is here. So I'm bringing Sarah Mizzi in. Hi, Sarah. How are you doing?
Hi.
Fabulous to see you all on such a great occasion.
It's so lovely. It's really exciting. There's loads to come. There's loads going on. So I'm just going to briefly introduce Sarah for you. Sarah Mizzi is an author who has appeared at many literary festivals, including Henley and Guildford. She's a regular tutor for the Winchester Writers' Conference and has given workshops to many schools and public libraries. She's also the current chair of CWISL, Children's Writers and Illustrators in South London. Sarah was born in Cheltenham, raised in the Cotswolds, attended Pates Grammar School for Girls, got a BA in Fine Art from Winchester School of Art and an MA from the Royal College of Art. She spent over 15 years in West Africa as a teacher and now teaches English in Lewisham. Hi, Sarah. Welcome so much. Once again, you were here last year and you're working with Author in Me on these beautiful creative journeys with the children. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing at the moment and what we're going to be talking about.
Well, when I took the invitation from Author in Me to get started with a group of very keen writers, it was a little bit of a challenge, partly because I didn't quite know where to pitch the program. I'm used to writing for children of that age, so I kind of know their interest levels, but I'm used to teaching or shall we say preparing lectures or sessions for university age writers. So that was a bit of a challenge. So I thought about it, and I had a few conversations with Monica, and we decided we were going to pitch it high. So it was a very, very intense course, and it was pitched at a level that you might find on, you know, your beginning year of a BA course. So these children were just absolutely amazing. They ran with it, they understood it, and I think they loved it.
Absolutely. They are lucky to have you as a mentor, Sarah. I can only say that. And some, like I was telling the other Sarah, both of you, Sarah,
Yep.
that some of these children, like Diva, she started with a very small picture book. And the way she has evolved, and now she's written a novel, a little story in form of a first novel. It's amazing to see how children are actually using these tools to not just expand in their writing, but also in their personality. There is a huge shift in their whole personality.
I think writing stories is something that's innate in all of us, and telling stories and wanting to be told stories, and it comes naturally. But those skills of making it your own personal endeavor and learning from it, and somehow projecting yourself into the story. And I mean, life is a story in a way. Life's journey is a story, and so it's really, really, it was really wonderful working with the children. Absolutely wonderful.
Yes.
And so in Book Launch Hour now, and I'm going to play the video to lead us into it, but we're not just joined by Sarah, we are joined by the writers themselves, the children. So they're going to be coming in to talk to us. So tell us a little bit about what we're going to take them, speak to each of the children and talk about their journey, and it's essentially launch their books, aren't we?
Yes, and I just want to mention here a very before I leave, and I'll leave you all with this fabulous hour about this this technique of observation. I just want to reinforce to parents and children who are watching us now how these children who are about to launch their books, how they have tapped into this key skill of observation, because observation, our technique, one technique which Monica and me have kind of developed, and we try to embrace that technique in everything that we do, all the products and service. And that's very essential to remind parents again of this very key technique of observation. Because, when we observe outside, we get a larger, our perception expands and our imagination expands, and there are discoveries made. I mean, Newton observed the apple, and there was some discoveries made. But when we turn that observation inward, there is a journey towards self-discovery and knowing that what's your strength that you can bring into the world. And I think that is what we must keep in our mind. So whoever is writing, whoever is thinking of writing stories, I think the first step to do is start observing and stop running and start observing and very gracefully, very patiently look at everything with a very deep perception and expand that into your stories, and that's going to help. And that's all I just wanted to say, that when you are listening to the stories of these children, just keep in mind that they have understood the power of observation.
And I think it's really important, again, we've talked about this throughout the day, is that because of the way the modern world works, our ability to observe the actual world around us is maybe not as big as it used to be, because we have these sort of insular worlds a little bit. So focusing on that power of observation, of observing the whole world and observing nature and stuff, is really important for life, yes, not just storytelling.
So I wish you all good luck to all children who are going to launch their books, and I will take your leave now.
Okay, thank you so much for coming back. We'll see you later. So I'm now going to play the Book Launch Hour video, and then after that we're going to bring in some of the children and go on their journeys with them. So I am now, first of all, we have, let me just check who we've got. Our first, I'm going to bring in Francesca, and we're going to say hello to her and find out a little bit her. Hi, Francesca, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Tell us how old you are and where you are.
I'm 10 years old, and I live in Pinner.
Okay, cool. And you know Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So Sarah, talk us through Francesca's journey as a writer.
Well, Francesca was my real go-to writer. She came into it was all done by Zoom, of course, because we was right through lockdown. But she came into the sessions early and she left late. She was always ready to think, reflect, and have a go, answer, and also share her writing. Now, I think this was really, really important in terms of, what Francesca got out of the 10 weeks of writing her story, is that, you get out what you put in. And I would say that Francesca put in 100% and she got out 100% because her story is just phenomenal. A minute ago, Hector was talking about observation, and Francesca not only was able to observe and create contextual realism in this, and add sensory detail, but she was able to extrapolate and imagine beyond those observations. So to follow some sort of logical deductive process about what might happen if, which I think was key. I loved working with Francesca. I loved her story, the mystery of the masked figure. I mean, it drew on lots of norms that we know in story, and yet it took them a step further. The archetypal wicked headmaster, and the kind of she made wonderful use of the pathetic fallacy with the kind of roaring seas outside the school to kind of denote the kind of tempers that were fraying inside the school, and also the kind of levels of fear and tension. It was just phenomenal.
So Francesca, tell us a little bit about your story then, and how you felt about writing it.
So my book is about a criminal who is the headmaster of a school, and he is trying to capture and destroy the school. And then my main character Lucy and her best friend Sam have to try and stop him.
So is it quite an adventure? So they're gonna it's almost like a chase story. They've got to find him and capture him and prove that he's a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
And what gave you the inspiration for that story? What was the thoughts behind it? Did it come to you?
I like reading detective stories and stuff, so I wanted to write one of my own too.
I see. And how did you come up with the idea of a masked character? Is he masked, isn't he?
Well,
and what made you?
The actual criminal was a man, but they suspected that it was a woman the whole time, so they wouldn't. So I wanted to make sure that they didn't know whether it was a man or a woman. So that's why I made them wear black and everything, so no one could know who they actually were.
And that's a really clever tool to use to kind of do that and to hide the character. And it keeps a bit of suspense, doesn't it, to the readers?
Yeah.
Sarah, were you quite surprised when she came up with these ideas, or was it sort of?
Well, yes and no. I mean, they are classic ideas, of course, the sort of the red herring and the kind of reveal. And we had quite a lot of conversations about reveals and turns and foreshadowing and misdirecting audience attention to heighten tension. And Francesca was really, really eager to try out some of those things and to embed them in her story. And I think she actually came up with the idea of Miss Rook being the kind of red herring, who actually is just wasn't even a stooge or a henchman of the villain, but was actually a sort of victim as well, which was, I think, her idea. But it really worked well, and it sort of played into the tropes that we know, but she delivered it with a twist, so it's brilliant.
And how did you feel about the journey of coming up with the story, writing the whole story, and then getting it published for you, Francesca?
Well, before I went on this course, I used to kind of just write without a plan of where I was going. So I think this course was really good at helping me create a storyboard and a story plan. So I knew what was going to happen. I just needed to add description and that sort of thing.
And so did you always, so even before this, you were always inspired to write stories anyway? You just needed a bit more help?
I've liked writing stories for a long time. I used to start writing poems and diary entries and stuff when I was in year 2, and I used to write short stories and stuff. So I just kind of wanted to go on a writing course so I could kind of like learn new techniques and stuff.
Brilliant. And you said, and you think this is, and it's really helped you, this journey to go through. Brilliant, brilliant. What's your favourite bit in your story?
Well, at the very end, where the headmaster is about to try and destroy them in the school, Lucy's best friend Sam, he's quite a funny character, and he tells the headmasters that his shoelace is undone, and then the headmaster is really angry with him, but then the headmaster trips over his own shoelace, and then he falls down the stairs, and then the good guys win. So that's quite funny.
The resolution at the end and the good guys win. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful. Now, I believe that we're going to share the books digitally. So are you, I don't know whether, are you able to do that, Francesca, or is somebody going to do that in the comments?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Don't worry. Okay. What we will do is we will create links so that people can get access to the books, and we'll make sure that they're available to everybody and everybody can have a little look. So before the end of book hour, we'll make sure that all of the stories have been shared. So thank you so much, Francesca. I'm really glad you enjoyed this and that you've shared your story with us. So we're going to let you go now, and we're going to bring in the next child, which is Augustine. So thank you, Francesca. So what you need to do when you go out, that's it. She's fine. She's on it. She's on it. Right now, Augustine here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you very much for joining us. So tell us who you are and where you are.
So I'm Augustine Paul. I'm currently living in Oxford.
Cool, lovely. And you've written a story as well. You know Sarah. So first of all, tell us the name of your story.
So my story is called Look Behind You.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to go to Sarah now and just ask Sarah a little bit about your journey as a writer, and then I'll come back to you and get you to tell us a little bit more about your story. So Sarah, again, you worked with Augustine to create this story. So tell us a little bit about that journey.
Well, Augustine was a mysterious character to begin with. He wrote his pieces. He didn't share as much as Francesca, but when he did, it was absolutely astounding what he had written. And so I grew over the weeks to trust that Augustine was just getting on with something amazing, even if he didn't always want to share it before it was finished and up to the standard that he wanted. His writing's very poetic, very lyrical, and full of metaphor and detail. And I think that that was all latent within Augustine. It was his ability to be able to write like that, and writing his story gave him the opportunity to really hone those skills and make his story the best it could possibly be. We went through a few ideas about how his main character was going to share that story. Often it's good if a main character has a sidekick or a sort of co-pilot, who he can sort of have the adventure with. So we went through a few ideas with Augustine, and he came up with just some amazing ideas. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm going to let Augustine tell you about the story.
Cool. Okay, Augustine. Well, you tell us about that then. Tell us about your story and how you created it with Sarah and Author and me.
So my story is about 5 astronauts, and they are attacked by aliens, and there's so much description about that attack, but what they really don't know is that one of the astronauts are the evil character.
And why did you hone in on sort of astronauts and aliens? Was that something that you just loved and that was what you wanted to explore?
Well, before the course with Sarah and Lucy, I read an article about supernatural creations, so I decided to base it off of that.
Oh, I see. Okay, and then you created these astronaut characters, and it went from there. Okay, and in terms of the course, what was the sort of one thing that you think you really the main thing that you learned from the course that helped you write your book?
I think it's more describing small things. For example, doors opening. I could just say the doors opened, but then it taught me to adapt on that, maybe make it more interesting.
to really go into the detail of that. Okay. And what about your characters? How did you find writing your characters?
I mean, really, I based them off books that I've already written originally.
So is this like a series? So you've written a series and you've created more characters?
It's not a series, this is a separate book, but I've based the characters of different books that I've written.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Okay, well, tell us a little bit about some of those characters then. Tell us about your characters.
So the main character is called Jake, and he's a sort of a quiet person, but he's a leader when in like an important situation.
Okay. And were there any sort of surprising moments in the course where perhaps you started writing the story and then you changed it because of what you sort of found out in the course, or just because that's where the characters? Are any sort of surprising moments for you as a writer?
Honestly, not really, since I have planned it out already and what I was supposed to do.
Yeah. So you had your plan was very well structured, and you stuck to that, and you followed that. Okay, good. And what's your favourite moment in the story?
I would definitely say the plot twist at the end.
Okay, and you're not going to share that with us because we don't want to spoil it for the readers. Is that right?
Yeah.
We'll leave it as a surprise, which is very exciting. Okay. Can you remember the first line of your book? Have you got your book in front of you? Do you know the first line of your book? I think it's really important. Don't worry. Putting you on the spot. Don't worry. Remind us what the title of the book is again, then. Can you remind us the title of the book? What's your book called?
It was Look Behind You.
Look Behind You. Okay, brilliant. Okay, and as I said, we're going to share all of these digitally so people can find them. And we'll bring them back in, and we're going to stay, Augustine, when you go, I'm going to bring the others in, but stay effectively backstage, and we're going to bring everybody back together at the end. Okay, so just stay there. I'll just move you down, and then you'll just stay there. I'll say that. I'm going to do it. Here we go. Oh, I don't think he's gone. Try and bring him back in. Okay, so it's so lovely to hear the journeys that they go on, and that they've got these characters. And what was your favourite bit in terms of working with children developing their stories?
Well, the course was planned out, as Augustine said, and they were asked to map their stories according to I used the three act structure for them, and then we did quite a lot on character development and quite a lot on
tell us about that structure.
The 3-act structure. Yes, it divides the story basically into 3 pillars. So you start the story off with a sort of expositional mise en scene, where the character is in their present life, or you can start in medias res, which is like in the middle of action. And I know that Augustine started his in the middle of action, but Francesca started hers at a more expositional, setting the scene sort of start. So you can have a slow build in or a fast build in. So we talked quite a lot about beginnings. The 3-act structure, then it moves with some sort of inciting incident or some call that changes the status quo. And I think in Augustine's, it's when they realized that there was an alien on board the spaceship. And then you have a kind of turning point, things get worse, and then another turning point, they get better, and so on to the final climactic scene where there might be a reveal. There's certainly going to be a face-off between the forces of good and the forces of evil. And I must say that on that note, nearly all of the children had a very, very well developed sense of the parameters of good, what constituted good, which did not include necessarily being boastful or being self-congratulatory. And they had a very clear idea of what was not good or what would belong to a villain, without making that villain too stereotypical. So that was really refreshing for me. But I think that the bits that I enjoyed most were the feedback sessions, because every week we'd have the tutorial, and then they might do a bit of writing during that, in which they'd share those key bits of writing, and then for homework they had to kind of flesh that out into a chapter, and then they send that to me, and I could go through that, and then I could focus on each individual story and look at what that story, where it was going, what it might need, whether it could be shown a little more, or whether they could work a bit harder on the dialogue, and then I could build in sort of mini sessions on dialogue and where telling is useful and where it becomes slightly overused. So and then all the stuff that Hector's talking about, using sensory detail. What can you smell? What could you hear in this situation? Yeah.
Brilliant,
Yeah.
brilliant.
And they built it up, and then you'd see their next draft had just blossomed. Brilliant.
Lovely, gorgeous. Okay, so we're gonna carry on, and we're now going to bring in Creevy. Here we go. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, very good. Thank you. We're having a lovely day. So tell us who you are and where you are.
So my name's Creevy Bowser, and I'm currently in Kent.
Lovely. And you worked with Sarah on your book. So first of all, I'm going to ask Sarah for her points on the book, and then I'll come back to you to get some more insight. So Sarah, tell us a little bit about Creevy's journey as a writer.
Creevy, born writer from day one, I'd say, and very sort of current, modern, almost comic book style of creation of characters. Throw in a bit of imagine sort of comic book style meets Greek gods in the future with lots of chromium and silver, and also great sense of humor, fantastic sense of humor. His main character is Tyler, and he has his sidekick, kind of best friend character is Ty Lee, his wolf, and they've got superpowers. And I'm going to let Creevy tell the rest of the story, but some brilliant moments with some fantastic sort of lines that made you really chuckle. At the same time, didn't detract from the attention of the story at all.
Brilliant. Okay, Creevy. So tell us about your journey, sort of with Author and Me, and did you already have a story in mind before you came on the course, or was it all created within the course?
Well, I didn't have a story in mind before the course. I didn't plan it out at all, but it was based on this Discovery Channel I saw before I started the course, which was on like the majesty of the wolves. So I decided to base it on that.
Okay. And how did the course then help you get from an idea to a full story? It's quite a big question, but
well, it helped me a lot because Sarah and everyone else, they helped me, and listening, the thing that contributed to my success was listening to the end of the session where we listen to others' work, because you can implement ideas into your story too.
Yeah. So getting inspiration from other people. Yeah. Okay. So tell us a little bit about the without giving anything away, or just tell us a little bit about the story, your story, your book.
Well, it's about a wolf and a god, like demigod, where they go on a journey to save the world. So, and then the wolf manages to find his power, and I won't spoil it.
Don't spoil it. Okay, brilliant. And so it was the Discovery Channel that gave you the inspiration for the wolf. What about where did the demigod come from?
It was from a book I read before. It was called Percy Jackson.
Oh yeah. Ah, I see. Okay. And what other things did you bring into? So we talked about observation. What things did you bring into the story that perhaps you'd observed? Can you remember anything specific where you went, oh, that, and brought it into the story?
Oh, well, I can't remember.
I can help there. One of the things that I think Creevy observed quite closely was the fact that people get hungry. Now, often this is forgotten entirely in stories.
People never eat in stories.
But it was just wonderful because Tyler and Tylee were always hungry, and they were always looking for the next free meal. And it was really great. It was a lovely touch because it was humorous, but it was also, hunger is a real driving energy, a driving force that creates kind of action and tension, and so it kind of served multiple purposes in the story. That here were two hungry characters, a hungry wolf and his hungry demigod. It was lovely.
Yeah.
Creevy, did you set out to write something? So Sarah's mentioned that, you know, it's got quite a lot of funny moments. Did you set out to write something that was funny?
Yeah, because I have a sense of humor.
And how did you find that? Because I think it's different kind of telling jokes and being a funny person to actually writing them down. How did you find that when you started to sort of specifically write something that was funny?
So I put myself in the sidekick's position, and then it helped me a lot.
And did you make yourself laugh?
Yeah.
That's the most important thing then. If you made yourself laugh, then that's totally fine. And Sarah, do you concentrate? Is there a bit in the course where you concentrate on how to write sort of comedy elements, or was that something that just sort of came through?
No, I think that was just something that came through in Creevy's writing, with these sort of like throwaway lines and the kind of, you know, fantastic juxtaposition of the kind of mundane with the kind of sublime. He also, of course, you know, gave himself a real head start, because when we were talking about point of view characters and whose story was it to tell, he decided to make quite a difficult narrative choice, actually, and that was to actually tell the story from the wolf's point of view as opposed to from the main protagonist's point of view. So he was kind of doing a story in which we've got a Dr. Watson writing the story rather than Sherlock Holmes. So that, but of course, a wolf, you know, who's actually, so, you know, what would it be like to be in the mind of a wolf and have this adventure? And maybe that's where quite a lot of the humor came from, with the kind of hunger and things like that, because the wolf had this kind of wolf's eye view on the world, which was just delightful.
Yeah. And Creevy, on that note then, is there anything that you would, as you've gone on this journey, you've written these lovely characters, you've written it from a difficult point of view effectively, and it contains comedy. What advice would you give is there any one tip that you would give to young writers on how to do it?
So like you should observe, like in everyday life, you should always observe, and then you can put that in your writing, and
observe the world and people.
Yeah.
Because if you've taken, I think also potentially, I don't know what you think about this, Sarah, if you're writing comedy, then listening to people is really important, because then you can hear, you know, how, you know, particularly if you've got funny people in your life, then you can listen to them and take from that.
Yeah.
Have you got a copy of your book there you can show us?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's have a look.
So this is my front cover of my book.
Brilliant. Look at that wolf. That's amazing.
Fantastic.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay. And if there's one thing that you could take that you think helped you on the course, what was the thing that helped you the most that was on the course?
It was, to be honest, everything helped me, but the one thing that helped the most was the assistance of Sarah, Monica, and Nectar.
Lovely. So nice. Thank you so much. Right, I'm going to pop you back down, but stay there, and I'm going to bring you all back at the end, okay? So I'll pop you back down, and la 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 la. And now we have Diva.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you. Yes, I'm good. Thank you very much. So first of all, tell us who you are and where you are.
So I'm Diva Kanani Shah. I'm 11 years old, and I live in Kingsbury.
Okay, brilliant. And tell us what you're going to talk to us about today.
Okay, so I am going to be talking about my first novel called The Space Orb, and I actually have a copy right here.
Super.
Yeah.
The Space Orb. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you. So tell us all about that journey and how you wrote that.
Okay, so the course that while I was writing the book happened during COVID, so we had to do it all over online, and COVID is not the greatest thing in the world. I was all very sad. We had to stay inside. We couldn't meet family or friends. And I, at the time, I used to watch like loads of sci-fi movies. And I was always interested in how there was always a hero or a heroine that would always save the day from all the gruesome and not nice stuff that was happening in the world. And I think that's what lifted my spirits during quarantine and lockdown. So when Sarah asked me that, what did you want to write your book about? I was not that sure about, because I hadn't thought about it at first. But then I was like, maybe I should try something new, because I've never actually tried to write a sci-fi story before. And sci-fi is a very interesting genre because you can create the weirdest things and it can all just work out. Like you can have an alien that has 6 feet and 3 eyes, and people will still be able to believe it. So you can play around with sci-fi a lot, and that's like a very interesting thing. And that is why I decided to write The Space Orb, which is it's a story about my character Dawn, my main protagonist Dawn, who has come from a planet called Eris, and sadly her planet has, her planet was attacked, and it was burning. It's currently burning in flames, which is not the greatest thing in the world. And Dawn is the only surviving alien from her planet, and she has to try and save her planet from being extinct. So she goes to Earth, which she knows as C56, because in space everything can be very weird. Okay, and so she goes to C56, aka Earth, and she has to find something called the Space Orb. And the Space Orb, it's a myth back in her planet, but it's actually real. And the Space Orb is the only thing that can save her planet from extinction. So she reaches Earth, and of course, it's a whole new planet. She's never been out of her planet, so it's as if like if you stayed in the same place for like 100 years, and then you finally go out, and you're just like, wow. So she reaches Earth, and she firstly meets, she's very confused with her surroundings. She's never actually seen trees before, and she lands in a forest, and she sees these weird green circles and brown lines surrounding her. So she's very confused, of course, and she meets a human called Ben, and he's like a 10-year-old boy who is very interested in space and astronauts, and he wants to go around in adventure space one day, and he helps Dawn try and find the Space Orb. And I'll not spoil everything, so you
okay. It sounds incredibly detailed. It sounds like there's a lot of detail in there. So
I'm very excited for it because I've always written small picture books and small story books before, and this is my first like big novel where there's actually like
how long is it then? How many words is it? Do you know, or do you know?
I don't know how many words it is exactly, but it's about 9 chapters, and
oh, wow.
I've never written this much long of a book. So, Sarah, I really like to thank you for helping me, and because
that's a big jump in many ways to go from, as you say, writing short stories and picture books and that kind of thing to writing, a 9-chapter novel. So Sarah, tell us a bit about that journey then with Diva.
Well, thank you, Diva, for thanking me, by the way, but it was wonderful working with you. It was very interesting that Diva mentioned, the confinement of lockdown and the kind of shrinking worlds that a lot of us had to inhabit during that time. And Diva's story really was a complete foil and a metaphor for that entire period of time that I think we've all been through globally, and that is that you're under threat of extinction and you must find the cure. And a very brave journey that her protagonist has to undertake in order to be able to save others. And so in one sense, there was that whole kind of longing during lockdown that was kind of then exhibited in the story about, how can we find that one treatment, pill, vaccine? Because at that time, of course, we didn't know the vaccine was coming online, that is going to save us all. And at the same time, it was a sort of out through a window, so you were no longer trapped inside your own home. You could go out into the story world and go to another planet and experience other things that you hadn't experienced before, like the tree scene when her protagonist Dawn arrives on Earth. And I must say that Dawn, she has it rough in the story. She crash lands on another planet. She has to trust a complete stranger who she doesn't know. She has no idea where to find this this orb that she's been tasked to get, and she's quite traumatized. But the story is just a wonderful story, and I really think Diva just ran with not only the genre, the occasion, the confinement of the writing experience, but also that idea that you can break out of whatever is traumatizing and trapping you and finding a way through. It's a great story.
It sounds amazing, and it sounds like you really, in terms of the observation stuff that we're talking about, that you really honed in on that, and that you've got a huge amount of detail in that. Was it sometimes hard? Did you ever cut back? Did you ever write too much and go, oh gosh, I've gone? Did you ever find yourself having to self-edit?
Well, of course, when it comes to writing, there will always be drafts that you're just like, maybe this is not the best outcome that could have been, and then you keep on improving it. But of course, there were always some times where you were just like, will this work? Will this not work? Like, Sarah actually helped me create my favorite chapter in the entire book, which is called The Test. And it's basically Dawn and Ben have to go through a series of tests to receive the space orb to see whether they're worthy of taking it or not. And Sarah helped me come up with that idea. At first, that chapter was not going to exist at all. And now it's one of my parents' and my favorite chapter in the entire book. So, of course, there will always be different drafts and stuff like that.
Brilliant. So you talked briefly about your other books, your picture books and things like that. Tell us a little bit about some of those, because they're connected to raising money for charity and that kind of thing. So tell us about some of those.
Yeah, so I published my first book when I was 8, and that book's called The Mysterious Island. It's a short children's book about 3 girls, and they are on a they were on a boat ride and they were having a fun day at the beach and all that. And they got lost at sea, and they come into many different problems while they're at sea, and they finally reach a magical island. But on that magical island, there are these animals that in the night, like right at midnight, they drink the water from a magical river, and they turn into humans. And it's about these 3 girls investigating on what's happening, and also at the same time trying to get back home. So, and then my second book, which is called Pocolombo is Vesuvius, was published last year in December. And it was actually about 2 of my most favorite subjects at school at the time, history and English. And in history at the time, we were learning about Mount Vesuvius and the eruption in Pompeii. And I was very interested in this, and I kept like rambling on about it in the car to my mum. And she was like, why don't you write a story about this? So I went to Ekta and I was like, I have got an idea, but I need help in like putting it onto a piece of paper. And Ekta and Monica helped me throughout that year in writing Pocolombo is Vesuvius. And now I'm on my 3rd book, which is my first novel. So, yes.
That's crazy. What a journey. And what about the charity connections? Did some of them raise some money?
Oh, yes. Okay. So my first 2 books, all the proceeds went to the Akshay Patra Foundation, which is a charity that gives food to school children in India, because to survive school and have the energy and concentration in your classes, you need food. And I'm a big foodie myself. My parents are as well. So the first 2 books, I supported that charity. And my new book, I have had a change of the charity. I am currently, all the proceeds for the Space Orb go to St. Luke's Hospice, which is a charity who cares for people who are coming to the end of their life in Brent and Harrow. And I think it's very important to support those people. So all the proceeds go to St. Luke's Hospice.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Okay, now what I think I'm going to do now is I'm going to take us all out I'm going to do a brief thing. Stay in the background. I'm going to do a brief thing because I think I can show all of the front covers of everyone's book, hopefully.
Okay.
So I'll do that, and then I'll bring us all. So stay in the background, and then I'll bring us all back in for a bit of a group chat. So we'll give this a go and see how this.
Sorry, I'm
Okay.
not great with technology.
You just stay there, do nothing. I'll bring you back when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay, just stay there. Same for you, Sarah. I'm going to find you there. And then I'm even going to remove myself now and hopefully show you some of the pictures for the from all of the books. I'm only showing, they're only coming up really small, so don't worry. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in some of the comments that we've had, and so Julia said it's so inspiring to listen to the young writers, and that's absolutely true. Yeah. So we'll have that, and then what I'll do is I'll bring everybody back in, and I'll work on trying to show those covers. We'll see if I can get those in the right place. So I'm going to bring everybody back in. So Sarah is back, Creevy is back, Diva is back, and Francesca is back, and Augustine is back. Hi, we're all here. So I just wanted you to sort of share some of your favourite moments. I know that you all worked together. I realised that you were all online, weren't you? But you worked together on this process. So if you could just share with us some of your funniest moments from the course, and Sarah, if you can guide that as well while I just try and bring up these things. That would be great. Okay.
So I think one of my favorite moments of each class was at the end of the class, where we all used to share what we wrote that session, and each one of us would criticize each other. And it was not actually criticizing. We'd always say something good and something bad that we think we should improve on in each other's writing. And I think that was very helpful because I got to see everyone's point of view, because like as a writer, you don't like notice everything in your thing, but in your story, but other people can give you really good tips and suggestions. I think that really helped me because Creevy, Augustine, Francesca, they always used to tell me their point of view and what they thought about my story, and I could improve it so much. So I think that was really helpful for them.
Yes, I think that's really important. The amount of peer learning that can go on, and somehow I felt like you, Diva, that the group accepted the comments from the other group members more easily. We structured it in a way that you always had to say something positive, and then something that you thought somebody could be improved on or expanded. And at first, some of you were quite shy to get going with it, apart from Francesca, who was always ready to lay herself on the railroad tracks for anyone to say anything, which was extremely brave of you, Francesca, and I applaud you for that. And then Creevy started doing that as well. He would start sharing bits that he actually wasn't even that sure about, which of course is a very brave thing to do, but also where the most learning comes from. You mentioned perhaps the funniest thing for me was entirely nothing to do with the program, is that you all had these different sort of back screens, and I had to try and remember who was the horde and who was the sort of insignia, and who and sometimes like, you know, okay, is it Rihanna is the horde, and yeah, that was quite funny for me.
Yeah, I think all of us had our cameras off, so Sarah had to remember all our icons. So it was hilarious.
And then sometimes Augustine used to sink lower and lower as he did his writing. That was quite funny too. His head would kind of go down till you just saw the top of his head. And I hoped that he wasn't just sort of, you know, playing on his phone underneath underneath the camera frame. And every now and then I go, Augustine, are you there? Are you there? And then he'd come out with something absolutely wonderful that he'd written, which just showed that I should be more trusting. So all in all, it was quite fun.
And what did you learn from each other, not just from Sarah, but were there things that you learned from each other during this process?
Yeah, I think we learned a lot from each other, like different writing techniques. Francesca was, Francesca always put herself up to sharing her ideas, and I'm not the most confident person in the world. When I meet new people, I'm just, and the fact that Francesca had the confidence to share her ideas, even if it may have not been that great, was really good, because at the same time, my confidence level came up. So, yeah, I think we learned lots of things from each other. Sarah, I think you're on mute.
That's all right. Sorry. Anyone else? Anyone else got anything that they think they learned from each other? Oh, go on, Sarah. What were you going to say?
Oh, no. I was reading the comment, and I just wanted to thank the people who've written the comments. And it is, and I totally agree that it is actually wonderful to hear from the young writers themselves.
And what about you, Creevy? What did you most enjoy about working with other children to create a story?
So I liked the contributing, as Diva said, because that was just the best time of the lesson.
Brilliant. And Francesca, what's your sort of standout memory of the course?
Well, I was having trouble with the description. I think it was when I was thinking of how to describe like a metaphor for the sunset or something. And at the end, everyone was like giving me feedback on how to like describe it. And I think that really helped me, because I wasn't really sure what to do at all.
Yeah. Okay. And Augustine, what was your favourite part of working with the other children?
I would definitely say the collaboration parts where we all discuss ideas together.
Brilliant. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm going to bring Monica back in just to have a chat with us all. Here's Monica. You unmute, Monica. Oh no, we still can't hear you. We'll all just have to sing a song while Monica talks out. So if somebody could improvise a song. No? Okay. Actually, I've got a question. Did any of you are you working on more stories now? I know Diva, you probably are, aren't you? Are you all working on new stories? Once you start, you can't stop. That's it.
You can't stop. Currently, our English teacher gave me an assignment to write about a detective story, and I am deep into the story currently. So is that
going to be another novel, or is that a short one again?
It depends how much I write. So.
Okay. But Francesca, you said are you doing a new story as well?
Yeah, because I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do yet, but I'm going to continue writing using like the tips I've learned and the techniques I've learned from the course and everything.
Brilliant.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yes, I can hear you now. She's here. We've got you. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
I don't think she can hear us now.
I don't think she can hear us. We can hear you.
I'm not able to hear.
Is this what the classes were like sometimes online? Was there a lot of, we can hear you, we can see you, we can't see you?
Yes.
And have you guys ever met in person, or has it all been online?
It's all been online.
It's weird, isn't it? It's a crazy time.
Yeah, but one day I'd love to meet all of you guys in person.
Well, I think I'll be going ahead of myself by saying this, but I think next year the idea would be to have the festival as a physical event, and we'll all be in the same place, which would be there might be some streaming as well, but that would be quite exciting.
I just wanted to add that it's quite metaphoric that Monica was here and voiceless and then disappeared, because she was the architect of the course, really, and she was the brains behind it all. She was the one who guided me in every morning, who sat in the background to make sure that the technology didn't go too wrong, and she's up to it again, masterminding from behind the scenes. So
behind the scenes,
you can hear us, Monica. A huge thanks for amazing amounts of work that you put in behind the scenes to make everything happen.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And what's next for you, Sarah? What are you working on at the moment?
I'm working on the second book of a duology. It's a bit of a departure from my current writing. The first part of it came out earlier in the year, and it sort of incorporates the kind of Dungeons and Dragons into a fantasy. Yeah, and it's a lot of fun. It's just a lot of fun writing it.
Cool. So as I don't think I asked, so I'm going to ask this question. I know I've already asked this question to at least one of you, but if there's one tip that you would give to a new writer, what would it be? So I think I'll go back to Augustine. What would your tip be to somebody who wants to write?
Well, I think it would be to if you have a mind blank, which happened a lot for me, just go do something else rather than sitting there and doing nothing. Maybe that can help you create ideas.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And then how about sort of vocabulary cards and techniques and stuff? Did you use those at all?
I mean, I'm not a fan of vocabulary.
You're not? But you did use them?
I generally, if I really needed a word, I used a thesaurus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I used to always use Author and Me's vocabulary cards. They're really good, honestly. And I always used to get stuck on, like, I want to use like a good word, but it can't be basic. Yeah. So I always used, my mum had like 3 packets of Author and Me's cards, and I used to select a random word and be like, maybe I can use this. So those are really helpful.
So Sarah, explain those a little bit to everybody. What are the vocabulary cards?
Well, actually, I think we need Monica to explain.
We need Monica for that, do we? We need Monica.
But they are a set of. Oh, is Monica there? No. They are a set of vocabulary cards that you can use, which are grouped into different sort of word functions like verbs or adjectives or adverbs, that sort of thing. But if Monica is there, she can perhaps explain more clearly.
Monica, are you there?
Conceived and.
You're unmute, Monica. You're on mute. There we go. And now we can't hear you.
Still can't hear you.
Oh no.
But in order to, I think.
So the vocabulary cards are. It's not that you look for a specific word to replace another, like a thesaurus. It's to give you an idea of something. Is that right?
I think so, but I think, when you're writing, you're following some thread of thinking that you want. It's about expression, isn't it? It's about, you have the idea, now you have to clothe it in the words, and sometimes the words alter the idea, but sometimes the idea has to find the exact word. So it's a bit of to and fro. I think when
I'm gonna bring, we've got Emma to talk about those.
Hi. So congratulations to everyone, each one of you, for launching your books. I have thoroughly enjoyed making those books, though I was not in the courses, but I was amazed to see some of the children have evolved so much. So the vocabulary cards, I don't know, Augustine. I know, Augustine, when we used to do the course, it was a task to inspire Augustine to, consult the vocabulary cards, because he himself has such unique bank of words in his mind. He's one of Roald Dahl in making. So yes, the vocabulary cards is a very beautiful thing that we have created. Something, I think Monica and me, it was one of the first products that we created. These are a set of vocabulary cards which are color coded, and each card has the word has a sentence to go with to tell the meaning of the word, and then there are some synonyms, some antonyms, and also we play games. Who remembers playing games with these cards?
Oh, yeah,
we would play hangman with these vocabulary cards. Can you imagine how much fun that would have been for children? And we would just take a word, and I would just take a word, and I would just ask them to guess it based on the sentence that I would read out. So these are not just cards; these are a fun way of learning new words. And I think I'm so glad while reading the stories written by children, there were some words that I could see that we had used in the form of games. So certainly something is working there. Yes. Francesca remembers that. Krivi remembers that. All of you remember that.
Oh, it sounds absolutely brilliant. Well, I think we are coming to the close of book launch hour. So, is there anything else that you?
If
would
you
like
all
to
can
share?
hold your books again together,
Books.
that would be a lovely sight for us to see.
Have you got them? Have you got them? There we are. So we've
have
got
them.
With a huge smile on your face and feeling really proud of this work that you all have done.
Look behind you. Yeah.
Look
okay.
behind you. I love the
Okay.
titles of the book. And Francesca.
Let's-
Okay,
I
don't
don't-
worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Let's just say the titles all together then. So Francesca's was.
It was the masked figure.
The master, and I have to mention here again, which something Francesca forgot. She designed the book cover herself.
Oh.
Yes, she did. So
Oh,
I'm
shame that we haven't got
amazed. So
Um,
the book cover is something of her own creation. I just used my skills to digitally put it on the
Now,
Yes.
tiny up in the corner now. I can't make it as a main thing, but you can see them up in the corner. So we've got look behind
We'll
you.
share it in the link. Don't
And
worry.
we'll
We'll
put them
share
on the
all
link,
of it
and
in
I'll
the
just put them
link.
quickly up
And,
there.
and I really want to say that Francesca, you are an upcoming artist too.
So that's
She can
Francesca's
write and
there
she
in the
can
corner
also
up
draw.
there. And there we are. And that's the I can see the wolf picture there. Okay, lovely. Thank you all so much for joining us. I'm so glad you had such an amazing experience. It's so lovely to hear young people creating stories and doing
Yes.
things and getting away from screens and taking ownership of a story and delivering and publishing books. It's so cool. So
And
thank you all.
I want to tell all parents, everyone who's watching this, please inspire these children by going to the link of the Kindle book. It's on digital book, and just
We'll put all the
encourage
links in the
them.
comments so that you can find
Yes.
them and
Encourage
and you
these
can go ahead.
young writers. They are away from gadgets and they're writing. What a dream!
As we talked about earlier, this freedom of they're writing their own stories. They're not learning about
What
someone
a
else's
dream.
story. They're not, it's absolutely wonderful. So that's absolutely brilliant. So thank you all.
Thank
for
you so
joining.
much.
A big
Bye.
round of applause for everybody. Thank you very much. And I look forward to, as I say, hopefully maybe next year it'll be an in-person event and we'll be super excited.
Yes.
So I'm going to let you all out, and if you could all leave studio, that would be super. But if you want to carry on watching, you can watch it obviously on Facebook or YouTube. See you all soon. Thank you so much.
See you.
And
Thank you,
special
Sarah,
thank
and
you
everyone.
to Sarah Bassett for joining us as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's get la 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 la. Oh, Alice, you've joined us already. I didn't mean to do that.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Surprisingly, so you in there. I've actually got some videos and stuff to play. So everyone, this is Alice Hemming. She'll be joining us again in a moment, but I've accidentally put her in here. But so she's just going to wave at us, and then I'm going to take her away and bring her back in a minute while I do.
See you soon.
Videos. See you in a
Thanks,
sec.
Sarah Jane. See you soon.
Okay, right, that was absolutely gorgeous. I'm it's so interesting talking to the children and seeing how they've been inspired to write stories and take ownership of them and publish them with Author in Me. And on that note, I will just go back and once again play you the little Author in Me video. So, as you know, it's quite emotional watching that video now, having spoken and gone through those journey with those children, and watching that the video of all the different things that they do. Oh, made me well up. I'm all right. I'm fine. So I just wanted to take a moment also once again to thank the sponsors, SBI, and the media partners, River Radio Marlow and the Weekly Tribune. So we are now moving on to Creative Hour, which sounds very exciting. We are going to be joined by, in this order, Alice Hemming, Elaine Colburn, and Rani Singh. So first of all, again, I've got another little video to play you just to introduce Creative Hour, and then I will bring Alice back in. So welcome to Creative Hour with Author in Me at Author in Me's Children's Literary Festival. And I'm joined now by Alice Hemming. Hi, Alice. How are you?
Hi, Sarah Jane. I'm well, thank
I haven't seen you for ages. It's been at least
I know, it's a whole 2 minutes, isn't it?
So Alice is a children's author and writes for children of all ages. She has over 50 books published in the UK and internationally, including picture books and chapter books. She's also written for websites, reading schemes, and even a talking bear. We'll find out more about that later. 2 of her books were selected for the National Library Summer Reading Challenge. As well as writing, she loves visiting schools to share her work and run literary workshops. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. It sounds like you've had an exciting morning.
It's been packed already, and we're hours in. We've had lots of things. The kids have come in. We had a whole discussion about well-being and storytelling and inspiring and empowering children through storytelling, and it's been wonderful, lovely and exciting. So okay, now, so tell us, Alice, a little bit about your journey as a writer and what you do.
Well, as you said in the intro, I've written over 50 books, which are here behind. Well, many of them are here behind me. The shelves are getting a bit small for them now. And some of those...
They might be bowing a bit in the middle. Does it look like they're a bit...
maybe. Yeah, and some of them are the sort of bigger picture books with lots of pictures and not so many words. I don't do the illustrations. I'm author only, so I come up with the ideas and the words, but no illustrations. I also write some reading scheme texts of the sort that you might take home in your book bag when you're learning to read. And then more recently, I've been writing longer novels for older children. So these are sort of 75,000 words long. So I've written for children of all ages, but never for adults. And by the way, Sarah Jane, in the intro, you mentioned the talking bear, and I had to just... I don't know if he's working at the moment, but he's Story Bear. No, I don't think he's working at the moment. But
so how did you
charged up?
Is that something you invented, or just something that you
No, it was commissioned by the toy makers, and they wanted an author to write some bears. So he reads personalised stories, but he's rather nice, and he sits here in my writing shed with me.
I love his little book. It's beautiful. Yeah. So you're going to take us through a little workshop. You're going to talk to you about your book and then take us through a little workshop. Tell us about that.
That's right. So I was going to just read you a little extract from my latest book, just so you know the sorts of things that I write. And then using this as an example, I thought it might be a nice touch to come up with some story titles that inspire us. So just to check with you, Sarah Jane, when do you want me until? Because I know there are 3 of us sharing this slot. So just to double check that I time it.
So I have got you I've got about 30 minutes for you, if that's enough.
Perfect. That's wonderful.
That
that's what I thought, but I just thought I'd double check just so that I don't start. I can talk too much, as you can see.
I'll come back in if you're talking.
You'll tell me off if I.
That's fine. Well, in that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it over to you. So I'm going to leave all of our watchers and listeners in your capable hands, and then I will come back at the end. But you can send me a message on the chat if you need me to come back in for anything, and I'll keep an eye on it. So if there are any issues, I'll come back in. But otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, I'm handing you over to Alice Hemming.
Thank you very much. So it's just me and my writing shed now. I'm ready to start the session. So as I just explained, I'm going to start off by reading us a short extract from my latest book, which is The Blazing Unicorn. Now, I've only been writing these longer books now for a couple of years, but I really love them. They're fairy tales, really, but with a little bit of a dark twist. Some familiar stories creep in, but they are original works by me. And I'm going to read you a little bit of this and then tell you a little bit about how I wrote it, and that will hopefully lead us on to the session and some work for all of you to do if you would like. So, The Blazing Unicorn starts off following a girl called Marie, who has wandered into the forest. I said it was very fairy tale, like she's wandered into the forest to collect some firewood with her brother when she hears a mysterious noise. So the extract that I'm going to read starts off with that strange noise in the middle of the woods. It was like the echo of a bell, but softer, and it didn't die away like a bell ring, but kept going steadily, moving higher and lower like a song. It was an enchanting sound, filling her heart as well as her ears with wonder. She looked around, but could see nothing out of the ordinary. Marie knew this forest well. She knew the eerie churring of the nightjar, the screech of the barn owl, and the howl of the wolf. But this was different to anything she'd ever heard. She called up to her brother. "Can you hear that?" "Hear what?" The leafy branches rustled as he stuck his head out and looked down at her. "Aren't you going to pick up the wood?" But Marie didn't reply. She just stood, listening. Will darted back into the cover of the tree and carried on snapping off branches, grumbling to himself about dreamy little sisters. The sound rang on. She tried to imagine what might make a sound like that. It wasn't a bird or an animal she knew, but it couldn't be anything man-made. She felt an overwhelming desire to follow it. She left the sticks scattered on the ground beneath the birch tree and walked away, her brother calling after her. But the firewood could wait, whereas this sound, it was just beautiful. She walked a few steps back down to the stream in the direction the sound was coming from. It grew louder. She walked quicker. She pushed through some bushes and stopped again, listening. She followed the stream down a slope. Orange sunlight fell in irregular patterns on the crisp, dry leaves at her feet. She hurried along. She had the feeling, whatever it was, wanted to be found, as if it was calling her. "I'm coming," she whispered. Marie knew the stream narrowed and met a waterfall just around the bend. She'd heard that magical creatures like water sprites sometimes played near waterfalls. Maybe they were singing. The flowing water rushed and churned white in the twilight, and the soft ringing grew harder, louder, until it was almost unbearable. Just as Marie was about to put her hands over her ears, the sound stopped. She'd nearly reached the waterfall. She ran the last few steps and then peeped around the trees to look. A bright flash made her blink. When she opened her eyes, she could hardly believe what was standing before her on the rocks next to the waterfall. Not water sprites, but something she'd never seen before. It was I'm sure you guessed it, it was a unicorn. So that's just an extract from my latest book, just to give you a flavour of what I've been doing. Now, if you'll bear with me, what I'm going to do is hopefully share my screen just to show you a few slides. Now, these are just to tell you a little bit about how I wrote the book. I thought it might be useful for you to see how I came to writing these books out of unicorns. First of all, I just wanted to show you my shed. That's where I am today. This is my writing shed, and this is what it looks like, because I'm a full-time writer and I write in the shed at the top of my garden. It's a little bit messy. I did tidy up for you today, but it's still a little bit messy. But That's how I work with all my things around me, helping me be creative every day. So that's the shed. I hope you can see these slides, by the way, and I'm sure Sarah Jane would come along and tell me if they weren't showing, but I'm trusting that they are. So, as I explained earlier, it's not the only book I've written. I started off by writing picture books for younger children. And this on the screen here was my very first picture book, which was called The Black and White Club. And the Black and White Club did really quite well. This is me in the corner here, very excited. I took it to the zoo because it had zoo animals in, and I wanted to find all the animals in the book. It was read on CBeebies Bedtime Story by Sir Derek Jacobi. And it was translated into lots of different languages. That was very exciting. And I envisaged that I would be writing picture books for the rest of my career. That was where I thought I was heading. But then a little bit after I wrote my first book, I came up with 2 other picture book titles. And you can see them on your screens there. One was called The Dinosaur Zoo, and one was called Arlo and the Yes Day. But I couldn't get those books published. I couldn't find a publisher who was interested in them. But then my lovely publisher, Maverick, suggested that I should combine the 2 titles. So rather than having a book about a little boy called Arlo and a book about a dinosaur zoo, I should put them together. But they said they weren't interested in that as a picture book. They would like me to write a longer chapter book. And I'd never thought about doing that before. That was the first time I'd written something longer for older children. And that became Arlo, Mrs. Ogg and the Dinosaur Zoo, which was a longer chapter book with pictures. So it was nice for me to step out of my comfort zone and something that I thought I knew to discover something brand new. And I wonder if any of you, maybe you could take a moment to think if you've ever done that. Sometimes it can be nice to write something a bit different to what we thought we wanted to write. So then I began to write these chapter books for older children. I did another series called Rose Gold and Friends. And then it was actually my publisher who asked me to write about unicorns. Just one moment while I take a drink. So my publisher said they knew I liked fairy tales, and you can see behind me on the shelf just here I have lots of old fairy tales, lots of books of old fairy tales which I enjoy reading, and my editor knew that about me, and she said we're coming up with a brand new book of fairy tales featuring unicorns. Would you be happy to write them? And I said absolutely, I would love to. And this leads me on to what we're doing today, because what I was given was a title. So I was given the title of this one here, The Midnight Unicorn. So they gave me just the title and the type of feel they wanted me to create, and it was up to me to come up with the story there, all 75,000 words of it. And that led me to reflect how titles can be really quite inspirational things. Often you write the story, then come up with the title at the end, but sometimes it can be quite nice to do it the other way round. I don't know if any of you have ever worked like that before. I know we're all writers here today. So have a think. Do you normally come up with the title first or the title at the end? I do a bit of both. But in this session today, we're going to come up with the title first. So I hope you all have pens and paper in front of you for Creative Hour. Another thing it might be useful to have in front of you is this one's heavy, but a dictionary, always very handy. If not, I'm sure Google will do the job just as well for you today. And other than that, you just need your brains turned on, which I'm sure they are. So, these were just a couple of little bits about how I wrote the story. I won't go into that now. Maybe if we have time at the end. This is my system that I use for counting words. I write so many words every day. And this is my editor putting comments on my unfinished work, because just like you, whatever I write doesn't come out perfectly the first time. I always need to go back in and polish it as much as I possibly can. So what we're going to do today, we've got about 15 minutes, is we're going to come up with some stories from book titles. So, I've changed on the screen. I wonder if that's fine. Hello, I'm back. Yeah, that's lovely too. So yes, so we're going to do some stories from book titles, but they don't have to be unicorns, because I know unicorns can be quite divisive things, can't they? Divisive meaning some people love them and some people don't love them so much. And I realise that about unicorns. We have big unicorn fans, and some people go, oh no, never want to see a unicorn again. So if you want to put a unicorn in your book, that's wonderful. And if you would rather not, that's also wonderful. So the first thing I'd like you to do is pick an animal. Okay, pick any animal you like. Now this could be an animal that you love. It could be a pet. It could be a mythical beast like a dragon. It could be an animal you're really good at drawing, because part of this exercise, if you would like, I know we've only got a little while, you could always make a cover. I know it seems very strange, doesn't it, making the book cover before you write the story, but again, you could make a cover to act as inspiration and think, oh, I'd love my cover to have a unicorn in the middle and some nice glittery foil on the outside, because that in itself can be quite inspirational, can't it? So I've put some examples of animals there in front of me now, but I'm sure you can come up with some ideas of your own. So just either write down eagle or butterfly, or draw a picture of your animal if you prefer. Okay, has everybody done that? Hope so. Now the next thing to do, you can possibly guess this bit, is come up with some adjectives. I'm sure we're all familiar with adjectives, so lovely describing words, descriptive words that you can pair with your animal. Okay, and I'd like you to write a big long list of adjectives to go with your animal. And we're not going to be using all of them, but I sometimes find it useful to have a long list to choose from, because then you can pick your favourite. So, I mean, you can see already, I've already got, for my unicorn books, I have the Midnight Unicorn, I'm trying to remember them now, the Darkest Unicorn, the Cursed Unicorn, the Blazing Unicorn, which is the one that I just shared with you now. And then coming soon, this one's very exciting because it looks a bit different, I have the Frozen Unicorn. So you can see I've got 5 there, but I'd like you to come up with at least 10 words. Now, obviously, some words will be really obvious. So if I think of an elephant, I might think of the grey elephant, or the big elephant, the clumsy elephant. But maybe when you're making your list of words, you can think of words that aren't necessarily that obvious. So you could turn things on their head. So maybe instead of having a grey elephant, I might have a purple elephant. Instead of having an enormous elephant, I might have a tiny elephant, or a fragile elephant. Stop being able to say elephant. I've said it too many times. And I've put some categories here, and try and think of a word in all of these categories. So try and think of one word to describe the animal's appearance. So I've given examples of blue, or plain, or clean. One word to describe its size or shape. Tall, tiny, fast. A word to describe its mood. I'm saying elephant. Is your elephant or dragon or eagle or woodlouse happy? The heartbroken woodlouse. Just imagine That would come up with an interesting story, wouldn't it? Could you label, it could be a moral label that you're giving your character. So a good unicorn or an evil unicorn. And a feeling or a sound like cold or noisy. Character traits like curious or rude. The rude woodlouse. I'm stuck on this woodlouse now. I have to move on. Maybe I'll get a different creature in my head, like a peacock or an otter. How are you getting on? I hope you've got a nice long list now, lots of different words. Because the next slide, I'm sure a couple of these words are jumping out at you by now, aren't they? I'm sure you're thinking, maybe the moods, maybe the labels. But I always think the first word that we come up with is never the right one, is it? Or sometimes we come back to it, but it's nice to look at some other words that we know as well, or find out some new words. And I know Author in Me are particularly good at doing this. Their vocabulary is huge, and they teach you new and different words all the time and use word lists in their materials. So I'm sure a lot of you will have huge vocabularies already. And if not, this is the part of the task where it's quite good to use this nice big heavy dictionary, or of course, where's it gone? The thesaurus. You knew I was getting that, didn't you? Or your search engine on the website. Oh, there's a good question come up there. I'll come to that in a minute. And you can take the words that you've written down and come up with lots of alternative words. So I've just given the examples here. Instead of blue, you might have azure, sapphire, indigo. And instead of happy, you might have cheerful, joyful, or contented. So take a few moments just to mind map those and come up with some different words for your adjectives. See if you can come up with anything that you like the idea of better. You don't have to do this with all 10 words. You can do this with just 2 or 3. But if you're a quick writer and if you know lots of words, then maybe you could do all 10. Now, while you're doing that, I just had a nice question in from Author in Me, who asked, what is the best length for a title? The ideal length of a book title. Now, some book titles are really long, aren't they? I instantly think of the Harry Potters when I think of that. So you've got Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, haven't you? And I'm sure even longer ones than that. But normally, I think short and snappy works better. So I personally think 1 or 2 words. I do have titles that are longer than that, and one of those I showed you. So we've got Arlo, Mrs. Og, and the Dinosaur Zoo. And the other ones in the series are Arlo, Miss Pythia and the Forbidden Box, and Arlo, Dr. Bland and the Spooktacular Fair. But as you can see, I'm the author, and even I am finding it a struggle to remember those titles. So, it's nice to have something catchy that people remember. So if I were you, I would go for shorter the better. And in this particular session, I was envisaging that we'd use 2-word titles. So like the Blazing, well, it's 3 if you include the, but 2 main words. So the Blazing Unicorn or the Midnight Unicorn. But if you feel the need to put in another one and you think it sounds better, then use your author's intuition and go with that. The other thing that can work very well, which I'm sure you've used in the past, is a little bit of alliteration. And I'm a big fan of alliteration. Bibble and the Bubbles. That uses alliteration at the beginning of the word with the b, but also in the middle of the word with another b. So Bibble and the Bubbles. And of course, rhyming titles. Rhyming is always popular, especially with younger books. So my book, The Leaf Thief, which is the autumnal book about squirrel, That's obviously a rhyming title, Leaf and Thief. But you need to think about the atmosphere that you're creating with your title. So if you are going for a rhyming title in your book, like Leaf Thief, it can give it quite a jolly and playful sound. And maybe if you're going for something a little bit darker, that's not the atmosphere that you're trying to create. So you think about those things as you're coming up with your words. Now, I've got another lovely question here from Mike, who says, can I use a made-up word as a book title? And yes, I see absolutely no reason why you can't use a made-up word as a book title in general. Ones that spring to mind are, is it Jumble Bum, which is a picture book, not written by me, written by another author, I'll have to find out where, about a creature created from dirty washing that comes along out of the washing machine, and is after the main character. I'm sure there are lots of different, well, the Gruffalo, that's another one, isn't it, with a very famous made-up title. So made-up words are okay. In this exercise, I'd rather envisage that we use words that are in the dictionary, but see how you get on, see if that works for you. It might be that you create a word that is just too good, so good that you have to use it. And in that case, I would love to see that in the chat, if you can put it up there at all. In fact, I'd love to see these, whatever, if you are able to share it. I'm not quite sure how the system works, but let me know how you get on. So Holly's asking if there are any tips on choosing a title. So I wonder here if you've come up with lots and lots of wonderful words and you just don't know which one to choose. So as I say, you could choose a title that's just really nice to say. So I quite like saying the blazing unicorn. It's just a nice word to say. Also something evocative. So a word that's evocative is one that creates a picture in your head. So you might stumble across a word that as soon as you read it, you just think, oh, I can picture that. So on my slide here, with the blue one, the word sapphire just really stands out for me, because I can just really picture what that sapphire blue would look like, and it's quite sparkly and wonderful. And in fact, as I'm saying it, I'm just imagining the sapphire unicorn. Maybe that will be my next book, inspired by the Author in Me session. So really, Holly, it's a matter of instinct, and going for the one that really appeals to you. And if you do decide to become a professional author one day, your editor and your publisher will of course have a huge input on your title and what it sounds like, but it's still great if you have your own thoughts on that and can put forward the one that you really think works. So I hope by now you've got a bit of a list of words, and have you been able to start combining them together? That would be rather nice if you can. So you could put them together with your animals now and see which one works. And I did mention, I mean, I'm sure you probably won't have time in this session, but maybe if you wanted to afterwards, if you were feeling inspired, you could even put them into a little book cover. So for example, got this one here, The Sunset Raven. Oh, that's a very nice cover, isn't it? For these covers, I've just used quite simple cut out coloured paper on a black background, and these are actually gold pens. They were inspired by the unicorn book covers because I think they're quite striking covers. I think Scholastic have done a great job with those. So there's the Sunset Raven there. And what have I got here? This was another one that somebody did in a session. The Misty Fox. Isn't that a lovely idea? A fox in the mist. And then once you have your titles and possibly even a cover to work with, that's when you can start doing the really fun stuff and getting your brain to ask and answer questions. So even if all I have is a title, like The Sunset Raven, I could start asking myself questions about that. And the sorts of questions I might ask are, Well, where did the raven come from? Does it belong to someone? Maybe it's a bird that belongs to a magician. Or maybe it's a bird that is a magical bird that only ever appears at a certain time. Maybe it only ever appears at sunset. And why? What does it signify when it appears in the sky at sunset? Is that a good luck sign or a bad luck sign? And with the misty fox, I might ask myself very similar questions. Why is the fox misty? Does it appear in the misty woods? Is it called misty? Does it belong to somebody? So ask yourself those questions, and you might find that a story starts to present itself. Oh, Emily, you've asked me a difficult question. I like it, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to answer it. What's my favourite word? Gosh, all I can think of at the moment, I don't know if it's because of everything that's going on outside. Our street are putting up lights ready for Christmas outside today. So I can think of lots of light words like sparkly and shiny. But I'll have to give it some thought. What's your favourite word, Emily? You can put it in the chat if you like. I'd be interested to know. The thing is, as an author, you can imagine I usually aim to write 1,000 words every day. So it's quite difficult to pick my favourite one from all of those. Now, I know I'm just coming up to past, so I think I've kept a time well today. I would love to see any of these titles if you're able to pop them in the chat, in the question. Hello, Sarah J.
It was massive then. I came in massive. There was no need. And coming back, I'm back. Wow.
It's surprising but fun. Did you come up with a title, or is that too much
did.
pressure?
I'm not a writer. I'm a really bad writer, but I did come up with a title, and it's either Silky the Otter or The Silky Otter.
See, I quite like the Silky Otter. And do you know, otters are one of my very favourite animals, Sarah Jane. Oh, Emily likes the word discombobulated. I have just used the word discombobulated in my most recent work in progress. You'll be pleased to hear. It's not published yet or even got a publishing deal, but it has got that word in it. So
and it shows what a simple person I am, because my favourite word is bumble. I just like it. I like how it sounds.
Bumbles are, well, they've actually got the same sounds in them, haven't they? Discombobulated and bumble. There's lots of it. So maybe they're those fun, and I liked that word jumble bum in the title.
Yes.
Again, all very similar letters.
I wonder if there's a connection between like the sound. There's something reassuring about an
yeah,
sound.
like yum yum.
Like yeah.
Mama, mummy.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, what a connection.
I think we've come up with something here.
Created
but
a whole
I
new
love
thing.
the Silky Otter title, and I think that has great potential for a story. I'd read it.
Yeah, like you say, I do love otters, and then I couldn't. But I felt like I think that's the difficult. Like when someone was asking how do you narrow it down, because I think even if you come up with something simple like that, you're immediately drawn to change it. Oh, it's too simple, it's too easy. When actually just having something that's just that and building your ideas from something
absolutely, and that's where that second
it.
part. Absolutely, Sarah Jane. I think that's where that second part of the task, where you start to ask yourself questions about it, is the really important bit, because that's when the story builds. And actually, some of the most famous books have very simple titles. My daughter's just read Little Women, and that's a very simple title, but not a simple book, a beautiful story. So, yeah. There's a lot there to get your teeth into, I hope.
Yeah, so absolutely. So do send us these, whether you're watching, if you're watching the live now, then let us know what your titles are or what your working titles are, and pop those in the comments. If you're watching it, any of this sort of later on in the clips, then put them in the comments anyway. We'd love to see what you're coming up with. So we are now going to be joined by, as well, coming in, we've got Elaine Colburn, who is an experienced primary school teacher and a creative writing expert, and she's going to come in now. And unmute yourself, Elaine. Just need to. There we go. Hi, Elaine. How are you?
Hello, ladies. How are you? You're doing a fantastic job at inspiring young writers and inspiring young children. And I love the way you enjoy words, each of you, and impart that to the children. It's wonderful.
Did you take part? Have you written a title?
No, I didn't take part, but I do like words, and I do like to play with words, and I find words have energy. They can transform. So according to their sounds, they can transform, and the m sound is, of course, really, really comforting. And it isn't a coincidence that it is used in the word mother.
Yeah, that's funny, isn't it?
It's
Yeah.
really interesting stuff, isn't it, all of this?
And the b sound, I find that it's quite reassuring as well.
Because we've talked about this before, obviously how words have power, but not just in terms of what they mean, but in terms of how you say them. So the sounds of those words have power. So like you say, it isn't just what the word means or the context that you use it in. It's those sounds, like the sound and that. And I think that's fascinating that sound has such an influence on us as well as that. So it's not just the word isolated.
Well, I think we are, we learn to communicate, of course, from an early age, and the vowel sounds are some of the first sounds that we say. Our first sound is da, isn't it?
Yeah.
And often mothers are disgruntled because their little ones don't say ma first.
Yeah.
But yeah, the reassurance, that the power of communication, the beauty of interaction, the joy of and the power of words. We're born to communicate.
So tell us, Elaine, we've got very passionate about words already, but tell us a little bit about you and what you're up to as a sort of creative writer and what you're doing at the moment. I know you're going to read us a story in a minute. We'll get to that.
Well, I work with children, and I work as a writing tutor in schools. So predominantly, I'm in helping children to find their voice, empowering them, because after COVID, of course, lots of children, they didn't have the time to spend with words, or even the time to be heard themselves, quite often when their parents were working and trying to educate as well. So the healing power of language comes in. That's my aim through working in school with children, because many children, I have one boy in particular who expressed in the very first session, he expressed to me that, I stutter, miss. I stutter when I speak because I get nervous and I don't know what to say. And of course, what the recent pandemic has done, children who have felt underconfident to begin with are now in an even worse predicament, where their confidence has been, it's taken a battering, really. And that manifests in how they speak, that manifests in the fear of questioning, the fear of being seen as inadequate, not knowing. So what I try to do, and I'm sure what most teachers with a heart for words and language do, I try to show them that mistakes do not matter, and speak. You might bumble, you might mumble, you might stutter, but speak, because you are worth listening to, and what you write is worth reading. So,
and I think that's interesting, isn't it? Is in terms of so for you, Alice, as a writer, is that something that you use in your writing, particularly perhaps with the picture books? Is there anything in those that you use to kind of? We've talked about this a lot today. This kind of empowerment and connection and that kind of stuff. What do you think about that, Alice? Before I will let you go in a minute, I promise.
Definitely, and it's that side of things that when I'm writing books for younger children, particularly when I know they're going to be shared with a parent or shared with a teacher, I always bear that in mind with the language that I'm using. And sometimes I might use more complicated language if I know that there's an adult there who can explain it and use that side of things. But yeah, it's certainly something that I bear in mind. Elaine, I think this is absolutely fascinating, and I'm certainly going to stick around and watch your talk. It sounds great. I'm looking forward to hearing your reading too.
Yes,
I've enjoyed listening to you both.
It's so fun. It's so fun. Well, what I'm going to do then, Alice, is I'm going to take you out and we're going to concentrate on Elaine for a bit, and then she's going to do a reading for us. But I wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you so much for joining us and for sharing that workshop with us, and for reinforcing the idea that words matter for so many reasons, and that your choice of words. And I love that you said that you have so many words that you have sort of
yeah, too many sometimes. Oh, okay, lovely to meet you both then.
Thank you. So just before you go, Alice, tell us where we can find out a little bit more about you. Where's your website, social media, that kind of stuff?
My website's www.alicehemming.co.uk, and that's the best place to start. Thank you very much.
Brilliant, no problem. Thank you so much for joining us.
Bye-bye.
We will take Alice out now. Elaine, now before we go into a little bit more about you, Elaine, let's just talk about, you're going to be doing a reading for us, aren't you?
Yes. Yes.
What book are you reading for us?
This is a book from Author and Me, and it's Santa Wants a Makeover. There is a specific message in this book for children, a very, very important message, Sarah. And it will be, I'm sure, heard.
Well, I think what we should do, let's go ahead with the reading, and then let's talk about the message after that. I think that would be lovely. Is that all right with you?
That's perfect. That's
okay.
Perfect.
And then what I'll do, and then I'll bring up the image afterwards. So if you're happy and comfortable, I will take myself out and let you carry on with the reading, and then I'll come back in and we'll talk about the message. Does that sound okay?
Thank you, Sarah Jane. Thank you.
I'll do that. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm handing you over to Elaine Colbum, who's going to be reading a story to you.
Hello, boys and girls. Well, you've had a very, very busy morning, and you've learned a lot, and you have explored words. You've listened to how important words are. You've listened to the magic that words can create. And now I want to share a story with you. And every story has a meaning. Every story has a message. So I'm wondering whether those of you who are listening today will hear this message and bring it into your hearts, and not just feel it. Feel the message that this story brings, because it's a very, very important message. Okay, so I'm going to begin the story, and enjoy, sit back, listen to the sounds of the words, listen to the vibrations, listen to your Christmas story. So the book is Santa Wants a Makeover. Okay, so Father Christmas, he is getting ready to deliver all the presents to the boys and girls. It's his busiest time of year. December is for Father Christmas. And we'll begin. Christmas is just a few days away. Merrily, 10 reindeers jumped. Hooray! 9 elves ran in haste. There was no time for them to waste. And here are the little elves and the reindeers with their bright red shiny noses. Eight Christmas letters arrived a little late. Quickly, Postman Elf rushed to Santa's gate. 7 times he knocked on the door. Peeping through the window, he got to know more. And here's the little elf, very, very keen to help Father Christmas. Because of course it's teamwork, isn't it, children? When any great thing is done, it's not just one person who does it, it's actually many. Santa's red coat was lying on the chair. Mrs. Claus looked in tremendous despair. At 6, she invited everyone to come over. Hesitantly, she disclosed that Santa wants a makeover. So things aren't going quite according to plan, boys and girls. Because of course, Christmas Day, time doesn't stand still, and Christmas Eve comes quickly upon us. But Father Christmas he's hesitating. He's not happy. And of course, Mrs. Claus is getting a little bit concerned that the boys and girls might not get their presents on time. The reindeers quickly designed 5 new pairs of shoes. They were charming, but Santa was too confused to choose. Oh no, he's wasting more time. The elf stitched 4 new hats, white like snow and soft like a cuddly cat. All the guests cheered, wow! But Santa was not pleased somehow. 3 different looks were then tried, but Santa was still disappointed inside. He didn't like the hats. He didn't like the glasses, the wigs. He's a little bit bored with how he looks. Silently, Mrs. Claus was watching the show. She reminded Santa there are just 2 more days to go. Quietly, Santa walked away to his room. Everyone thought that this Christmas was doomed. Ho, ho, ho! Santa came out with a loud cheer. His new look surprised everyone there. Out he comes, boys and girls. But he doesn't look any different, does he? Mrs. Claus whispered in Santa's ear, "You look absolutely perfect, my dear. This is the one look that children have loved so far. You look the best the way you are." Everyone cheered. Hip, hip, hooray! Santa along his reindeers whizzed on his sleigh. Now, boys and girls, there's a really important message in this story. And quite often, we all feel that we want to change. We're not happy with the things we do. We're not happy with the way we look. We're not happy with how we do things. But you see, the thing that matters most, Mrs. Claus knew. She knew what mattered most. And she knew that it didn't matter what costume Father Christmas wore. It didn't matter what hat he wore. It didn't even matter if he delivered all the presents in a sleigh or in a jet. You see, what really, really matters with Father Christmas and with all of us is what comes from our hearts. It's not what we look like. It's not even how well we feel we do things. It's about the heart behind everything that we do. Father Christmas delivered his presents with love. and in love. And that is the real power and the real message of Christmas.
Thank you. That's absolutely gorgeous. What a lovely story. And I think, as you say, the power and the message of Christmas, which often gets lost these days. So it's beautiful to kind of have that in and say that. So what do you think about that story and how we can use it today to help our children?
I think that, Sarah Jane, quite often I see that, especially in school, and obviously I get hands-on and immediate experience with children in school, they quite often feel that they are not good enough.
Mm.
And it's not just about the way they look, Sarah Jane, but I'm not denying that exists too. You know, that does exist, whereby, I mean, I'm thinking about my own son. He thinks that he's not tall enough, you know, but he is forgetting that actually it's the intention behind everything he does, with his friends, with his work, with that will really make his life special and make the lives of other people special. So I'm not denying that for children, boys and girls, for you all, that sometimes we wish we looked different, definitely. And myself as well. Sometimes I think, oh, really? I've got too many lines on my forehead. I've got, you know, but no, it's more and more I realize, and I have realized, and children, this is what we're trying to help you understand, is that it is really who you are that matters.
That it's
and
okay, and also it's not just about physical appearance, because there are things where you're like, oh, I'm too shy, or my daughter always says it, oh, I'm a bit too shy. She's not shy, but she is quite often in new situations for about 20 minutes, and things like that, where there are parts of yourself that, and it's like, well, it's okay to be shy. If you don't want to talk to people when you first arrive, then you don't have to, so it's that as well. It's not just about appearance things, that it's okay to be who you are inside as well as outside, which I think is lovely.
That's right, Sarah Jane, that's so right. I have, like your daughter, I have a girl in the school that I'm working in at the moment, and she likes quiet time. She's an introvert, so she gathers her energy from being alone. An extrovert, of course, Sarah Jane, gathers their energy from being with people. But you see, quite often what happens is children like your daughter, indeed I was one of those children as well, who needed to be alone to gather my energy. Well, quite often they don't know that is actually needed, that they need to do that. They don't know, they're not guided. So much pressure is put on children to perform academically, to achieve. And really the most important things, Sarah Jane, as you have told your daughter, is, know how you work in the world, know what works for you first. What do you need first? Because, we cannot be the best that we can be for ourselves and others unless we learn to know what works for us. Yeah. And you've given your daughter permission to be herself. And that's the greatest gift that we can give our children. It's okay to be you. It is fine to be you.
It's a really strong message, I think, that we're giving to people now, to children now, which I think is really important. And as we talked about today, all through today, we've talked about this empowerment and through stories, and being able to express themselves through stories, and that's what this is all about. So thank you so much. We are over time, so we're going to have to move on, but it was absolutely gorgeous, and I know there were several people who said that they were almost in tears at that story, and it was just great. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, and as I said, it's a really empowering message. So thank you for joining us today. Elaine, and I'm sure we'll see you again at another Author and Me event.
Sarah Jane, thank you.
No problem. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, coming up, I am super excited. We are going to be joined by Rani, who is a broadcaster, voice actor, storyteller, amazing human being. And I have got, first of all, I have got a little video to share with you of Rani on CBeebies, one of my favourite things, the CBeebies bedtime stories. So let me just see if we can get that working. La la la, just sing you a little song while I make sure that that's going ahead. I'm just going to go in. Hold on one sec. Ah.
Hi,
That's on the other
I'm
one.
Rani,
Wow.
and this is the story of...
This is all working perfectly fine. Here we go. And that should be it now. Hopefully. I've got to make that up.
Hi, I'm Rani, and
Okay.
this is the story of how Hanuman, Ram, and Sugriv became friends. Hanuman, the magic monkey, was sitting with his friend Prince Ram and the Monkey King Sugriv in the forest. Sugriv was feeling down in the dumps. Oh dear, he sighed.
Sorry.
Once I was a proper Monkey King, and I had a palace, a kingdom, and people to rule. But one day, after a quarrel, my naughty brother Vali took it all away from me. So now I have nothing at all. When Vali, Sugriv's naughty monkey brother, arrived, Ram jumped out from behind the bush and said, "Boom!" so loudly that Vali somersaulted backwards and ran away, never to appear again. Hello, I'm Rani.
So let's try and get that back in there. So so now we have Rani joining us live in the studio. We're not in the studio, but you would normally be in a studio, wouldn't you, Rani? Hi, how are you?
I'm good, Sarah Jane. It's great to be here.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. So
And I'm
tell us
well,
a
thank
little
you.
bit about yourself and your storytelling adventures and broadcasting and what you're going to do with us today.
I started off in children's television after I was scouted, actually, because I used to tell stories for children using masks and puppets. And first of all, I should say that it's really delightful to be here as part of the Author in Me Literary Festival, because I have been watching sessions since the morning, and how I wish I'd had AIM when I was a starter writer, because it would have saved so much time, especially with doing my nonfiction adult books. So Ekta and Monica, I don't know where you were, but I'm glad you're here now. And I found the sessions very moving and very helpful, especially Elaine's one just now. That story from Christmas was really, really wonderful to listen to. And I'm supposed to be a fairly hard-nosed news journalist, so I'd like to just put that on the record. It was lovely. Yes, going back to where I started off in children's television, and that's a lovely world, and I'd love to pick it up. I did my last CBeebies, the one that you played at that set, quite a long time ago, and after that, I pretty much moved across into what we call factual or non-fiction or news. That means things that are not made up. They're not supposed to be made up. They're supposed to be real life events. And as you could probably hear from that story, I don't know, Sarah Jane, if people could see the video as well, but could they?
They should have been able to see the video, but I did have a bit of an issue with it, but they should have been able to see the video as well.
Okay.
It didn't come up in the way that I wanted it to, but it was there.
Well, whether you could only hear me or whether you could see me as well, you could see that I was making everything very big and doing things with my doing things with my voice. And
when you did the boo,
yes.
it's very big, yeah.
Yes, indeed. That was something given to me by the director. And when you do something like that, you have a whole team of people around you. If you're asked to, which I am normally, I write my own stories, and then the BBC gets the illustrator to work on them. So we prepare it, and then you have a director in studio, and you have a whole team with her. And so you will present it to camera using what we call auto cue. So the words will come up on the television screen in front of you. The viewer can't see them, but we can see them. It really helps. And the director will give you notes to camera. So CBeebies is a lovely, lovely slot. I really enjoyed doing those weeks and those stories. I've written about 4 children's books, which again, I love doing. And I've got a couple of the titles here. One of them was my very first one, called The Indian Storybook. And if I just give you a sample read of the first couple of lines, you'll see how I would read this on TV or on radio. In the kingdom of Rajasthan, there once lived a Raja who had 3 daughters. So I'll just read that first, as I've read that first sentence. Can you see what I've done with my voice? I'm not going to tell you what I've done, and I'd love you to put into comments and questions the things I do with my voice, which I gave you a hint of when I did CBeebies. And in another book of mine called The 4 Friends, again, I'll just read the first sentence for you, and you can see what I do. Once in the hills of India, 4 friends lived by a lake near the edge of a forest. And you can see that I'm doing something with my voice there and using my face in a particular way. I've also done 2 more books. One was The Amazing Adventures of Hanuman, a naughty monkey god who Hindus feel is very special and worship, and he's much beloved by Hindus around the world. And the last of my books was called Stories from the Sikh World. So they tend to have a bit of a South Asian theme, and that's one of the areas I work in, although not exclusively. And doing children's television, I then moved on to doing grown-up television, what we call adult drama, that's series, and I was lucky enough to have a couple of years on what was then Britain's favourite soap, EastEnders, where it was really, really popular. So that took me from a whole world of doing children's stories to being really emotional on camera and learning things very, very fast. We didn't have auto cue or anything. You'd have to learn maybe 1 or 2 episodes, which is a whole lots of minutes every week.
I was going to say, you don't get those like weeks in advance. You get them, so you have to do it very quickly. Yeah.
Yes, you'd get them very, very, very shortly before the episodes, concealed as well, so that it wouldn't be known that EastEnders scripts were being biked over to your house. And that was great fun and a great learning, and made me part of popular culture for a little while. And then I got a taste, I think partly because of my background, but I got a taste for news, and it seemed like a very important part of television and radio. And people working in news, they had these serious looks about them, and there was an atmosphere from the newsroom. And I thought, I wonder if I can make a jump from children's TV across drama to news. I wondered if they'd buy it. I wondered if I could hack it, as a hack, as we say. And so I again started from the ground up. I learned all the different techniques that were required because I wanted to do radio news. So I had to learn a whole lot of news technology, and I was sent on a few training courses, and I was lucky enough to be able to find stories that went on air. So I wanted to, as part of that, which is pretty much where I am now, I am a news broadcast journalist. And when people say they're a journalist, it can be in several ways. It can be online, it can be a print, it can be radio, audio, podcast, and TV. And it usually is a combination of all of those.
Yeah.
So I that's what I love doing now. It's called News and Current Affairs. And for that, you need to develop a little bit of a nose, and it requires a different set of skills. But it incorporates a lot of the storytelling aspect and also the drama. And essentially in news, we're telling stories. So I wanted to give you some examples that I've brought along that have been broadcast on BBC Radio. And you can find them if you go back to BBC Sounds. And I've brought the actual scripts for you to see. To hear. And I don't know if anybody's got any questions as we go along, Sarah Jane, or if
you've got any questions about Rani and her journey. I think it's interesting for me, your journey, as you say, from children's storytelling to drama and then into news. So you've got these very different styles of storytelling. And you say the news is a really interesting one, or sort of broadcasting, because it's storytelling, but you're telling, as you say, facts. It's real stuff, but however, it still needs to have an impact. So you need to tell that. You can't just flat say this is the fact of this and this and that and that, and then, because otherwise it's not engaging. So it's interesting that you've had that journey to then bring it to something that is factual and reality. So it's fascinating. Yes, if you've got any questions for Rani about her journey and about storytelling as a broadcaster, then please put them in the chat, and we'll do that afterwards. But let's have a look at let's have a listen to these examples you've got for us now.
Well, before I read them out, I think it's important to say that we may only have about anything in TV, it's 1.5 minutes, or I've done one Newsnight film that was about 7 minutes, I think. Or it might be on radio an average of about between 2.5 to 4 minutes or so. In that, which isn't very long. So in that small amount of time, as Sarah Jane says, we have to be engaging, because of course it's a consumer culture now and people can just turn over. So that's why we have to give it everything, and so much work, so many drafts go into a 4-minute radio piece. And now on River Radio, which is a brand new commercial radio station in the Thames Valley area, I have a whole 2 hours, and they're the media partners for Author in Me, but I have a whole 2 hours, and I have to make them engaging and interesting. It's a news magazine show, and it's live, so I don't have the luxury of going back over lines or anything like that.
No.
So there I'm taught to really be on my game, so to speak, for a whole 2 hours. And that's not easy. I'm still learning it. But in terms of the recorded stuff, I'm going to tell you something, read you something, which is quite a favorite slot for broadcast journalists and correspondents around the world. And it's called From Our Own Correspondent. And I've done a fair number of these from my travels. Generally, what happens is that apart from the normal kind of news reporting, here I am standing outside the White House or 10 Downing Street, with the White House or 10 Downing Street behind me, that you see news journalists that you see for news journalists on the news bulletins. This is something a little bit different, and while we're reporting the news or covering the news, it's a little 4-minute report, not little, it's a 4-minute report that might be like a film scene. It's a snapshot of being with President Trump or being with Biden or whatever, and it can be anything in passing. And this particular one is because I discovered, because I cover South Asia a lot, I discovered a gentleman who's managed to develop an act in very, very closely copying black and white, a sort of comedian from the black and white film era. somebody called Charlie Chaplin. I don't know how many
Yeah.
people of this generation would know the name, but this is the Pakistani Charlie Chaplin. So this is, I can't remember exactly how I read it, but I'd like to see if you can see if there's any difference between the children's stories and this one. Leaping into a passing rickshaw, he tickles the rider with a hooked cane. Look closer, and he's wearing a black bowler hat, bow tie, and black coattails. He walks bobbing from side to side, contrasting starkly with the men and women in cream or pale, long, loose-flowing shirts and scarves with billowing matching trousers. Western clothes are normally frowned on here in the dusty streets of frontier town Peshawar, but the comedy actor we're watching seems exempt from all that. It's Charlie Chaplin, teleported from 1821 British studios to 2021 Pakistan, where these ancient roads make improvised film sets.
There's such a significant difference between the children's storytelling and that, don't you think? And was there a very specific, is this something you learned by yourself? Was there a specific training that you went through in order to go on this journey?
I was given, I think it's a little bit of a secret, but most broadcast journalists do undergo some aspect of voice training, usually given to them by the broadcaster, which can be as little as 1 or 2 hours. But it's also something you just keep honing and practicing. And I would say that my background as a children's presenter probably still influences me. And sometimes I still have a tendency to move into children's storytelling, which can be very, very irritating for news producers I work with.
But I don't know, because I think because of the children's storytelling, okay, you're potentially over emoting, I guess would be the way to describe it for children's storytelling. But I don't think that, but unless you're doing boo stuff with a news broadcast, which would obviously be a bit silly, maybe. Then I think actually having an emotive sense behind it, any story that you're telling, there needs to be, you almost need to be in the shoes or whatever of that story that you're telling. So there has to be an emotional connection, even if it's a news broadcast. Do you think that's true?
There is an emotional connection. You do have to feel for your subject to a degree. And that's where my drama and children's background helps me. But you can't go there too much. And if I go there too much, I'm told by a producer, be more newsy, be more newsy. So I have to bring
it is a specific style, isn't it? For the
Yes.
for the news, there is a style.
And it means just pulling back a little bit. I can't do my facial features, or people would think I was very odd. And also sort of just think of centering a bit more from here and being a little bit harder. And I'm quite a jelly baby. I'm quite soft, and I like cuddles. So I maybe I shouldn't actually say this, but I am.
You have to toughen up a little bit for the broadcasting.
Sensitive, and you can be sensitive, but you have to be serious and objective, and you're delivering the news. But what you can, it's in the writing as well. It's what you say, because you've got such a short amount of time to say it. One of my heroes, Alan Little, I think he wrote once, for news stories, don't write sentences of more than 15 words. And that works really well for me. I like to write short sentences, lots of short sentences. And then you tell the story through the report, and then it's the payoff, it's the last line. It's how you leave the listener or the viewer feeling that, these are the facts, and who knows what happens next, or the outlook looks grim. And then that's where you can affect the listener and the viewer. Because
do you know what I think might be interesting in a way is if you read if you were to do it the other way round. So switch it round and read us the bedtime story as a newsreader, and read the, you know, because I think it's interesting, isn't it? And from a children's perspective, as a children wanting to write or to tell or to become a storyteller, is to mark those differences and play with it. So if you've got two different things that you're using, then have a serious story that you deliver as a newsreader, have a fable that you read as a sort of emotive children's presenter, and then switch them round just as an experiment, kind of, so that you really get an understanding of those differences.
Yes, you can. And it's about doing the things with your voice and your personality and thinking, I'm an objective, impartial news person. And I'm told by Ekta and Monica that a lot of the audience of Author in Me do want to become journalists. And there's a strong crossover between writers, journalists are writers, many writers are journalists. And so this, what we call factual nonfiction, is very much part of this arena. And I did have a sort of news report that from a little while ago that I was going to read as well. Are you, Sarah Jane, suggesting that I read a children's story as a
I do not necessarily right now. I wouldn't put you on the spot, but I think as it could be a game for children to play. If they're playing around with different styles and writing, then they can do that, just to explore. If they're doing it, if they're thinking about becoming a broadcaster, or even if they're doing it as a writing exercise, how does this sound if I read it out in a different context, as something that doesn't match it, just so that you can hear the differences. I think it's quite interesting.
It is quite interesting. In fact, you've just reminded me that there are some competitions I have to announce.
Yes.
Because Author in Me is asking for children to write stories. And just going back to your point about delivery, yes, I think if you are planning to become a journalist, if you can really look at the news and look at it from the point of view of how are these journalists delivering their stories. Most of the ones with the international broadcasters are really, really top notch. How are they doing it? What are they doing? And remember, they're doing it every day, every week for years. And the more you do it, the easier it becomes. So you can always practice with a tape recorder at home, or you can write to Author in Me, and you can also write to Author in Me with questions for me. Now, the competitions we've got to talk about are Twisted Fairy Tales. That's the theme. The competition is open for short stories, maximum 500 words. Entries should be emailed to authorinme limited@gmail.com to be received before midnight, Saturday, the 29th of January, 2022. If you're watching this watch again on YouTube, and it's after the event, I'm sure it'll still be an exercise worth doing, but the competition closes on January 29th. The winner will be announced on the 26th of February, and the winner will be invited to my show, The Missing Question, on River Radio to read out part or all of their story. And another competition that Ekta and Monica and I thought of was, how about those of you who do want to try your hand at nonfiction news or factual writing, why don't you write us a report, a news report or a topical affairs report? And that competition is open for people who want to write for newspapers or any of those kind of aspects of journalism.
Journalistic, yeah, okay.
And that should also be emailed, if you want to do that sort of thing, to authorinmelimited@gmail.com to be received before midnight, Saturday, the 29th January 2022. Again, same date. And the winner will be announced on the 26th of February. And the winner will be invited to my show, The Missing Question, on River Radio to read out their report. And who knows, we might even ask you to do some live news stories on the show as well.
Amazing, yeah. That's so great. So there's two competitions running. So you can either write the Twisted Fairy Tale, or you can write a piece of factual journalistic piece, and send those into Author and Me by the end of January on midnight, the 26th. Was that?
29th of
29th, sorry.
29th
of January, and then the winners will be decided in February, and you will get to join Rani on her show, The Missing Question, on River Radio, who've partnered with us for this. So thank you so much. We are now running behind. It's been so lovely talking to you. Thank you so much for joining us, and for the support from River Radio, which is very well received. Thank you so much. And we're going to move on to the next section. But a big round of applause for Rani from everybody. If you do have any questions, then you can sit for Rani, and if you're watching the playback, then put them in the comments or email Author and Me directly, and we'll send them over and get those answers for you. So thank you so much for joining us. Really, really appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Right, now let's get this. Oh, now I can't. It's still there. Here we go. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is already 2:20, and we are moving on with the day. We are almost there, but our last section of the day is called Bright Young Minds Hour, and that is what we are going to move into now. I am just going to play you a little video, and then I shall come back and we'll bring in our guests for Bright Young Minds. So thank you so much. Now I'm going to bring back in the masterminders behind today and Author and Me to talk about Bright Young Minds Hour. How are you both doing?
Fabulous, fabulous.
Are you still, Monica, are you back? Are you sound? Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Oh, yes.
Brilliant. Monica's back. She's back. It's all right. How are you doing? How are you enjoying the day?
So good. I haven't moved even a place from where I was sitting, stuck
I'm
here.
also glued to my seat and really enjoyed the program, each and every story and the broadcasting.
Gone really quickly, I have to say. I can't believe it's already 2:20. It's gone.
And we were lucky to have some great speakers and authors and story readers, and such a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. No, well done on putting it together. And obviously we've got more coming tomorrow. So there's lots of stuff going on, but we're finishing off today with our Bright Young Minds Hour. So tell us a little bit about that and what's going on next.
So this is a very special thing for us, Bright Young Minds, because this is a section where we introduce children to understanding the value of giving in a very unique way. So when children sometimes come to us and they want to write a story, which they do write with us, or they have written it independently, when we turn it into a book, a very unique thing happens sometimes. They start raising funds for a cause through the books. And we believe it's almost like, you imagine that on top of the circle, you have this child with an idea, and then the child is trained to nurture that idea into a story, and that story is turned into a book, and that book is used to raise funds for another child who's deprived maybe, and then one more child gets a new life. So it's almost like completing a circle, and we have such amazing Bright Young Mind squads, we call, who are on this mission to make, I think, the world a better place in their own special way. And it's also telling children that every small act of kindness matters. Every thought matters, even the slightest of positive thought. If it's nurtured properly, it has the power to create a ripple effect, and that is the thought behind this whole section.
Yeah, wonderful. Now we've got a video to play, haven't we? So just tell us a little bit about that while I try and set it up, because obviously I had a slight problem with the last one. So if you can tell us a bit about that, and I'll get this set up.
So this is about Zara.
Oh, Zara.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember that I mentioned in the beginning that there was a girl who attended our classes, I think 2 or 3 years ago, and this is the story of that little girl who raised money for GOSH, Great Ormond Street Hospital, where her little sister was treated, and it was her way of giving back to them through writing, and writing has opened up her channel of expressing emotions. Not only she was able to express her emotions, but also she thought of, let's contribute, let's give something back to the charity who's looking after my sister. So it was a brilliant thing to come out of it was her thought that I wanted to do something, and then that this happened, and
We're just
we
lucky to have met her.
yes, definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna let's see what I'm gonna do. Actually, let me just come in. I'm gonna try this now, and hopefully this works this time. And if not, I'll come back in and try something else. So I'm gonna play the story of Zara now. Let's see if that is working. Is that coming up now?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's
yeah. I'm gonna sort that bit out. Hang on.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes. Perfect.
What I'll do, shall I take us out? We don't need to be there.
Oh, she's taken the video off and I'm here.
We'll just stay here.
Hello, my name is Zara Bani, and I'm here to tell you all the amazing things Author Me has done for me. When I was just 7 years old, my sister Sophia was diagnosed as a heart patient, which let down my mental health completely. When I enrolled to Author Me, I was all shy and alone. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to go home. But luckily, Ekta and Monica, my two favorite teachers in Author Me, guided me through everything with warm arms. And when I was just 8 years old, I managed to publish my own book. Really, I was shocked myself. Ekta, Monica, and Author Me helped me understand the key of writing and helped me discover what my talent was. If you're looking for a tip, what I really recommend is never stop writing, because you can never stop. Even the most highest writers, best writers ever, can even go further.
Hi everybody, welcome to the Author Me Literary Festival. Just a very quick personal testimony. So I'm Taz Amin, and my daughter Zara Rabbani published a book with Author Me a few years back when she was 8. Zara is 11 years old now. So I enrolled her on the course because during that time, my youngest child, who was only 10 weeks old, was diagnosed with heart failure. And Zara really struggled to come to terms with her sister's life-threatening illness. And it was obviously a very huge concern for me. And as a family, I wanted to ensure that Zara managed and coped well with everything that was going on at home with her sibling. So I did realize that Zara was struggling a lot with expressing herself and her emotions and feelings, and sometimes these would become very overwhelming, and it would affect her confidence, her self-esteem, and it was important for her mental well-being that I took some kind of action and supported her through this very difficult time. So I came across Author Me, and that was the best thing ever. And I enrolled her on the creative writing course. And the first day that she attended, she was reluctant to go, to be quite honest, didn't want to engage. And I had a word with Monica at the time, and I explained the situation that was going on at home and how that was impacting Zara's mental health. And Monica just reassured me amazingly that not to worry and that they will take care of everything. And the first session that she had, and I reflect on it now, and I remember at the end of the session, Zara was, "Oh, Mum, I can't do it. My writing's terrible. I can't think. I don't have a creative imagination." It was all negative. And I did feel like, I suppose giving up. But after discussions with Monica, I said, no, we're going to continue. And within 6 weeks of her attending, it was like speaking to a completely different child. I mean, she would just light up every time I mentioned, how was your day at Author with Me? What did you do today? What did you explore? And it just completely changed her persona in terms of how, her self belief and the fact that she, for the first time, believed in herself and believed that she can achieve and she can, have an aspiration. And since then, she never looked back, to be quite honest. And every time I had to go into hospital to look after Sophia, her sister, Zara would just continue, with the creative writing skills at home, and whatever additional homework that Author with Me gave her, she'd just do it, get on with that without even me having to remind her. And at the end, with all the support from my Hector and Monica, which was absolutely life-changing at that time for her, because I do feel that without their support, without enrolling her on that creative writing course, which worked very well for Zara, she would have really struggled with her confidence. And to have a sick child and then to have to worry about your other child would have been very, very difficult for me as a mum. And I just feel extremely grateful for all that she's accomplished with Author with Me. And going on forth, I mean, she's so positive. After publishing her book, she raised money for Great Ormond Street and has endeavored to do even more. And recently she's said to me that, Mum, I want to be I want to be a writer. I want to aspire to become somebody that's creative with their thoughts and to help people, through writing. And writing can be such a powerful means and a tools for helping mental well-being. So that's something that she really wants to do, and she's constantly thriving. And without even me having to encourage her, she just does it as a hobby now. So every spare time that she has, she'll kind of write a poem. Just give her a subject and she'll just write something that rhymes. And it's just incredible that Author with Me have laid that foundation for her to continue. And a sibling underwent a transplant 2 years ago. So again, there was a lot of turmoil in the home. Everything was upside down, me rushing back and forth from the hospital. And now that Zara's kind of acquired this skill, it's just helped her amazingly to continue to thrive with her mental health. And she has this attitude where she doesn't feel that she's competing with anybody. She's like, Monica's always said, you're your own person. You achieve according to your own personal journey, and life isn't a competition. So that has really stuck with her, and her imagination is just so creative in terms of the way she kind of puts thoughts down and ideas and uses such colourful words and metaphors. It's just inspirational. So I just want to thank Monica for asking me to just share this very brief personal testimony. And I would highly recommend their courses. They are absolutely life-changing for children, and I bear witness to that, having struggled, being a carer to a very sick child, and that kind of continues every day. We have good days, and then we're back in hospital. And to know that my other two children are doing really well because they're supporting each other. I mean, Zara's just amazing with with Aisha. My middle child, she's encouraging her to write as well, and they just do it together. So I would definitely highly recommend Author with Me for anyone. It's an investment in your child's future. So thank you so much, Monica, for the amazing difference that you've made in our lives.
So that is just a wonderful story to share and with you, and about the work that Author in Me do, and the books that children can create that can do good for themselves and for other people. And on that note, I'm now bringing in some more people with a similar experience. So I'm going to bring in Mahi, hopefully there, and hi. Just need to unmute, and I'm also going to bring in Neil. Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Neil. Thank you for joining us. Hi, Mahi. So, first of all, I'm just going to ask Mahi, can you tell us your story and what you've been doing with Author in Me?
So we've written Moon in My Room. It's a collection of short stories for children aimed 3 years plus, and it just has these really funny short stories in it. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what inspired you to write the book?
My little brother called Kian inspired me to write my book. He's actually he's 7 today.
Well, today is a happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. And he's got Soto syndrome, which is a rare genetic disorder. So yeah, he inspired me to write this book.
Okay. And the proceeds from the book are going to the charity, the Child Growth Foundation, which is where Neil is from. So Neil, if you'd just like to come in and tell us a little bit about your foundation.
Yeah, sure. So Child Growth Foundation, we've been running for 45 years, actually. Next year is our 45th birthday. So almost as old as me, but it was started up by 6 parents who got together. Their children had various growth conditions and there wasn't a support group out there. So the charity was formed, and we support a number of overgrowth and undergrowth conditions. They could be genetic in origin, or they could be endocrine and hormone based. And we support about 10 or 12 of these conditions, Soto syndrome being one of them, which is an overgrowth condition. And the overgrowth conditions, as they suggest, the child can be really tall. There's this rapid growth really early. The undergrowth conditions, the child can be shorter because they're sort of inhibitors to growing properly. So, but they come with other sort of symptoms as well. It's not just an issue of height, it's an issue of health. And with Soto syndrome, it can lead to sort of learning difficulties, heart and kidney issues, back issues, and a number of problems as well, behavioral issues. Okay. And I was going to say, we just provide support to these families that come to us.
Okay, and obviously, Mahi, you've written this book in order to support this foundation. So all the proceeds from the book that you've written have gone to the Child Growth Foundation. Is that something that you've had happen before, or is this a unique experience for you, Neil, in terms of having a story created as a result of?
A story created is definitely, I'd say it's a unique experience. There is another condition that's appeared at the same time. There's another condition where a book has been written with a child with Silver-Russell syndrome, and the book has been written at the same time. But this one was set up in support of Kian, and so it was sort of a direct, sort of honoring of the condition, a direct connection to the condition, which is fabulous.
And Mahi, how did you feel? How was the process for writing the book? How did that feel?
It was quite fun. I've always liked English. It's my favorite subject. And I've wanted to write a book since I was like 4 years old or something. So I'm really happy that I got to.
Did you have loads of bits of paper all over the house with just things written on? Is that how you just always writing? Okay, what's your tell us a little bit about the story itself.
So there's lots of there's five short stories in this book, and one of them is called Moon in My Room, the Ellie Who Wanted to Eat Jelly. So they're just fun, and we made them up to put Kian to sleep when he's in bed. So they're really simple, and we try to make them so that he can understand them as well. So they're very easy to understand, and they're funny.
And so did you while you were writing it, did you sort of tell the stories out loud to him at bedtime to sort of play around with them a little bit? Yeah. Oh, lovely. And how was your experience working with Author in Me? How did that help you create the book?
They were so helpful. They did all the illustrations and I really liked them. And I mean,
they guided the process for us because we obviously didn't know anything about this. So Ekta and Monica were brilliant. They encouraged us that it's a really good stories, because I said to her, I said, give us an honest opinion if you feel that this is not something, because I'm a physiotherapist, I know nothing about writing. So she said, definitely go ahead. And she gave the copy to a few people to read, and she said, definitely let's publish this, and supported us throughout the process. So brilliant support, brilliant company. Really would recommend them.
So did you have the idea of writing a story to support the charity in the beginning, or was it Author in Me that kind of gave you that idea?
So Mahi has always wanted to, because we got involved with Child Growth Foundation for a few years now. We've been to 2 conferences, and we've been to one of the holidays they tend to do together with other parents. And it is really good to be able to see other individuals with the same syndrome at different aspects, parts of their life, how the teenage pans out, how the grown-ups are, and we discuss the research, we try and support each other. It's absolutely brilliant. So Mahi has always said, Mummy, what can I do to raise money for Child Growth Foundation? She recently sold her old clothes and books to raise money for them. And so when this idea came up, there couldn't be anything else that we would have chosen to support. We anyways were looking for ideas to support CGF. Yes.
Yeah, lovely. That's brilliant. And so the Child Growth Foundation, is that one of the things you do, is bringing them together and because of creating a community, Neil?
Absolutely. I think it's one of the bedrocks of a rare condition, and we support a number of rare conditions. But the issue with a rare condition is it can be incredibly isolating, because pretty much everybody you encounter won't have heard of it. And that unfortunately includes health professionals. So you'll go along to see your GP or your specialist, and you will be the expert in the room looking for answers, which is really hard to come by. So putting people in touch with each other is such a powerful resource that we have available. And we do it through Facebook groups, sort of a buddying system. And then the annual convention that was mentioned, we take over a hotel, and sort of 100 families, about 300 people, descend on this hotel for a weekend. And it's, as Sunena said, that the quotes that come back are really powerful, and we hear the children reply saying it's the only time of the year I feel normal, because they are seeing people like them who understand what they're going through. It's incredibly touching, and it's the power of that awareness and that focus and of that peer support, really, of helping each other.
And I imagine that actually at those kind of things, at that conference, that actually it's an epic sort of storytelling, just by sort of being there, that everyone's there sharing stories of their experiences, and that's what's kind of really helpful as well, as listening to other people's
I think you
stories.
feel at home when you're there, because like Neil mentioned, it's not easy. People don't know about it, so that's part of it. Raising awareness is part of it about these syndromes, but also how you can just be yourself at some places and with some people, because otherwise your children are different, and it's very hard to try and lead a normal life in many ways, going to restaurant, going out on the street, and they're not behaving as expected. So it's difficult, and you constantly find yourself either trying to not get embarrassed, or try to explain yourself, or and many of us get used to it. But when you are with other individuals, it really is easy, because everyone understands what it's about, and you get all the support and ideas of how to deal with different issues that come as part of this life.
Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. Well, thank you for joining us and sharing your experience with us. I think it's a lovely journey for people to go on when they're going through this, to write a story, have it published, and have it support the charity that they want to is absolutely wonderful. So what was your favourite part of this whole journey, Mahi?
I don't know. I liked the feeling that I've published a book. and that I'm raising money for CGF. It's
There's two things put together. You are a published author. That's what you are, a published author supporting charities, and that's pretty cool. And how old are you now, Mahi?
10.
10. So that's pretty good. I was not a published author when I was 10. So thank you so much for joining us, and we're going to talk to some more people about other stories and related charities. You can find out more about Child Growth Foundation on their website. Are there any other places that they can find out about you, Neil?
The usual Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, but the website will have links to it all, childgrowthfoundation.org. Yep.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
So
thank you, and thank you, Mahi, for your contribution and your wonderful book. We've put a link to that in the comments. I'll just see if anyone's got any.
I just wanted to say, if I can, thank you, Mahi. The awareness raising for the condition, the fundraising is absolutely fabulous. But to have someone want to dedicate the book to us and raise money, it's like a thank you, and that it shows the impact we make, and that's incredibly touching. Thank you.
Yeah, we're very glad if you can make any difference. And yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think she's held up.
Like
she's frozen,
she
isn't
might have
it?
frozen.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Neil. Thank you.
I think Sarah had a power cut. So we will have to wait for Sarah to come.
And
it's so amazing to just see you all, and of course see the whole story of you raising awareness for such a beautiful cause, and to be working with you. So it just gave us Sarah's power cut gave us a chance to come and say thank you to all of you here. Monica, you are muted.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Mahi and Sunana, for coming and sharing your story. It is incredible to hear from you both. Now Ekta is gone too, so I am left
I really
alone.
hope to raise a maximum funds for charity. Yeah, so we'll keep working, and we'll be planning on different ways of how we can get across the story to people.
And
Yes,
can
so
you
thank
share,
very
where can people buy your book? Can you tell us where is this book available if they want to buy?
So it's available through the AIMS Study Lab, AIMS Story Lab website, but also through Amazon. So if you look for Moon in My Room, the book, it will come up. So you can search it up, and by buying the book, of course, you get to read the wonderful stories, but you also get to support this amazing charity, and you also get to see the brilliant work done by Author in Me. So yeah.
So thank you so much, and now we'll let you move on, and we'll bring Anya in, because obviously Sarah is. This is what technology done for us. So, we have to rely on online technology still to spread messages. But hopefully next year we'll have this festival in a very larger scale, on a different scale. But thank you so much, guys, and we'll just bring Anya in now. So I'll let you all go.
True.
And you will have to remove yourselves from.
Let me play the video.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, my name is Anya Aurora, and I'm the author of No Fireworks Please, and this is my dog Barney. So I've written the book No Fireworks Please in order to create awareness about what fireworks do to our fairy friends and how we can solve this dilemma. All proceeds of this book are going to go to Stokenchurch Dog Rescue in order to give the dogs a safer and happier life.
Up to 50 dogs at any one time, and we also aim to never put a healthy dog down. And we also care for the old, sick and neglected dogs here at the rescue.
So a couple of months ago, Anya and her mum came to us. Anya had written a book called No Fireworks Please, which we've got for sale in our reception area. We also featured with a story in our newsletter, which went out in October. And today, Anya has raised a massive £175. We are so grateful for everything that she's done for us, and she and her mum can be assured that the money that she's raised will go towards the care of the dogs here at the rescue. Thank you, Anya.
Wow, Anya. That's me and Anya here. So hi, Anya. Thank you so much for joining us today and being our bright young mind.
Hello.
So you have been raising money for a very important cause, and that is no fireworks for our furry friends. I know Barney inspired you, your own dog, but how has the year been? Because you launched this book with us last year. So what have you done this year? What has it been for you? Tell us about your journey.
So start of 2021, still COVID ongoing, so we couldn't do too much. As the year went on, we went to Stokenchurch Dog Rescue and we talked to them about bringing the book there, what I've written, why I've written it, and that we want to donate money towards that charity. So we've started donating money towards that charity, and so far I've raised £175 and still ongoing. We went back in November, I think, just a couple of weeks ago actually, and we have given a massive box of toys for the dogs to have for Christmas, as everyone deserves a good Christmas. And I think we're going to go back there, visit them just before Christmas, and hopefully meet the dogs maybe.
Anya, you were a 12-year-old when you wrote this book. How did this thought come to you that this is such an essential topic to talk about?
So I saw my dog Barney, and in fact he's sat with me right now. I saw him, and obviously fireworks, they're not going to stop. They're going to keep on going unexpectedly. And I remember it was the first firework went off and I saw him, and he was panting, he was shaking, his tail was right down, he was so scared. He didn't eat anything, he didn't drink anything, he didn't want to play with his toys, and he hid under the bed until the morning. I mean, it was quite upsetting to see it because he's such a big character normally, and seeing him going from like this massive, like bubbly character to this like sad, fragile, like dog, it was heartbreaking. And I realized it's going to carry on. It's not going to stop anytime soon. So I decided to write a book to create awareness about this.
Wow. But why just dogs? Why not other animals?
So I think dogs, because I have a dog myself, I've seen it firsthand. But I think I want this book to go across to all animals, horses, cats, pets, like dogs, hamsters, anything. I think it has to go towards all of them because it's not just us on the planet.
Why? I mean, I know animals are very special, but what does an animal, what does a pet mean to you?
I think a pet means to me, I think it's something that people love to have. It gives them joy, it gives them excitement in their life. I think it's something that can bring you out of a dark place. I think they're companions, and I think that they give us so much joy in life.
Yes. But did you find it very difficult to tell about this concept, that this awareness that you're raising? Did you find it difficult to tell this to people who don't have a pet, who don't connect to animals the way you do?
I think it's obviously like a little bit controversial. People are going to be like, no, I'm going to do fireworks. Like it's part of my culture. It gives me enjoyment. It gives me happiness in my life, which is understandable. And I wouldn't want to stop that. But I think we have to think that, okay, even if you don't have a pet, you have to think about all the other animals that are in the world that do get affected by this. It harms them. It leaves like a permanent like scar with them. That they are pretty, but I think sometimes you do have to be respectful and gain that independence of learning what's right and what's not right.
And it's not good for environment too. I mean, we talk about environment so much, but we really don't take this very seriously, the whole issue about how our pets are being affected.
Yeah. So why did you choose Tucking Church? Did you go there? Did you visit this charity before? And did you think that I do want to do something for them? What was first, the book or the thought?
I think probably the thought, as I wanted to write a book related to animals like all the time, because I feel like animals do have a special place in my heart, and I was thinking that I think it would be the perfect time, as bonfire night had just passed and Bali had just passed, so fireworks were going on. So I thought Stoke Church would be a good idea, as just actually, I think 6 months before we got Barney, we went to Stoke Church Dog Rescue to see if we wanted a rescue dog. We thought first dog, let's maybe not, I don't know how it's going to go, so we got Barney in the end. But I think I always wanted to give back to them.
That's a very interesting thought. So the story that you have written, is it something that just came in one quick moment of inspiration, or it just came, we spoke a lot about observation today, and because you've written a story, or did you start observing the way Barney reacted to certain things? Did it come out of your own observation?
So obviously it was inspired because of my dog, like seeing him scared. I think the idea never really popped into my mind, but I was just always thought to myself, how can I like spread awareness about this? Like, how can I just calm my dog down? Like, how can we like help this matter? And I think it was my mom actually. She was like, so why don't you write a book about it? And like that's when like the idea popped into my head, and we did all the planning and stuff.
So how has Author in Me helped you? I'll bring you down to us now. That's all right. You can show Barney to us. We want to see the hero of the book. He wants to be a part of the whole conversation, obviously. He inspired the whole story. Anya, do you have your book in your hand to show us?
I do. It's right here.
Can you show us the lovely illustration on the book, of the cover? And is Barney willing to come and show himself to us?
I think he is.
We would love to have him on the stage. So our newest member of the AIM Literary Festival is Barney, who has kindly inspired a little young girl to write a story and create awareness. Barney, thank you for being a spokesperson for every dog out there, every animal out there who wants to tell people we do not like fireworks. They harm us. They make us anxious. But I'm so glad Anya could hear your voice and say that message out and loud to people. But Anya, tell me, fireworks are going to stay here. They are not going to go, right? What's the solution? What can we do? What do you still do? I mean, we still had bonfire night. I have a dog, and my dog was freaking out too. What do we do now?
So I would like to, again, like I said before, I wouldn't want to stop fireworks. That gives people happiness in their life. That's part of their culture. Personally, I feel like that's also rude to us humans. But I think we need to be considerate towards everybody on this planet. And I would like to create a time limit for fireworks, where people can do fireworks between that 1.5 hour limit, 2 hour limit. So ask pet owners.
Yeah, so maybe time it and just have it restricted in a certain place, so you're prepared.
Yeah.
It doesn't come in random hours.
Yeah, because then our animals can also like kind of adjust to that. Okay, maybe fireworks will go off at this time.
Anya, I have a question for you from all the other animal kingdom. When is the next book coming? No fireworks, please, for horses, or something different issue, because the whole animal kingdom needs a spokesperson like you to voice their opinions, their thoughts. So when is the next book coming?
Well, I'm writing another one at the moment, and the lovely author in me hopefully is going to publish it again.
Of course we are going to.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely different to having dogs, and I would like to donate all the proceeds of that book to another charity on the top of it. And hopefully I will be launching it again next year.
And I'm sure that parents and children who are watching you at this minute the only message that I want to give before I let you give the message is that, one thought again, one small thought, one small gesture that Anya did is helping raise awareness. And this is what we can do. Take small steps in wherever we are, in whatever capacity we can, to spread some positive message. But Anya, I want you to leave with one message for all young children out there.
What, just writing, or just in general?
Whatever you want to say. This is your platform. Say it.
I have to do what you want, and you can't make everybody happy. At the end of the day, you're yourself, and obviously don't go around hurting people on purpose. But if you want to do something and other people might not be particularly happy with that, just do it, because it's your life at the end of the day.
Just do what you want.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anya, for being here with us today. We hope to have you again next year with another book, probably from the animal kingdom, from the others, from a horse point of view, from a bird's point of view, because there are many more issues that we humans don't understand yet. And we want young warriors like you to come and raise that awareness. So thank you again. I will let you go now, and I will bring Monica in here with me, please, today.
Thank you.
Bye. 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 So Monica, that was so fabulous, and amazing to see how our children, I call them our children, because it almost feels like, we have nurtured even one of them since so many years, are doing so well. And we are nearly coming to the end of the show, and we have to play Vivan's video without forgetting. We leave everyone with that, but I want to thank along with Monica, everyone who has watched us today, been with us since morning, or watched bits of whatever we were doing. Every speaker who's come to and spoken here today, authors, people who have supported us, each one of you has made this possible. Like Monica and me said in the beginning of the day, that it started with just two of us thinking about this whole, having a dream, which is, we haven't still reached anywhere near the dream that we have, but it's a baby step towards what we are, moving towards. And so amazing to see how many people are today with us. It almost feels like we've got wings now, isn't it?
Yeah, and the Author in Me family has grown so much. And today, I was reflecting back and I was thinking, oh yes, we have done it. What we have imagined, 5 years ago, sitting in
crazy
my
hours of working. And challenges but I want to stress here again, and I know I can speak this from Monica's behalf too. No matter what challenges came to us, I don't think so we ever encountered doubt in what we were doing.
No.
There was never doubt, never a sense of self-doubt, never a sense of thinking, is this going to work? Every project came with the enthusiasm. This is definitely going to work, because even if it can bring a smile on one child's face, it's a good thing. It's what we are here for.
Absolutely, we love what we do, and that is the motivation, isn't it? We never doubt. We just go with the flow, because the smiles we see on children's face, families' face, it is invaluable. Totally invaluable.
But tomorrow we are going to be coming with lots more programs. They're going to be live illustration. We'll start with a panel discussion with the lovely Kishori Jani, Julia Alden, and myself. And the topic is experiential learning. It's a very interesting topic about conscious parenting and experiential learning. Do join us again at 10 o'clock in the morning if you can. And also we will have live illustrations from Lucy Monkman, from Hitler. I am just going to read authors from around the world.
Around the world, Harsimrat Kaur, Mabawa sisters.
Yes, and Trisha Singh. And then we have Happy Tree. if people have been following me, they would have been following the Happy Tree. And it's something that I initiated last year, and today I'm being joined globally. So I will have people from France and Canada and Italy coming and joining me, which is fabulous. And then Monica and me are going to tell you how Author in Me has expanded and is now able to offer publishing service, book creation service to adults. And there is a very special project that we recently concluded of a family coffee table book, which we are going to showcase tomorrow. It's completely unique. It's very special, and it's something that has made whatever we do worthwhile. In any case, whatever, with every child we feel that, but it's been such a fulfilling journey. So tomorrow, all of that is coming, but we are going to also leave you after Vivan's video. Vivan is a young author of, remember I was talking to you about young voices. He's written this short, very powerful short story with a very powerful message on bullying. And after that, we will have some of the inspiring conversations playing as part of the Author in Me event. So Monica, all yours to say goodbye.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone who viewed us today. And thank you all the authors, Ellis Hamming, Alan Duran, Sarah Musi, and Elaine Colburn, Rani Singh. Yes.
And Sarah Jane Rose, who unfortunately had a power cut.
Yes.
Who would think of that?
And Neil, everyone, and our young authors, not to miss them, our young authors. So everyone, thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and we would love to bring you back next year, maybe face-to-face event.
Yes, we promise it's going to be a face-to-face event. And from Monica and my side, this is a goodbye and have a very good evening. We'll leave you with a very inspiring video from Vivan here, and do not go. There are going to be some inspiring conversations being played by Matthew Holman and Vinny Bhati of Srishti Publishers. So Monica, all yours, and this is me saying goodbye.
Okay, thank you guys.
Hello everyone, my name is Vivan Ithora and I'm here to talk about my book.
Hi Vivan, you tell us something about yourself first.
Well, I'm Vivan and I'm 13. I go to Redham House and I love sports.
What is your favourite sport?
Rugby and Formula 1.
What is the name of your book, and would you like to tell us something more about your book, please?
My book's called The Waffle of the Mind, and it's essentially the waffle of the mind and how your mind can interpret things in different ways and can change your reality.
Why did you think of the topic that you have chosen in the book?
Well, because again, I love rugby, and I just thought that many people probably suffer with this sort of thing, and I wanted to write about it.
What is the sort of thing that people suffer with?
Well, in this book, it's dyslexia, and how that again changes how you interpret things as a person.
What is the message that your book gives out, Vivan?
Well, the message this book gives is to overcome your fears and have good mental well-being and taking care of your mental state, which is very important as you're a growing child.
What is the message to the young writers, Vivan?
Well, the message I'd like to give across is that age doesn't define you, and to use all the creativity and imagination you have and let it run wild. And when you use it and it's channeled in the right way, it can do wonders to you as a young child. Thank you, Author in Me, for encouraging me to write this book.
Kali and the co-founder of Good morning and welcome to another Inspiring Conversation podcast with me, Ekta Bajaj. I am the author of the book, The Voice of Kali, and the co-founder of a beautiful company, Author in Me, where we empower people to express themselves using storytelling as a tool. And of course, storytelling is all about being mindful of where you are, about understanding yourself, about understanding your challenges and fears and putting them across in a very unique expression that is very unique to you. And that's what we do. And today I'm really delighted to have Matthew Allman with me. He is the founder of Simpila Mental Health. And Matthew, I will let you introduce yourself and give your beautiful introduction, which you have kindly given to me before the podcast, but we did not record that.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for the invitation, Ekta. I'm so happy to always have the opportunity to talk about, the things we're doing and what's going on with mental health in particular and my world. Yes, I am Matt Allman, and I'm the founder of Simpila Mental Health. Founded the company back in 2016, actually at a point when I was struggling with my own mental health challenges. So it's quite sort of a poignant piece around sort of why, my purpose and my why was driven by my experience of life, and big conversation or big story I guess I could tell around that. We'll save that and maybe get into some of that as we go. But the idea of Simpila Mental Health is to engage and encourage more conversations of mental health. And I think that is so important in today's world. We are seeing more challenges than ever. We're seeing more people who are struggling than ever. And now's the time to raise the conversation. So I'm very passionate about this subject because I have my own personal lived experience through a 20-year corporate career where I didn't really take care of myself. So that was a big learning lesson for me. Things changed in 2016 when all of a sudden I found myself being removed from a position, which was very brutal and created its own chaos. And I've just had this incredible experience for the last 5.5 years. From that point of trauma, created a greater, higher level of awareness of what I was doing, how I was doing it, how I was acting. I was able to remove the professional face that I was showing and presenting all the time, thinking I was something that potentially I wasn't inside. And now I'm honest. Now I'm true to myself. I talk openly about my own experiences. I share that. And I'm so privileged and lucky to come onto these podcasts, to do workshops with clients, to do corporate conferences, to talk to anybody that wants to listen about mental health. Basically, that's my objective. I started my business on 2 founding thoughts. The first one was never work for anybody ever again. And thankfully, 5.5, nearly, well, it'll be 6 years in February, 6 years later nearly, I still work for myself, which is brilliant. I'm absolutely so chuffed that I've managed to get through. There was a small little crisis in there of the pandemic, so I managed to survive through there. And second one was everything I do is very much focused on supporting people to understand more about mental health when they're struggling, especially, whether that's parents, whether that's adults, whether that's people at work. And actually, if we break it all down to what society is, it's a group of humans, a collaboration of humans or community of humans who we're all the same when we break ourselves down to who we are, irrespective of colour and race and gender and everything else. And I don't see that anymore with what I do, because I just see a human being in front of me who is struggling at times or who's doing really well. And I celebrate the success and I support the challenges. And that's what I do. And over that 5.5 year journey, I've learned more than I ever learned in any of my life. If I add up all the cumulative 41 years before, I've learned more in 5 years than I learned in 41. And I'm on this journey now where I'm continuing to understand more about these subjects. I talk to thousands of people every year about their journeys with mental health. It's incredible. I'm so privileged to be where I am. It's an important role, I think, and it's one that society needs, but we need everybody to have this ability to be open and honest and share their stories and their journeys. And for me, that's what I've created. I've created a business built on that basis and those principles. Anybody that works with me in my business, they have to want to do more to help others, and that's what it's all about. So it's just been an incredible ride. I delivered a TEDx talk back in 2019 about a little pet project of mine about being a 24-hour human. We are humans all day, every day. We cannot change that, but it's the way we invest our time. That's something that we need to focus on. What else have I done? I've started a podcast myself last year, and it's just coming up to the first year anniversary on the 19th of November, or it will be the first year anniversary on the 19th of November, with 111 conversations with amazing humans recorded so far. And that's sort of a world that has just opened up its opportunities for me, I guess. And I talk where I can about these subjects. there is also another side to my story, which I think is important for people to understand some of my reason for why I do what I do and why I'm very passionate, and in particular sort of around supporting parents or others who are supporting young people, because I'm the parent of two daughters, two beautiful daughters. I've got, but one of them's an adult, so one's 19 and one is still a child but in secondary education at 14. And my eldest daughter actually has struggled for a number of years with her own mental ill health, and that's something that, you know, is still ongoing. It's something that we are still challenged with. It's something we're still battling for the right support and services to enable her to come back to the family home. She is in hospital even as we speak. So it's about keeping going. She gives me the passion and the purpose and power. And I look at my daughter who struggled, and she has struggled since she was 15 years old. And I look at her and say, she gives me the passion and the power. She gives me purpose. And I'm not ashamed of her. I'm not ashamed of anything she's been through. I'm proud of her. I've got the most pride for her battling every single day to recover, to come home. We're there alongside her. We're fighting with her. We're putting her, when she needs to, she asks me for a hug, or she steals my Spotify account from me when I leave expect it, or when I'm in the gym, like this morning. And you know what? The connection's much greater than it ever has been. We're disconnected in one way because she's not at home, but we're connected in more ways than we ever have been, because we're connected now on an emotional level where we can engage and have empathy and understand a little bit more about each other. So, that's a little bit of an introduction. I don't know. That's right, but,
no, that's a beautiful introduction.
I love life. I love people, and I hate it when people are struggling, and I really want to do the best I can with whatever I do.
You know what, hearing you, I can only think that, we all are simply connected as humans, and how easy it is for us to forget that. And we only reminded about it when we ourselves are going through a struggle, because then those struggles are the common struggle of every human being. And if you look closely, I always feel we all have the same joys, the same fears, the same challenges, the same, kind of struggles that we are going through are quite similar. And sometimes when in moments of extreme joy or in moments of extreme pain, we suddenly tap into ourselves as human beings. But why can't we just tap into that nature within us in our everyday life? And if only we could do that, probably there wouldn't be a reason for us to be so lost in the chaos of the world, isn't it?
Yeah, so true. So true. And I think that was one of the foundations for when I started talking about this 24-hour humans element. We're fixated on, people become so fixated on being too busy.
Yes.
We and this is what I was trying to say in that at TEDx, was we make excuses because we're too busy. We can't do the things we enjoy. So yes. I enjoy going for a run, but I'm too busy to go for the run. And actually what we have to do is value things slightly differently. So what am I giving up? Or why am I giving up the run? What am I doing? Is it more valuable than me doing something I enjoy? And this is where we struggle, because every day we can do amazing things. It shouldn't just be, I've got this amazing event coming up in 6 months' time. It could be, today I'm going to do some amazing thing. I wake up every morning thinking, what can I do today that's going to be amazing? Today, this is brilliant. I love doing this. So meeting you for the first time, having this conversation, to me, that's an amazing event, right? That's not a chore. That's not I've got to do that as part of my work. That's something I really enjoy.
Excited about, yeah.
I feel the energy start to come up when I'm talking about it, and I love that. And I look at my diary, and every week I'm looking at my diary on a weekend just to say what's coming this week. And I don't look at that and go, I've got to do that tomorrow. I've got to do this tomorrow. Of course, there's some of the admin stuff that needs to be done, which sometimes is a bit of a, but it's also quite useful to get my head into, the business side of business, I guess. But that's the challenge. We become so busy, we forget that we can actually still enjoy ourselves every day. We can still do great things every day, and we can do things that take care of our brains and our mental health. But we don't think it that way. So, we're fixated on busy. And
yes.
I don't like that word.
No, we are not busy. We're just choosing to do activities that we like to do. That's the way it should be, isn't it? And, intrinsically, our human nature is something that, like I was telling you, I'm very much a spiritual person, and on Vedas and everything, ancient philosophies are very much embedded in me. And they all say that intrinsically our human nature is that we are always looking for happiness. We will always run towards something which will make us more and more happy. And that is the ultimate nature of our being. And yet we forget it. And I read on your website that you help people to achieve their maximum potential, to achieve the best organizations and people. So my question to you is, what are the common obstacles that you see that people are facing in becoming the best version of themselves? Because by nature, by law, universe has created us to be someone who is going to be naturally trying to make ourselves happy. But is happiness, is the definition of happiness different for in each one of us? And is that the obstacle? But what are the common obstacles?
Wow, what a big, we'll go to the universal question now. Shall we? The big universe question. If I could find happiness and bottle it, I'd love to sell it, and that's the reality, isn't it? I think what we have to recognise, and this is about the reality for a lot of people, is we're all unique, we're all different. So there isn't a simple formula that says happiness looks like this. Although there was a formula recently that said the route to happiness is to lower your expectations, right? So we set monumental expectations on ourselves, far too high. We challenge ourselves too heavily, and then we get frustrated when we don't achieve, and that's difficult. So if we, and I like that thought, reduce your expectations, because we all want to do perfect things. We all want to do it the best we can. We all want to perform to the highest of our potential. We all want everything to be absolutely perfect. We don't want to make mistakes. We don't want to put spelling errors into our text. You know what? We're all humans, though.
Yes.
We make mistakes. We're not machines. We're not dictionaries. We're not, and I think that's half the battle. So the obstacle sometimes is that we put too much pressure on ourselves. And then you look at people around you and think about timekeeping. Think about how you feel when you're late for an event versus how somebody else on the other side might feel if you're only a few minutes late. I'm quite fixated on this thought. It is, it links into the 24 hours, but most of our lives revolve around time. So when we're thinking about happiness, are we happy if we're late to an event? Well, probably not. Are we happy if we're early? Well, we probably feel maybe a bit more happier. And it just is, we link everything into time. Time is a wonderful thing, and it's something that is, obviously, it's just whatever it is around us. But it becomes quite a driver to everything we do. I don't have time to do what I want. I don't have time for this. I've got too much to do and not enough time. And we hear these phrases, we hear these quotes all the time, of course, all the time. And that's something I think that stops us from enjoying things. It's,
that's so deep and so well put. We always forget about how time controls us.
Oh, 100%. We put our alarms on for in the morning. We know what time we start work. We know what time the meeting is. We know what time lunch is. We know everything is time driven. Wouldn't it be nice to take those shackles off and say, you know what? And my wife's French, and in the French culture, there is no such thing as dinner time, right? So we don't have dinner at a specific time. It's when everybody's together, when somebody says, should we have something to eat?
I resonate with that.
And I think from a cultural perspective, we can learn so much from other cultures, and you know that, of course you do. And I love that, because I think, I'm from a sort of traditionalist English background, British background, where time was very important, dinner time, lunchtime, everything was structured in such a way that it didn't give you that. I think sometimes we lose that spontaneity, that opportunity to do things that make us feel. And I know some people are really into their routines, and I have nothing wrong with that whatsoever. I think sometimes we just have to have that little bit of flexibility around. Do something you enjoy, and don't limit yourself by going, well, I've only got an hour to do that, because then I've got to do this, and it really, I don't know, that's a big answer.
That's such a beautiful thing that you mentioned. That's so interesting. But you know what? I mean, I look at the parents, because we work with so many children.
Sure.
And when they come to our courses, some of them are so tired, and I'm just asking them, what's happened? Sometimes we had a courses at 4:00 when pre-COVID times, when we were actually having face-to-face classes. And the child would be like, well, I've gone from a swimming, I've gone from a karate, I've gone from a dance, I've gone for a birthday party, and now I'm here for that. So their life is structured. This Saturday is structured as this task to do from this to this. So what you said, allowing especially children and parents that flexibility is so important, isn't it? And I totally see how that can be a biggest obstacle.
Yeah, we had the same with my daughters, with my youngest daughter. She still does do karate 2 times a week, and we have to drive 20 minutes, 25 minutes to go to drop her at karate, and it is very much then, okay, so on a Tuesday and a Wednesday, we're limited in what we can do, but actually are we? Because now when I drop her at karate, I'll go for a run, or I'll go and do something else, or I'll meet a friend for a coffee, or whatever it might be. So it's about using time resourcefully. We spend, or we waste, and that's the thing that frustrates me is, time is something we just genuinely don't know how long we've got, right? We don't know how many hours we've got left in our life. We really don't. And that's something that we need to recognize. And when we recognize that, we say, well, I'm not going to waste any then. Because I might only have 24 hours left, or I might have 1 million hours left. But if you value it, because you'll only ever know when you're at your end. When you get to the end, you won't have that, you won't really have so much recognition of when it's coming. But it's about then saying, okay, so how can I use my little micro moments? I talk about golden moments every day when you've got time for you, when you can just sit down, maybe even just with a cup of tea in the garden or just outside, go for a walk for a few minutes. And, we get caught up on this thought of, I know we were talking about this before, but, self-care, people think of self-care as being, I go to the gym twice a week, or I run 3 or 4 times. That's not self-care. That's part of self-care, but that's not all of it. Because every day you have the chance to say, you know what, I'm going to take a few minutes out. I talk to so many people across workplaces and, families and parents, and who don't take breaks, who don't take lunch breaks, who just work through and soldier on. And you know what? There's a reason why burnout's becoming much bigger. There's a reason why stress is much higher. That's because we're not taking breaks to look after ourselves. And the things that we need to do to take care of ourselves, we're sacrificing first. And I think we need to change our mentality towards that and think, I need to take care of myself first, because then I can do everything I need to do. And if we don't change our mentality, we're just going to continue burning ourselves. And you said it, the parents coming to those sessions who look tired, who look worn out, and they are, and I'm not saying they're not, they are, but they need to find a way to practice maybe looking and caring more for themselves. That's how I feel.
Yeah, not just the parents, the children as well. There is so much focus on our physical health now. People are starting to eat healthy, become vegan, and go to all sorts of extent to have a certain, healthy lifestyle in terms of being physically fit. But is there so much focus on mental health? Are people still taking that seriously?
I think it's growing. We're seeing this sort of the upsurge of well-being being quite an important part now. And when we break down well-being, just to sort of clarify that point for everybody, really, well-being incorporates both physical and mental health. So it's not physical and maybe a bit of mental health. It's physical and mental, and actually they're joined together. I think about my generation. When I was growing up, we only had an educational subject, and I talk about this all the time in my training, but the subject that we had at school was physical education, right? So we were taught about how to run, climb, kick a ball, whatever it might be. We knew what physical education was about. It was about being active. It was about keeping ourselves, fit. And then we understood the difference between being fit or being unfit. So if you don't do the physical activities, you're not going to be fit, are you? If you eat too many sugary foods, if you drink too much alcohol, smoke, and probably didn't learn too much about that at school, but we understood the difference between being fit or being unfit. And we also understood, and this is the reality that I often share with people, is we understood that if we didn't take care of ourselves and we weren't fit or we were unfit, the risks of developing other potential challenges, illnesses, becomes much greater. Diabetes, heart disease, lung disease, and all the different diseases. So we understood that. But I never had a subject at school called mental health education. Yes. And so this is the challenge. I'm an adult, a grown adult, and I have grown adults attending my training who say, I've never learned about mental health. So what is it? Firstly, they can't define it, so it's difficult. But then when you start to use this parallel world of physical health and say, look, that's what we did at school. Now, it'd be nice, and this is what we're trying to bring in now, is younger people's mental health awareness. They understand what it is. If you understood that actually all those physical things that you did also influenced your mental health, because you felt happier, you felt better, you felt more content, you were feeling less stressed, or maybe you're feeling more stressed when you're feeling unhealthy and unfit. And that's the thing that we need to bring to light, is we do all know about mental health. We just don't realize that we know about it. We talk about mental health all the time, and that's the revelation that I give to managers. When do you talk to your team or your staff about their mental health? And it's often, and 90% I would say, when somebody is struggling. And I said, that's not true. I said, you talk about mental health all the time, but you just don't realize. And they say, well, what do you mean? And I say, so Hector, if I asked you this morning how you're feeling, and you said, I feel really happy, I'm really excited, there's some great things coming up, I'm meeting this guy called Matt for a podcast recording today, and I've got some plans later, I'm going to see some friends. That is a positive mental health conversation. But then the opposite end, which is, Hector, how are you feeling? You know what, I'm just feeling a bit overwhelmed today. I'm tired, I'm stressed, I've had a lot of things going on recently. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do the things later, meeting up with friends and so on. And that is a negative mental health conversation. And as soon as we start to understand that actually we understand or we hear each other talking about mental health all the time, life becomes a much more interesting place. We understand. So when you're struggling, I can then say, Hector, talk to me. What's going on? Is there anything I can do to support you today? I can't fix the reason you're tired. I can't make you sleep more. I can listen and I can understand that. And that is something we all, as family members, parents, as colleagues, as managers, as leaders, or whatever, as humans, I guess is probably the word I should use there, we can do better. So valuing that. We know about mental health. We just didn't realize that it was all there.
Yes, and you know, when it comes to physical health, we can actually see the changes that are happening to our body, and then we realize that something needs to be fixed within us, and then obviously the action to do that is more vigorous. But mental health is something that we can't really see, and we don't often realize that, you know, it's a simple act of just asking or being kind to someone, or just smiling at strangers, or just telling someone, I'm here. These are the subtle actions that can lead to a very larger positive outcome.
Absolutely, you're right. And simple stuff, actually, we get fixated on, you know, oh, you need to see the doctor, you need to get medication, you need, you know, let's stop thinking that way first. Let's start thinking about, how can I make a little bit of a difference? You know, I help people to have conversations about mental health. I'm also a Samaritan. I've been a Samaritan for 6 years now, listening to people tell their stories, and often they've never spoken to anybody. And I think that's such a shame that people feel that they can't talk to somebody, a family member or friend. And that's what Samaritans really exist for. And sometimes just small things, just giving somebody a little bit of, back to that reality of time, but giving somebody a little bit of your time just to say, look, tell me what's happening. I'm here to help. And that's where we sometimes fail, because we think, I don't have that time to do that. And you know, this is the challenge, isn't it? We think it's not our business. We think it's not for us to solve or to support, but it is. Just by a smile, just by a message. I send text messages to friends randomly, just saying, hey, how you doing?
How you doing? Yes.
You know, and it doesn't take long. I also, one thing that I do, those micro things, I put polls out on LinkedIn once a week. I'll always put a poll out on LinkedIn, just as a thought. And it's a poll that often is about how people feel. So sometimes, you know, the top one will be, I feel excited, I'm motivated. I love that. Of course, that's brilliant. Next one will be, I feel okay. And then there'll be sort of a couple of negative ones in there, more about, I feel a bit anxious or worried, I feel a bit stressed. And I will tell you now, and I don't think anybody's ever really shown this or knows this, but when people put in that they're feeling stressed or anxious or worried, I will send that person a message, right? Okay. So I will send them a message to say, I see you, I hear you, and I'm sorry that you're struggling at the moment, and I hope that everything, you know, changes soon and everything's going to be fine. And I love the impact that has, because it people come back and actually it's just a nice thing to do. It's just a kind. That's how I feel. I'm doing something not because I want anything from it. I don't expect any business or things like that. I do it because I'm genuinely concerned when somebody says they're worried or anxious or concerned about something. And we can do small things like that, and it's simple. But sometimes because we think, oh, well, you know, I just want the outcome of the poll. And actually the poll outcome to me isn't that important. It's about when people show those small challenges or those things that they often aren't telling others about. I want them to know that I can see it, and that I'm never going to share who these people are. I'm never going to identify them to anybody. It's very much privacy or private between us. But it helps, doesn't it? And it helps a person feel somebody heard me.
Yes, and that's a huge part of expression, being a huge part of this whole mental health world. How often do we feel comfortable to express our deepest thoughts, even when if friends are asking us, how are you feeling? Well, I'm okay. How many times we just say, I'm okay, when we really want to say, you know what, I'm really struggling here. I'm really not good. I really would love it if we could just go for a small coffee or something and you could just hear me out. So that's how often do we kind of stops then ourselves. So for someone who's listening to us right now, I'm thinking that, yes, I don't feel good most of the times when I say I'm okay, but what do I do about it? What are the changes? If I have to understand how to express myself, how do I approach people and tell them, I need more support, I need more love? Or how do I find that support within me? Because I completely believe that empowerment, because like I said, my core is empowering people. That's where I work, that's who I am. And I feel that it has to start from yourself first. Before you look out for support, there has to be something inside you that has to tell you, I'm there to listen to. So you have to first express it to yourself, find the courage to express it to yourself. So for someone who's listening to all of this and wondering, am I not expressing enough? What are the simple reminders that you would like to give them?
You know, you're so right in terms of sort of the awareness and observing your own well-being. You know, I didn't for 20 years. That's the thing that crept up to me. You know, I didn't notice my behaviors, my habits, the things that I was doing that weren't good for me, you know, mentally or physically. And I think that self-awareness, sometimes we only get it when something happens. There has to be that sort of moment of impact, doesn't it, where you go, right, I need to think about what's happened. I need to consider what I've been doing. I need to reflect. You know, I just want to encourage everybody, think about where you are right now. Think about how you feel right now. And I'm not saying ask and tell everybody, but think about how you feel right at this moment. Now, you may feel happy, you may feel worried, you may feel concerned, anxious, whatever. But think about then why. What's going on? What's making you feel that way? Because one of the biggest challenges, especially with mental illness and things like depression, is we just don't realise we've got depression. We don't see it. It's just who I am. It's part of me. I can do a lot of self-reflection to my whole, years of my career, my corporate career. And I know by reflecting and by looking back at moments that there were moments where I would definitely have been diagnosed with having depression. I'm sure of it. I'm absolutely positive. And the reason is because I can look at those moments and start to identify things that were happening, how I was feeling at those moments, the things that I was doing for my work. And a lot of it was I was isolated and lonely because I was traveling all over the world, and I was in hotels on my own, and I'd be drinking because nobody was there, and it was on expenses, and I'd eat rubbish food, and I wouldn't go to the gym. And sometimes we need to take those moments where we say, what am I doing right now with myself? What do I do? And so when I look back at those, I can say, and there was also other signs, which I think we miss signs and we miss things. And one of the signs, and this is interesting for anybody that's a parent, was my children, and I was probably in my mid-30s at this point, my children started calling me grumpy old man. As a mid-30-year-old man, I didn't feel like I was an old man, firstly.
Yes.
And I really wasn't grumpy. And if I was grumpy, it was because of everybody else. I didn't take that responsibility. So what were they actually saying to me? Well, they were telling me, because they were only little, you know, they were not even teens or in tens, you know, they were telling me what they were seeing. And I didn't listen to it because I didn't want to hear what they were saying. So I made excuses, and we do that, don't we? We make excuses because we think it's everybody else to blame. It's like performance at work. If you don't perform well, we tend to try and find reasons why we haven't performed well, which tend to be because of other people.
Blaming it on other people and situations.
And so I think for all of us, we just need to sometimes, you know, that look in the mirror can be hard, but also we need to just take moments where we take stock. You know, checking in with ourselves. I've become very aware now of my own mental health, and I talk about that with people, and I share that with people. And the other piece then to that is to say, I find it really sad when people say they haven't got anybody to talk to. I really do. And you know, when I'm having calls as a Samaritan, and I'm sure all Samaritans would say exactly the same. It's sad when somebody tells you a story that's so difficult about what's been going on for them, yet they can't tell their friends or their family. And you ask why? Why can't you tell your family that? And I say, because they've got their own problems. They don't want to hear mine. And I find that really hard, you know, because we all have problems. Let's be honest. We all have challenges. We all have worries and concerns and anxieties. So why can't we say what they are? Why can't we tell people? We fear that we're going to be judged on that. We fear that we're going to be a failure. We fear that people are going to see beyond the professional, perfect vision that we show the world. Fake book exists. Of course it does, because who puts their rubbish photos on there? We only put the best ones. We only put the greatest light in. We only put the angle that makes us look the best. This is the worry. We need to change the way that we view that. And to do that, we need to just think about, okay, how am I really feeling? And there's so many aspects to all of this. Of course there is. And we could spend 3, 4, 5 talking about this, not just you know, learn what's going on. And when this changes, make sure you notice it.
You notice and you accept it. So that's really important, to accept and not take the blame, accept the responsibility of change in your life. And coming back to parents, I just want to reflect back on the fact that you are struggling as a parent as well. You're handling a very delicate situation in your own life as a parent, and obviously now you understand the situation probably better than what you understood 20 years back.
Yeah.
Yes, so which clearly reflects the fact that as parents, we must not only be taught how to take care of our children and what they should be fed the most, how they should look the best, what are the parties, what are the social activities for them. We should also be taught how best to understand our child. Because I'm more into spirituality, I would say spiritually how best to understand how to connect with your child as a human first, and not just as someone you're just taking care of, feeding or something like that. Do you think if you had gone to the same situation 20 years back, you would have handled it differently? And what is your message to parents here today as a parent?
Absolutely. Would I have handled it differently 20 years ago? Absolutely. I had no idea. My wife struggled with postnatal depression after the birth of our first daughter. And I'd be honest, and I always hold my hand up for this, I just thought she was a bit moody. I thought she was just having a bit of a low mood. I didn't understand it. My knowledge then wasn't great, because why would it be? I was doing what I wanted to do for me. I wasn't looking after really what other people were going through. So yeah, definitely. And I hold my hands up to that. And but I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot through that. I would say to parents, the biggest challenge that we face is because we are the parents, we want to fix everything. So when our child has something that's broken, a toy or or if they're injured or if anything else is going on, we fix it, don't we? We repair the toy, or we replace the toy, or we support the child if they go to. The challenge we have when we're talking about emotions and the mental side of supporting young people and children any age really, is we can't fix their challenges that are going on inside. So if they feel lonely, if they feel worried, if they feel anxious, by us saying, don't worry about it, it'll be okay, it's all okay, don't worry, it doesn't change the feeling. Yeah. So, which is exactly the same in adulthood as well, by the way. So it's not that we just do this with children. The thing we have to learn to do is to listen to our children and listen to what they're trying to say to us, because we're very good at cutting in with our answers. We've got the answer to every question. Why don't we? Well, of course we do, because we're the parent. We know everything, right? Once they get to teenage, they're going to say, well, they know everything. So there is a bit of a head banging battle, right? Yes. We do cross challenge, there are some challenges. But all I would say is we need to learn to communicate well. And communicating means listening, and listening without judgment, listening without the fear of, if they tell you something that you don't want to hear, if they tell you they've done something that you think is wrong, of course there's discipline that needs to be, administered, or whatever that might be, maybe take the phone away or ground them for a bit or whatever. But making that conversation open is so important, because if we don't make it open, if we just keep on applying the rules of parenting that we, and some of us grew up in systems where parenting, I look at my daughter, my wife and I had this conversation just the other day. Our daughter now talks to us in a way that we would never have dreamt of our parents.
Because our challenges are different, their challenges are different, and we can't compare how we grew.
And my daughter says that often. I say when I was at school, and she say, but it's not about when you were at school, it's about you. And you know what? It takes a long time for you to go, okay, I appreciate you are in a different place. I was at school in the 80s, and you're now in the school in the 2020s, and it's not the same place. It doesn't work the same way. The dynamics have totally changed. And that's the challenge. Is we sort of always grew up going, I'm never going to turn into my parents. I'm never going to turn into my parents. And oh my God, Dad, and it's the challenge. So I have to pull myself back from that. But I think it does come down to listening now. The stresses for young people today at all ages, and this is a reality. We see that across the board with mental health challenges. The stresses for young people today are much greater than I grew up with. I can tell you that.
Yes.
Absolutely. We didn't understand mental health as well back, 30 years ago, 35 years ago. We need to understand it now, because our young people are struggling. They really are. Their identity is being challenged by, all the things that are going on around them, the communities that they live within, the socio-economic structures that they're within. Everything is challenged. We need to support those challenges, because why is that important? Well, when you know that 75% of all mental health issues start before the age of 18, that's quite scary. So we need to manage and support people much better as young people. I think, like the Children's Adolescent Mental Health Service, CAMS, is under so much pressure. The referral times are ridiculous. We have so many challenges. So how can we help that change? We need to learn as parents or carers or those, and for children of all ages, from primary, you know, right the way through to secondary, even college and sixth form and university, of course. But we need to learn how to engage in those conversations, because if we don't, and if we just keep going on a trajectory, it's not going to be great. The second coming of the pandemic is going to be the mental health impact. We talked about it. About especially young children, 2-3 years old, who were born through a pandemic and they've never known different to the pandemic. It's almost like that Stockholm syndrome of, you know, there's if you're inside it for so long, it's the way that you feel that this system works. And so we have to be careful with that. We can't just force people to change. We can't just say, it's all right now, you can go and hug your nan, or you can do these things. Because if they've grown up with the fear of why they can't, how do you unravel that so that they can?
No. Like, I was just trying to come back to the point that I was telling you, that I met this 3-year-old, and the way that child was just sitting very timidly in one corner, just engaging with the iPad or the phone, and not with the humans, because he was so scared. He was so scared to be with humans apart from his family. He hasn't seen anyone. And that was scary, because the world for them is on the phone.
Yeah. It's a different world, isn't it? It's a different reality. You know, it's one that we accept. And sometimes, you know, I don't want to go into the whole sort of how we parent and what we do and how we do it. And, you know, it's convenient for us at times, isn't it, to give a child an iPhone or a pad or whatever, you know, whatever it is. But it also, we need to reconnect. We need to have that ability to engage with other humans. You know, my life was spent outside when I was a kid, you know, with my mates, playing football in the park, or, you know, meeting up and just whatever. And I think that's something that is a bit of a challenge now, isn't it? And it's all been founded on fear, and that's the problem. We make people fearful to do those things. It's dangerous to be outside. It's dangerous to go to a park. And I know that's a reality in some places. I really do, and I'm not trying to say that isn't. But it is a system based on fear. Look at all the news that was generated during COVID. It was all fear-based. It was all based on bad things, negatives. You know, how can we have positive mental health when all we hear is about death, doom, gloom, grey things, dark, you know, and difficult situations? It's so challenged. And, you know, we have to switch off, don't we? I love the thought of going off grid. I love the thought of turning everything off. And, you know, I always say this thing about technology is driving our lives, right? It's driving us crazy in many ways, but it's driving our lives. And when technology, you know, you think about it, your phone battery is on 1% and you have that anxiety of, you know, oh my God, I need to find a socket, right? I need to find a socket or somewhere I can plug this in. And when technology is running low on batteries, we plug it in. The problem is, as human beings, when we're running low on batteries and energy and everything else, we don't unplug ourselves. We carry on. We run on zero energy. We run on low batteries. We run on, and we don't think about unplugging. And that's what we've got to change. So technology, we plug into a wall, but humans, we have to unplug from technology. We need to put it down. We need to walk away. We need to have a break. We need to breathe. Please get outside, take some air, you know, during the hours of daylight. If you're working, and this is something, it's interesting. I was training yesterday, just quickly, and somebody said, I went out at lunchtime with, you know, to get outside, to go for a walk, because during the hours that I'm not working, it's dark. And so I said, okay, well, that's a great idea, isn't it? So if you're working an 8 till 6, maybe take the break in the middle so that you get out during the daylight, and maybe you work till 6:30. I'm sure bosses and employers out there will be okay with that. Why are you doing it? Because I need to get some sunlight. I need some vitamin D on me. You know, I'm very lucky. I seem to be sort of covered in sunlight. For anybody that's listening to this, you won't see it, but you know, but it's important because it makes us feel better. Getting that daylight, natural daylight outside, even in the winter, you know, put a coat on and a hood up, it doesn't matter. But getting outside is so important. So people say, I can't do it, I haven't got time because I finish work at 6, and by 6:30 or 6 after 6, even if you finish at 5 now, it's dark. So it's about making those choices. You know, I hope that helps for people.
Yes, I'm sure. It's just been so wonderful just talking to you. But I'll just end this thing with storytelling, because you mentioned how stories were very important to you, and how they are a very integral part of what you are. And because, you know, storytelling is what Author in Me works with, and I work very closely with. What is the importance of storytelling for you? And is that a tool that we can really use?
Oh, honestly, well, I can talk about it forever. I'm so lucky. I hear stories every single day from people, and I think the thing is, we all have a story, don't we? We all have a journey, and that, for me, this whole journey of life is an incredible adventure, and even I get people talking to me saying, or when I do podcast recordings, saying I don't really have a story, and then they start telling you this story, and you're going, "This is incredible." And the reason it's incredible is because it's their unique story. Every single person, children have these unique stories, their perspective of life is so different, and we all have a different perspective, which is a beautiful thing. It's hard and it's a challenge at times because we don't always agree on the perspectives. But when we start to agree, we're just going to learn from each other. We can do amazing, magical things. And that's what this is all about. For me, storytelling and listening to inspiring stories is such a powerful tool. It energizes me to understand more. I remember when I first started, just as sort of one thought, when I first started in this world of volunteering, listening to people's stories, because that's ultimately what they're telling you. They're telling you a story, whether it's true, false, indifferent, made up, whatever, it doesn't matter. But your world is so small. It's based around your core of family. It's based around your core of your community. And as you come out from that core, you know less about people. So the people around you at work, you probably don't know them, probably don't know anything about them. Most people don't know much about their colleagues at all, where they live, how many children they might have, and so on. So some people do. But the reality was, when I went into that space where there was this sort of, I've got a small world, small bubble, as soon as you start hearing stories, it grows. Your awareness of the world starts to expand. Your awareness of other cultures, other people, other beings becomes much greater. And when you start to understand this is a wonderful place, you can start to do magical things yourself. You can start to engage in really conversations. I understand you, Hector, because I've spoken to lots of people from your culture, from the background that you have, for yourself. I've had incredible stories that I've heard, and I just think, you know what? We're all different, and we all carry these wonderful journeys or stories with us, and we need to have the ability to share them, because magical things will happen when we share those stories, definitely, at whatever age we are. And it continues, doesn't it? It's this is another page of a book that I'm building, or that, in my head, of course. So I think they're so important in everything we do. So important.
Wow, thank you so much, Matthew. It was just so wonderful to speak to you. And I know we could have spoken on so many more things for a longer time, but maybe for another podcast. But today, I think what you have said is going to really help many people understand themselves. And I hope it does make you at least reflect, take a pause and reflect in what point of life are you, and is there something that's telling you inside that something's not right and it needs to change, and maybe that change will start with you today. So thank you so much for joining me today. It's an absolute pleasure.
I'm sorry, but yo.
Every meal, every family, everyone, we all bring something different to the table. Because we're all original recipes.
Hi, I'm Vanessa from SpeakEnglishWithVanessa.com. Are you ready to practice speaking in English with me? Let's do it. What do you do? Where do you want to go? What you up to this weekend? Ooh, could you answer these questions in English? In today's English lesson, you will practice speaking with me about 7 of the most common conversation topics in English. We will practice vocabulary, questions, sample conversation, plus you will have the chance to have a sample conversation, practice conversation with me too. Over the past year, I have made 7 Speak With Me lessons, and today I have combined them all in a very useful lesson where you can practice them for the next 2 hours. To help you never forget what you've learned, I've created a gigantic free PDF worksheet using all of the vocabulary, phrases, questions, sample sentences, and some challenge questions so that you can never forget what you've learned. You can download this free PDF worksheet with the link in the description. All right, are you ready to get started? We're going to be talking about these topics today. So drum roll, let's get started with the first one, weekend plans. Are you ready to learn the most important conversation question of all time? At least according to me. Is that question, what's your name? No. Is that question, will you give me money? No. Is that question, do you love me? No, no, no.
Good morning and welcome to Inspiring Conversations with me, Ekta Bajaj. I am the co-founder of a beautiful creative company that we call Author in Me. Started in 2015. We have grown and expanded into beautiful areas. We started by turning stories into picture books for children, and very happy to now expand into areas for adults as well, where we are making coffee table books for families actually to just preserve the stories that they have so that they can just pass on as legends to the next generation, and also into a course writing. So if then anyone has a story, we can offer them means to just express themselves. And talking about expression, today I have a very special guest with me who will be speaking to me about expression and storytelling. And she's someone who comes with a lot of experience in publishing industry. So I have Vinny Bhati with me from Shrishti Publishers. And thank you so much, Vinny, for kindly accepting this invitation to join me on this conversations. And the aim of this whole conversation today is that if you are thinking of writing the story, if you're thinking that there is something inside you that's telling you that you must write, then I hope by the end of this conversation, we can give you some insights into this industry that we have, the beautiful publishing industry that we have, the challenges you might face and the changing trends today, of it. And, the whole trend of publishing industries, it's such a dynamic industry that every day something new is happening. And I'm hoping to speak to Vinny Bhati, who is the editor of Shrishti Publishers, about these changing trends. So I'll let Vinny introduce herself. Thank you so much, Vinny, and welcome to Inspiring Conversations.
Hi, Ekta, and hi, our lovely viewers. Thank you so much for having me. That was a very, very lovely introduction. So I think it's amazing to always meet people who are so passionate about storytelling and who are actually using stories to change lives. I love what you do. Author in Me is a beautiful organization, and I personally love children fiction. I love working on their books, and I genuinely feel that it is through stories, it is through knowledge that you can actually change their lives. You can actually mold them into leaders of tomorrow. So cheers to you. I think we're doing something so beautiful. Thank you so much for having me. And you're absolutely right. Publishing industry is seemingly supposed to be, so ideally the perception is that it is a very, very static, slow moving industry. That is how I was told in the beginning. but it's absolutely the opposite. I think any industry which has storytelling in it is always very dynamic, it's evolving, it's very much in sync with its society, and it is a very, very vibrant industry to be in. So I
Yes.
think you've actually said very, very correctly. So just to briefly introduce about what I do. So I am a part of Srishti Publishers, which publishes bestsellers. So bestsellers means we have to actually tap into the pulse of the readers. So we basically cater to the mass media. What are the themes that are working with the Indian youth? What are the stories that they would like to know about? So that is what we do. We've worked with a diverse set of authors. So Preeti Shenoy is one of our bestsellers. Then we
Yes.
have Ajay Pandey. Then in the children literature, we did a book with Swapna Datta ma'am. She is one of the very, very leading children's book author. So I think as as a principle, we believe in giving platform to budding authors who have something meaningful to convey. So that is what we believe in principle. And as an editor, I assist them from end to end. So I will help them with their manuscripts. It will be in a very intensive editing stage, then proofreading. Then I also help them with the cover designs. Then
Wow.
once the book is out, we actually sit together with the author and we plan their social media campaign very, very meticulously. So it's a pretty exciting journey. It has a lot of things going on. And I think because Srishti is very, very, say, leading in sales and distributions also. So whatever they publish, they actually say do the selling part of it as well. So they are connected to various booksellers like Om Booksellers, W.H. Smith. So I think with a very, very active sales division, we also get to know what's working with the masses. So I think the sales figures are the
Yes.
absolute, say, determiner of what are the themes that are commercially working. So I think that is what actually gives us also the inspiration. That is what gives us also the insight into what's new and what's contemporary. So I think publishing is in itself is a very, say, diverse field. With cover designers, we work with a lot of visual artists. So that is a different area altogether, because there you are doing storytelling through images.
Yes.
So that's a very, very different art altogether. So I think it encompasses the verbal, the visual, and of course the sensory also, because it's just not what you read, but how it makes you feel. So I think that's pretty much about it. And I love what I do, and it is because of what I believe in that I get to meet passionate artists like Ekta who are doing such good work in London.
You
So I
are
think I'm just
embarrassing
glad
me.
that our paths crossed.
And it all sounds beautiful and very exciting, especially for someone who is actually looking to publish a book. But I will tell you very, very frankly how, about 10 years back, or there was a time when I was looking for a publisher to publish a set of stories that I had written, and I found it was so difficult to get into the right to meet the right person to get into that industry. And I think that was somewhere the trigger to start authoring me because I was like, why must my talent be restricted by somebody's availability? If they don't have time to read what I've written, is that going to restrict what I have to share? And that's why I said, no, maybe children should be told very early on that they have a story and it's beautiful and it needs to come out. So I know it's very difficult for authors to mark their debut in the industry. How, and I think you mentioned to me that you particularly like to work with debut authors.
Yes.
So why is that decision taken, and how do you encourage debut authors? Because you are probably one of the few ones, and I don't know why I didn't meet you earlier. Probably I had to start authoring, and that's why I had to go through that journey and to understand the publishing industry. But how easy do you make it for debut authors? My question is that.
So I think it's a great question because a lot of people know about creative writing, but then publishing in itself is a very opaque industry. So even I didn't know a lot of it before I actually entered the industry. So like in India, we have different kinds of publishing houses. We have traditional publishers, which will have Penguin, Harper, say Macmillan. So actually Penguin is pretty much very hybrid because it has the traditional publishing elements also, and then it has self-publishing also. So, but then the place where I am in, that's traditional publisher. So what we do is we try to make it as democratic as possible. So there are three things that we do which actually encourages, say, debut authors to write. So our process is very, very simple, Ekta. It's like, if you want to come through literary agent, then it's absolutely your choice. But what we try to encourage is that we have an editorial email ID, and which is very active. It's like, if you have a story, if you have written something, you have to submit a proposal. And all the proposals which are sent to us, we actually review it. It's like we are a team of 3 people.
Great to know that.
Really, it's like, so that is what I told you. One part of my job is actually evaluation of manuscripts. I have to actually go through a range of, say, proposals. I have to read them. Then I have to prepare a meticulous feedback. So if we are rejecting it, it's not by our whims and fancies. We have very solid grounds of not being able to publish. Because as it is with traditional publishers, our schedule is pretty rigid because it's us who's actually putting in the resources. So we have to, and all of our, say, profits come through sales. So we have to be very, very strategic in that regard. So we will anyway give more preference to commercial fiction because that is what will give us more sales. So I think for debut authors, we make the process as simple as possible. It's a very, very open, very democratic process. You have a good story, you write a proposal, you send it to us, it will come directly to the editor. So there is no intermediary. There is not, there is, um, sometimes people have literary agents. So there is a scenario where a proposal will come through us to a literary agent, which is fine. So if the author wants to approach us through a literary agent, it's absolutely fine. But then we don't make it mandatory for them.
That's
So
nice.
yeah, so it's a very, very clear channel of communication with a lot of transparency. So the first thing we do is we make it very, very easy. The second thing we do is, so if you look at our social media, this is something that I personally monitor. We try to put in resources which actually help authors to get published. So if you notice, there are a lot of, say, resources to learn writing, but not many people know how to get published. So that is the area, this knowledge, say, dissemination, the knowledge creation around this field, because publishing in itself is a very, very closed circuit in India. Very closed, very, very very opaque also, because not many people know what's happening inside. Only the editors would know. So we try to build the gap that's there. So that is what I also personally believe in, that if you have a good story, you should know how to market it. Because I think in an age which is so driven by social media, there are hundreds and thousands of stories. How do you make your story more marketable? So I think it is in that regard also we really hope and strive to give a lot of knowledge. So I think there is on Tuesday, so Tuesday on our social media, there is this tips and hacks of how to write and get published. So it's a Tuesday series. So there we began with how to get published, how to write a proposal, how to write a synopsis, how to write a blurb. So sometimes I think this is a very, very interesting thing. So not many people know that the way the cover letter that you write in your proposal is also equally important. So the cover letter, the email that you will be writing to your editor and your publisher will actually give them an impression of how you are as a writer and as an artist. So sometimes I think this is just a very internal office joke that we get very, very funny, say, subject lines. Or sometimes there will not even be a cover letter. They'll just be like, PFA, please find attached. So I think little intricacies that matter, because as an editor also we get like hundreds and thousands of proposals. How do you make yours stand out. Maybe you write a more personalized cover letter. Maybe you just don't, CC all the publishers in India. This happens a lot. It's like,
Really?
so
Have you received
yes,
letters like that?
yes, we have such funny letters because I think these are the things that nobody actually teaches you. You learn as you move along. So this just we have very, very funny subject lines. Sometimes people will just write the entire log line in their subject line, so it'll be like a really long subject line to read. Sometimes we'll get a proposal which will be, so people generally don't know the difference between VCC and CC, and so what they'll do is they'll put two Srishti and they'll put to Harper and Penguin. So we'll see all the publishers that are there in India in the email thread. So I think these little things which sometimes go very unnoticed, we actually make it a point to tell them. I mean, it's just something that will actually help you go a long way. It will help you distinguish yourself from other writers, from other storytellers, and it will just get you noticed. So this is one area that we particularly focus on. Also, interestingly, what you would, it will be very surprising for you that most of the writers come from tier 2 states. So tier 2 states, so very small states. So recently I worked, I think writing is supposedly a very, very popular passion in tier 2 states. So in
probably they have so many more stories to share.
Exactly. So I think sometimes we collaborate with people who are, say, living in Patna and in very, very small towns. So I think that is also something that we have to keep in mind. So for people who are living in, say, metro cities, who are working in corporates, they know the tricks of the trades. They know how to present themselves, but they would not know that. I think we cater to their needs so that when they come into the publishing industry, they don't feel that kind of lack because they happen to be most of our authors. I mean, it's just out of chance that they happen to be the people who come to us. So that is also an insight that I gathered.
Very interesting. That's very interesting. And that just reflects the fact that the stories probably people are carrying in their heart. How much desperation or how eager they are to share it with the world.
Yeah, definitely. I think interestingly, so I'll just tell you the story because we are discussing about passion. So my first author whom I worked with, so he was based in a very, very small town. So, and he was working on this manuscript for 10 years. I mean, it got rejected for like 3 times. And I think recently also, his name is Piyush Gupta. He recently got published with us. And the first thing that he told us was that my dream came true. So I think that was one emotion that really stayed with me, that how he was so perseverant, he was so persistent in actually chasing his dream. So I think that is also something that I have seen very, very closely, how writing is just not the pursuit of, say, the elite class, as we would like to say, but then it's as much a literary pursuit of the middle class and sometimes even the lower middle class people also. So that is what I have noticed. The third thing that we particularly do to make the journey more interesting is to actually interact with them. So once the manuscript is accepted, we actually assist them in every step. So our processes are very simple. So we work on MS Doc, which is like very simple, easy to use. And even with our feedback, we are very, very meticulous. So sometimes our authors, they are not very comfortable in speaking in English. So we have to speak to them in Hindi. So I think the language barrier also sometimes impact your confidence, because the publishing industry is overwhelmingly, like the commercial ones is in English. So it is supposed to be dominated by English speakers. So the perception is that if you're a good writer, then you should have a strong command over English. Like that is what the general perception is. But what we believe in is that if you have a good story, then the English bit we can help. So that is
Wow.
something that I have seen very, very closely happening here, that the authors who get published with us, they may not be very good in their language. They may not be able to express their ideas say, that effectively as somebody who has a stronger command over their English. So that is where our role comes.
And
So
they have
that is,
written these stories in English.
yes. So
But
they write it.
that's wonderful that you are giving them this chance to express
Yes.
their stories. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah. So I think if somebody happens to have that literary flair, we are just happy because, our work gets
Wow.
reduced. But then most of the time we know for sure that their literary flair is not going to be that strong. But then we genuinely believe that that should not be a deterrent, because that is
Hmm.
what editors are for. That is what we are here for. We are here to define your story. We are here to polish it. And everything is done in tracks. So the author is always like on the loop. So we really sit with them. There are parts where they are not very, very confident about. They want to retain. So we basically tell them if we are not able to retain. So what I'm trying to convey is that it's a very, very collaborative process.
Wow.
And we ensure that there is no hierarchy that's there. So it's not that whatever the editors say is the word, and you cannot just go against it. Having
Hmm.
said that, we love to work with authors who are very collaborative, who believe in us, and know for the fact that whatever we are saying has a merit to it. So I think it just comes down to three things: knowledge dissemination through social media, making the processes very easy, and seamless collaboration. I think these
Beautiful.
are the three things that we particularly do to really empower debut authors.
But that is so beautiful, and I'm so much impressed. And there is a new level of respect for your organization that I've got in my heart now, because lately, and this is something I had started observing lately, is that not saying this to any particular company or organization, but I'm seeing that there is this surge in celebrities coming as authors and trying to get their books out. And I'm not sure if they are good writers, but because they
Yes.
have a certain presence in the media and they have a certain following, they are given more preference. And I was getting afraid, and I was just a little scared of the fact that, is this going to stop genuine storytellers, genuine people who have a beautiful story to share? Is this focus now going to shift from there to again having these Bollywood stars or celebrities coming and sharing the story? And they, of course, they can share it, but would that take the space away from actually literary book writers or readers, and actually who is interested in book reading? And I'm so glad that you are giving that platform to not just people who are not very confident in speaking English, but they are very confident in sharing a story. So beautiful, beautiful. You've just retained my faith back in the industry.
Thank you so much, Ekta. I think you very rightly said that the prerogative, the right to tell stories actually belong to everyone.
Yes.
And while there is a surge of, say, celebrities and actors and cricketers, I mean, they are very much free to tell the world what their experiences are. Having said that, stories are different. They're unique. They cannot be, say, deciphered in very qualitative terms. I mean, every story is important. Every story is different, and that is why, I mean, even in India there are different kinds of publishers. So there are international publishers, but then like we're Indian publishers. So we believe in actually giving Indian authors the platform to actually speak their stories. So I think the fact that there are a lot of publishing houses, and every publishing house has an expertise in a particular kind of, say, writing and publishing, I think that gives anybody enough space to actually reach out. So I think that is what even we tell authors also, that you have to decide which is the publishing house that is correct for you. So
absolutely,
there are publishing houses like Sage that does academic writing. So if I have a bestseller story, I wouldn't go to them. I'll possibly go to Shrishti or Rupa or Westland. So I think a lot of parameters come into play, and you have to say decide and reach out to the publishing house that you think will assist you in the best possible way, which will give you the kind of audience that you're looking for. So as an author also, I am actually looking at a lot of parameters, at a lot of factors. And given the fact that India is a very, very vast and diverse country, I think diversity, I think plenty of experiences, opportunities, and plenty of publishing houses also. So that is why I think even self-publishing houses are actually good, because traditional publishers, while they are very good in their regard, they're very restricted also. So it's like, if I'll have hundreds of manuscripts, I will only be able to give 10 slots. So I will only be able to shortlist 10.
So how many books do you publish in 1 year?
So around 30 to 40, 30 to 40 we do in one financial year. So it becomes tough for us also, because we just have these 40 stores. So what about the other, say, stories which are equally good? So I think that is where even self-publishers are actually great, because they also give them the kind of platform, and their dynamics are very different. But then it has just opened the space of publishing a lot. So it's just not 3 to 5 publishers now. A lot of publishing houses are opening up, and some of them are self, some of them are traditional, some of them are hybrid. So they have features of both traditional and self-publishing also. So I think as a space, it's becoming all the more interesting, because the dynamics for both the authors and the publishers are changing. So I think, and that's happening even more, this COVID and this post-COVID. I hope I can call this a post-COVID
I
era.
hope so.
But I think that is something that I've seen happening in this era all the more, because I think with all the difficulties that people went through, there have been more stories. I think human beings in general, we thrive in sharing our
people
say,
were
voices.
more they had more time to reflect, and which is where my next part of discussion will go to, is the changing trends in the industry. I mean, we saw so many digital books come out. If found a platform on Amazon Kindle and share the story. So now with these new ways of expressing oneself, which is through audiobooks, through podcast, through YouTube, people would just share a certain part of the story, and then I've seen some of the channels where that story just carries on the next week. It's like a weekly thing. It's very engaging, and it's beautiful in a way as well. So because people are finding so many creative ways of actually sharing their story, how much do you think it's going to impact the publishing industry and this traditional book publishing and the whole charm of it? Do you think it's getting affected in any way, or do you think that's just adding on to it?
Yes, I think that's a great question, because while the pandemic impacted different industries, it did have its effect on publishing also, honestly, because what happened during the pandemic was that the bookstores were shut. So what happened was that whatever, from the perspective of sales, all the paperback that were going out, so that came to a standstill. So I think that is where it actually affected the most, because especially for traditional publishers, because they gain most of their revenues through book sales. And I think last year things were actually all the more difficult, because the lockdown, it actually lasted for way longer. So I think from that regard, yes, it did have its impact. But then, having said that, what we saw interestingly is that the urge to tell their story became it intensified, as you rightly said. It took different forms of expressions, but then it helped us all the more, because it gave us diversity. It gave us a lot of good content, and it gave us all the more stories to share. So within Srishti, we have this imprint called Quickies. So Quickies is something that I look into. That's ebooks. So
Okay.
Quickies is it's short reads ebooks. So what we do within Quickies is that we don't publish full length novels. We will do short stories. Now all
Okay.
these short stories should be they should have an overarching theme. So what we noticed is that people were actually interested in reading ebooks, and that is where our focus shifted. That because people are reading more online now. So Quickies is something that we saw people say gaining a lot of interest in. So I think as a publisher also, we also have different tools at our disposal. So if the paperbacks are not working, we know that there's
Yeah.
ebook, there's say audiobook.
Audiobook.
So I think that is what makes the game more interesting. Yes, there are say stumbling blocks, but I feel that storytelling is very intrinsic to human nature. So no matter how difficult the circumstances become, it can never lose its charm entirely. It can change its form, but then it will never be able to lose its charm entirely. Something that so Neil Gaiman is one of the authors that I really like, and he has some beautiful perceptions and thoughts about storytelling and how it gives meaning to one's life. How it is just not uh, a, a a pursuit which is useless. I mean, people may not see it to be of any use, like on a very literal level, but then it actually gives us the motivation to go through with our days endlessly. And that is what happened during COVID, that people were say they were suffering so much, there was so much of difficulties, that they found their escape, their source of strength in stories. And I think that is where its charm lies. That 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 it gives you that kind of purpose, it gives you that kind of hope that
Yes.
even though things are difficult today, they're going to be better tomorrow. So yes, it was a pretty roller coaster ride for us. I think I remember April, May in India, we had so I think at the end of March they had implemented the lockdown again,
Yes.
and we were all very hassled that how, because we had projects running simultaneously. We had around 3 manuscripts that were going on, and it was a bit of a setback for us. How will we do it?
Because it came
But
very suddenly also. Nobody was
Exactly.
prepared for it.
I know, and I think that is, but then when a setback comes, it just makes you more stronger. And I think human beings are very, very resilient in that regard. They find their means. So we had our systems. We used to be on calls, and there used to be, so finally we made it. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, it is going to see a lot of trends. Sometimes it's going to be upward, sometimes it's going to be slightly downwards, but then it is never going to be static. It is never going to be a a pursuit that is not charming enough, because it's human beings are hardwired to think in terms of
And there is
story.
a certain sense of satisfaction and gratification when you hold the book, this
Yes.
this that you have written. And my whole question was regarding that, the paperback book, the charm of that book that we hold, the pride that one feels that this is my story that I'm sharing with the world. And it's kind of it's just kind of there forever. That
Yes.
should not be lost. And this earlier I was having this conversation with my 16-year-old, and she said, she asked me this very random question. She says, if you could go back or forward in time, whatever era, if you had the liberty to do that, where would you go? And I was like, oh, I would probably go to the Shakespeare era, and I would probably see the whole time then. And then she goes, what would people in future call our era? I said, she said, in terms of an author. And I was like, actually, yes. Do you think that we are losing that sense of, the beauty and the poetry in writing? I almost told her, well, this will be the COVID era, I suppose. But
Yes.
But in terms of writing, are people so eager to share their story that it's become more and more and more simpler? The writing has become a lot simpler than being it more artistic, or are there less of the literary works that can be just, are they just there for generations? Do you think we will ever get another Shakespeare in these times?
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting question. And coming from a 16-year-old, I'm already
Yes.
very impressed. I think there's a lot of reflection that's going on. So I'll tell you something very interesting. So Shakespearean era, what exactly does it mean? That we actually had a writer who could speak in the language of the common people. So if I know you must be aware that Shakespeare was not very elite in his writing. So what he did was that he was able to tap into the human emotions and give it a voice that could actually be accessed by the masses. So since he was able to do it very well, we call that entire phase the Shakespearean era. So I think what we need to always remember is that the art of actually tapping into the emotion does not belong to one person. So I'm sure if we had one Shakespeare back then, we will have many Shakespeare even now. In fact, we do have. So that is something that I learned when I actually entered into the publishing house, which were producing bestsellers. So producing bestseller mean your objective should be that anybody who picks the book should be able to connect with the story, should be able to resonate with the emotions expressed, and should not feel any block in terms of the literary expression. So that's pretty much a very Shakespearean thinking in itself, if you look at it. Because as much as I love Amitav Ghosh and I am a big fan, I know that if I'll give an Amitav Ghosh to somebody who's living in Patna, that person may not be able to connect with it. Appreciate it. Having said that, Chetan Bhagat is somebody whom I really look up to because he made writing very accessible. So what Shakespeare could do back then, artists and writers like Chetan Bhagat and even Ajay Pandey and Preeti Shenoy, now all of these writers, they may not write the most complex fiction that you can come across. They may not write in the most ornamental language, but then they are able to tell their story in a way that masses are able to understand. So
the writing has become more and more simpler in terms of understanding,
relatable. Exactly. Simpler, relatable.
It's what we speak is what's
right.
written.
Exactly. I come from a literature background. So I have done 5 years of training in literary text. So I did it from Delhi University. I went to Hansraj first and then I came to Venki. And there I used to deal with Marlowe and Shakespeare and all these complicated literary geniuses. And while I appreciated what they said, I could never really connect with them because what the kind of language they used was very difficult to process. And also, I think they were pretty foreign to me because I'm an Indian. And I think the cultural factor is also something that comes into play very, very critically. So I think that when I went to literature, when I studied those texts, I was dealing with the most complicated literary theories. And then I came to publishing and then I had to unlearn everything that I did there.
That's interesting.
Yes. I think the first day my publisher told me that, Vinny, we are telling you very, 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 say outrightly, we are not working with literary geniuses here. We are working with very, very genuine people who have something meaningful to
but
say.
that just again shows that how easy you're making for people to express themselves just as they want to, just as they are, without decorating it with any impressive words. But again, because when we are speaking to our children, when we do our creative writing courses with children, we focus so much on the vocabulary, saying that vocabulary kind of enhances what you're writing.
Yes.
And then but then you're right, when it comes to writing the story, the first draft always is very simple, and obviously because they're children and we are teaching them something new, we can kind of ask them to replace certain words. But
Exactly.
you're saying it's good to write simple but write effective.
Exactly. Write simple, write effectively, always keep your target audience in mind. So I think that is where your training and your diligence come into play. So what I'm trying to say is that you can be simple without being complicated. So you don't
Yes.
have to use the most, say, ornate words to communicate a simple story. Having said that, literary refinement is always welcome. So that is what will leave the impact. Now, how to maintain a balance between the two is practice and the art.
Yeah.
So
And which
I
is where
think
probably you will come in place as an editor,
exactly
isn't
that
it?
is what you have to keep in mind. So just to try to answer your little one's question, I personally feel that the Shakespearean era, like in terms of the essence, has finally arrived. We are seeing a lot of Indian authors who are making a lot of difference. They are actually, so our era in general is the postmodern era, honestly, because that is how it is divided in terms of the literary periods. But if you want to say make it more specific, I believe in terms of writing, it's all the more contemporary now. It is all the more um, indigenous, if I can say that. It's it's us actually talking into the voice of the people who, so it's us talking to the common man. There's no hierarchy in place. It's more egalitarian, and it is actually tapping into their voice to tell their stories better. So that is what my limited expression experience have taught me, that it's evolving. Having said that, it's evolving. Fiction literature is a very, very vast domain. So you will have storytellers who are going to be very popular and very say common in terms. So they will actually speak to a common man and they will use their vocabulary, and you will have other set of authors as well who will be more literary refined, who will actually use a more polished vocabulary. So what I'm saying is it's a very multicultural kind of a world.
But
I mean,
that's great.
yeah,
There is room for everyone. It just
exactly.
shows that.
There's room for everyone.
And
It's no bipolar or unipolar world anymore.
because
It's a
when
very
I'm
multipolar world.
reading a book, when I pick up a book to read, yes, I love to read something very simple. I don't know why. It's probably with time. My focus has moved more towards nonfiction and more of stories based on experience than fiction mostly. But I do love a mythological fiction as well. So when I'm reading something, yes, I do enjoy certain times that I'm reading something very beautifully written. Certain lines, certain words, certain expression just stays with you. And yes, that sometimes I just want a nice, easy read. So you're saying that there is a room for everyone, which is great to know.
Exactly.
And also, talking about audiobooks, I mean, there is a change in trend, and there is a surge in audiobooks. And I mean, literally, we have just partnered with Studio here, and we are now able to offer, out of all these beautiful picture books that we have done for children, we are now turning all of them into audiobooks with some nice music and everything. Is that a trend that you're seeing in India as well?
Yeah, I think audiobooks in general have picked up pace. So yes, it is a very popular medium of expression. Even for the books that we have, we have them in audiobooks also. In terms of sales, fortunately or unfortunately, they're not that profitable. That is the same question I had with my publisher a while back. That while there is this trend of audiobooks, so as a medium of expression, yes, it's picking up pace. It's actually becoming more prominent. It's evolving in itself, but then it still needs to be accepted. It still needs to be more common in terms of the readers, because I think reading in itself is a very mental exercise. It's like the very idea of holding a book in your hand
It's
and actually
again.
turning the pages.
Oh yes,
And
I love my
very-
physical copy of a book. Even though I have an ebook, I will always buy the book. I've absolutely
Exactly.
loved it.
I think that
Just, making those
experience,
notes.
I know, I think even I love that. I am a very big fan, paperback fan. So I think that experience in itself is very, very distinct, and you cannot get that experience in an audiobook. So in terms of experience, they're very different. They're very different exercises.
But I think in terms of children's books, especially for
Yeah.
children, especially when they are already on their gadgets all the time.
Yes.
I suppose it's a good trend for that industry where they can just
Definitely.
listen to the music. They have we're talking about so like we just did a book of where the character was a little dog and then there was this girl, so you could actually hear the dog barking and everything. So I think that experience for children is good, but I do agree for adults it's different. And again, I know I'm taking a lot of your time, but it's just so interesting speaking to you. So like we give children a chance to just turn their stories into a book. And children as young as 8 or 9-year-old, beautiful stories they've written. So is that a trend again that you're seeing in India where young authors are getting a chance to actually express themselves? Because I had this theory at one point that a book written by a child will probably be read by a child with more enthusiasm. And we saw that, in our little get-togethers or networking events or creative writing classes. We just place all the books that we have done for children and let children pick them up and read it. And they absolutely love the innocence, the way the story has been told. Do you think that's a trend that will probably follow anytime? Or I know it might not be commercially viable.
Yes.
But is that a trend that you think it's where younger children will be given a chance to publish a book?
Definitely. So it's already happening, Ekta. So
Okay.
I'll tell you, so we don't do it, honestly. So we are not able to do it. But then there are publishing houses which are giving kids an opportunity to get published. So I know for the fact that Mithas Services, it's again a form of a publishing house. They are actually working with kids to get their stories published. So as a trend, it is already seeing itself in India. I mean, it's always a pleasure to actually see that children are taking so much of pain and they're actually giving in so much to their literary pursuit. So it's already happening, not that prominently as of now. Like it's like out of 10, you'll possibly see 2 or 3 books written by kids. So maybe it needs to be a little more prominent. It needs to be a little more structured in that regard, and that would be brilliant because, as you rightly said, that children has the tendency to connect with stories that are written by other children.
And I certainly see that when they write a story and when they see the story turn into a book, it's almost giving them the confidence that whatever uniqueness that they hold within themselves, it's beautiful. Whatever thought that they have a thought, they have an idea, and there is this whole domain that they can expand into and actually create a book. And because we work with NGOs and everything, and children actually raise funds for social organizations through books, so it's kind of creating a little circle on its own where a child is inspired to write a book. Child publishes a book, raises money for a social organization, which in turn is helping another child to actually read a book. So I find that whole process very much a part of their own, I think, kind of instilling the positive values in a very experiential way. So for me, that's why books and storytelling are very, very special in itself. So my another question to you, and probably the final question because I know we have extended this, is because people are very much in this misconception that once they write a book, they become millionaires. So is it safe to say that if until you are an established writer, you've got to have writing as it should be something that should not, it should not be that you just leave your job and you say, well, I'm going to be a full-time writer or an author right from day one. I'm just going to start earning millions. It's not that easy, is it?
Yes, I think I think it's a great question, because writing in itself, so there's a difference between writing for passion and writing for actually earning your bread and butter. So I'll tell you what happens. I'll give you some very, very real examples. So there's this writer called Ajay Pandey, and he started off very, very, so he was a newcomer, and his first book, which is called You Are the Best Wife. Now that was the first story that he wrote, and that actually picked up pace. That actually gave him that kind of identity that he was looking for. And after that, he started putting a lot of dedication to the literary pursuit in general. And then, of course, he published a lot of books simultaneously and one after the other. And what ended up happening was that he had created a loyal base for himself. So recently his book, The Girl in the Red Lipstick, came, and I worked with him in that, and I could see how this entire cycle is that, when he publishes, and he has a set of readers who are actually eagerly waiting for him to get his story out. And we had the author signing in the office. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, it can happen, but it takes time. So it is not an overnight success story.
Yes.
It takes time. It takes a lot of strategic decision making. It takes a lot of patience. I think patience is something that people just run out of. So
yes,
it can happen, but it will need its own pace.
Yes,
So,
and it's an individual journey for every writer. Probably
an
goes
individual
through
journey. It is an
in different
individual
time. Some might
Absolutely.
find it that evolvement in 6 months, and some will take years, and some might just take in a month or two. So it's nothing that you can actually compare yourself with.
Absolutely. Having said that, writing has become much more commercial now. I mean, it isn't something that people did not look up as a very solid career option. That's not the case anymore. People are actually becoming full-time writers. They are actually earning their due. I mean, I happen to be a part of the publishing houses which works with bestsellers. So I see that pattern, that trend in front of my eyes, that there are authors who are actually making a place for themselves, not just in terms of popularity, but also in terms of the financial gain bit of it. So it's happening in India, because India has a very, very large base of audience.
Yes, and it's growing. It's growing as well.
It's growing by leaps and bounds. It's like, so you just have to identify your niche, your creative flair, and what is it that makes you different. And having said that, you have to actually also make an assessment of what works with the masses also. So I think that is where strategic thinking will come. That if I'm writing to become famous, then I can possibly write a very literary ornate kind of a story. But then if I'm writing to make money, then I have to be a little more strategic. Then I have to really tap into the, say, the pulse of the audience. Then I have to interact with them. That is what Ajay does very well. So he has a very nice bond with his readers.
I think that's another trend that is changing, that authors now have to have a very strong presence and that that fluid interaction that with the audience has to be there, and they have to be out there and talking about their books, talking about their journey, isn't it?
That's exactly one parameter that we have started keeping in mind. So when we evaluate a manuscript, we actually check the social media presence of the audience, the author, how active he is, what are the number of followers that he has. So writing in itself has become very commercial, and it needs that kind of resources. So you cannot just publish your book and forget about it. You have to
No.
really
You have to become a brand, isn't it? Who's carrying that
exactly,
book with you?
absolutely. You have
Absolutely.
to become a personal brand. You have to make that sell. So I have started seeing publishing as a blend of advertising
Yes.
and creative writing. I
So
think
that's another trend that we are seeing. It's not just
absolutely
writing anymore.
it
It's
is
it's also
not just writing anymore.
Mm,
It's creative writing with a sprinkle of advertising.
everything. So as
Yes,
much. So there has to be a very strong focus on the personality itself.
absolutely. So that is what worked in favor of Chetan Bhagat. So if you actually see, if you maybe research about it more, 5 Point Someone was just not a good story. It was a good story that was very well branded also.
Yes.
So I think Chetan Bhagat was one of the pioneering authors who made writing very commercial. He actually spent his time, money, efforts, investment in actually selling his story.
And one of
So
my other favorite author is obviously Amish Tripathi.
yes, I think so. So
His story is beautiful as well.
right, I think Amish Tripathi is a brilliant example of a literary genius and an advertising guru, as I
Yes.
would name him. So something that that Patnaik does very well. So his stories are well written, but then they are even well marketed also. So
So
even
when you're talking about these young debut authors coming in, do you actually tell them all that yes, we are going to work with your story, yes, we are going to edit it, but then there's this that you have to do. You have to be out there. You have to be more present. Learn to how to tell your story. Is that something that you guide them throughout the process?
yes, we do that, and surprisingly, the realization is within them already. So I think all of us are so much entrenched into this age of social media that we know that if you won't sell it right, it's like it has to be in the sight of the audience for them to notice. If you're not bringing it in their sight, you're losing the game already. So most of the time they have that realization on their own, and yes, we support them. We have to really work on the social media campaign. There is a book talk, there is the Instagram say creative. So I think there is a lot of jazz that happens in that domain as well, and that actually adds to both the sales and the personal branding of the author. So it's all very deeply connected to each other. Writing is not an isolated domain anymore. It cannot be, because if you want to reach to your readers, you'll have to build your way. You'll have to actually pave the bridge. You have to make the path, because and I think the best part is that now all your authors are so much available. So
And they're so
I
much
think
more aware.
I know. I think
Yes.
the entire say bridge between the writer and the reader is so prominent now. I
No,
think
that's a very interesting point that you made, Winnie, because earlier on, people who were writers were just writers.
yes,
That was just their job to write. Now, it's almost like that book has become their gateway to expand into many more things.
that's correct. That's absolutely correct.
Isn't
I
it?
think speaking on that now, one more thing that's happening a lot is that the books are turned into movies.
Yes.
So I think the AV rights, the audio visual rights, now that's another very interesting game altogether. So now when we are working with the authors, we also make it a point to see how easy it is to become into a movie. So I think
Interesting.
the audio visual and the publishing, the writing and the say film and the television industry, so I think they are also getting connected more and more. In
Because
fact,
we have more OTT platforms as well.
exactly. So I think in itself, digital media has touched the publishing industry so much that it has evolved for the better. It's actually coming up with newer modes of storytelling, and it's constantly reinventing itself also. And that's true for any industry to last. That's true for any individual to remain relevant. So I see it as a positive change. I have never really liked writers who think that they can just isolate themselves and write something which has absolutely no bearing on the society. I don't think those are the kind of writers that people remember. I think the kind of writers that are remembered in the long run are the ones who actually made it a point to connect with their readers, to actually help them tell their stories in the most effective way. So that's
Yes.
what I think, and that's what I
Yes.
see it happening more and more.
Yeah, because that personally, that's what I saw. When my book came, The Voice of Kali, it just became for me to actually get invited in so many places to just talk about empowerment, and not that I was not speaking earlier, but then just kind of accelerated that process as a speaker, which is where I thought, well, actually it was a book, but that expanded into something more. And from there on comes my last question to you, which is, coming to London and seeing the publishing industry here, especially for Indian writers, and writers of diverse background, it's not easy. It's not easy to get your books published on a commercial, with the traditional publishers. So most of the people will look back at their roots in India and see if they can actually get something published there. And so do you accept those kind of submissions from people who are living here, Indians who are living here, non-Indians, Indians who are living here, who have a story to tell, and they want probably say, well, at least I have that India to start my publishing journey with. Is that something you accept?
My answer is yes, yes, and a big yes. So I think in this financial year itself, so we did a book called Kathaye. It's an illustrated book for children which has mythological stories in it. Very beautiful illustrations made in Madhubani style. All some great mythological stories with a very contemporary twist to it. So the writers consciously made it a point to introduce a lesson that is very applicable for children in their daily lives. And those writers are not based in India. So we connect with them abroad. I think this time we have a lot of writers who are based outside India. So we have people connecting with us from US, then with Dubai, I think different places. So it's always a pleasure to actually help them tell their story, because as you only enlightened me that it becomes very difficult.
Yes, because I know the moment we opened our gates for adults to publish the books, and there were so many queries, because I was, like I said, I personally went through that journey with my own book, and I was like, why is there no place to publish? Why are people not accepting? Obviously, maybe have changed, but then I saw that there's such a surge in the South Asian market here, living outside India, who want to share a story, but they are not getting the gates. So I'm so glad that that accessibility is there. And I will just ask you to just give probably writers some few tips in there, because you're an editor. Just maybe 3 or 4 tips into writing if they are thinking of publishing a book.
I think the first tip that I will actually give is a more philosophical one. So if you've decided to write, just go all the way. I mean, don't leave it in the middle, because what we generally notice is that there is this spike of energy and then it starts dwindling. So I think go all the way, believe in your story, be authentic. So I think that is something that we are not told enough, that a good story, there's a difference between a good story and a well-written story. So I think if you have a good story, it can be made more presentable. So believe in your story, go all the way, train yourself. I think writing in itself is an art, and it has some rules and regulations that are associated with it. So take that pain to actually hone your craft. Practice. I think don't expect that today you have an idea, so you're just going to complete the novel in one go. You will have so many drafts. So don't just get bogged down by the drafting stage. Seek help. I think this is also something that we are not told enough. Feedbacks always help. So writing is not as isolated as you may think. It is a very, very collaborative process. Once you write your draft, show it to your friends, show it to people, to editors, take their inputs. So I think that is how you will even get ideas. Also, a lot of times we get writers who tell us that they are facing a creative block, and the simple advice that we give them is just take your story out. There is this fear of being judged. I think I
Yes.
personally feel that writing in itself is a very, very courageous pursuit, because you're just bearing your soul and actually taking it out in the open, and people are going to be all judgmental. So I think you need to just strip off all your
Just have a lot of
anxieties,
faith in yourself,
have a lot of faith in
because
yourself.
this is your story, isn't it? It's
Exactly.
your baby, and you can't be scared about it.
Absolutely. And once you're done with your story, do your research, do research, look at different publishing houses, look at what they are looking for, invest your time in writing your proposal. I think sometimes people are so invested in their manuscript that they don't give due diligence to the proposal and to the cover letter. These are the things that actually matter in the long run. Always remember your target audience. So when you're writing a cover letter, you're addressing the editor. So you have to just imagine an editor looking at 100 proposals. How is yours different? So I think simple advice.
And
just
don't CC.
Please. I think very, very simple advice. Always, whenever you're addressing someone, just double check the spelling of the person. Sometimes I get mails like, "Dear sir, how are you?" So I think, these are the things that happens because people don't pay enough attention to it. So I think little things go a long way. Most importantly, when you have started something, finish your journey. I think that is what I see a lot. People tend to get stuck in the middle. You'll have to just power through your way and believe in your story. Reach out to people who might help. And if anybody is interested in knowing more about us, we have a very, very open editorial email ID. It's called editorial@shrishtipublishers.com. The mails does not go to spam. It directly comes to us. We actually
So you
read
actually
it.
answer the question asked by aspiring writers.
Yes. I think if you have any, I think that is a part of a job, honestly. So it's like, if you have questions, if you want to get published, you have to just email it to us. I can definitely say for us, because we actually look at all the proposals and everything. So I think these are just little advices that I will give. One last advice: read a lot. I think writers have this. If you're a writer, you'll have to read a lot, read different kinds of writings. Don't just stick to the books that you like, and that is how you will grow. So it's just reading, writing, and rewriting. I think that's the cycle that
Vinny, I think I will have to organize another podcast with you, because you have so much to share, and I'm enjoying this so much. And there are so many more questions that are coming in my mind as I speak to you, that we might just have to do another one, a part 2 of leading from here. Something that we can again arrange. But I really, from bottom of my heart, want to thank Srishti Publishers for actually being one of those publishers who's genuinely committed to giving authors a platform to express themselves, and you're actually answering their questions. You're actually bringing the right talent out, and also nurturing that talent to an extent that you're even willing to invest in their language skills and more into the personality development as well. So really, really appreciate that. You kind of, like I said, restored my faith in the industry again. And I really want to thank you for this time that you have given me today. And I'm sure many of those who are looking for any insight in publishing, they will find more. And like I said, I promise we'll come back with more with Vinny, because there is so much that she has to share, and there is so much more that I want to discuss with her.
Thank you so much, Ekta. I think it has been a wonderful, wonderful conversation. I was so nervous before joining in. I was like, but then you just made it so easy and so comfortable for me. it's a great platform for anybody who wishes to connect with me. I think I'll just share my email ID with Ekta. I am always eager to meet writers, to actually help them with their manuscripts. If there's any insight that you think would be helpful for you, feel free to write to me. And I'm very sure all of us are storytellers, and we just want to build a better world through our stories. So just keep that faith alive within you, and I think the sky is the limit. That's what I
Thank you
believe.
so much, Vinny, for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to this podcast by Author in Me. My name is Ekta Bajaj. I'm the co-founder of Author in Me and also a very ardent believer in the magic of positive thinking. I have been an advocate of this concept of positive thinking for many years and seen some magical transformation happening just by changing a single thought in our mind. So every thought that we have in our mind has the capability of completely transforming our life. And I've actually seen that. So it's always a pleasure to speak to people who believe in the same concept. And I'm absolutely thrilled to have Rohit Sahu with me today here. Now, Rohit is a spiritual guide and meditation teacher, and he has been tirelessly giving his spiritual guidance since many years. But I'll let Rohit introduce himself. Welcome, Rohit, and thank you so much for taking your time to speak to us today.
A pleasure and honor to have been extended this invite to appear on your podcast, Ekta.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your kind, heartfelt words of appreciation. Echoing your thoughts, I am an ardent believer in the power of thought.
Yes.
And an advocate of unleashing the limitless power which is inherent in each one of us, and this is, I would, if I may say, is the guiding mission of my life as to how I can pave way for humanity to discover and unlock this power within themselves, which has been obscured, which has gotten obscured due to their conditioning and due to myriad other factors, which we would delve into as we progress in this conversation. And given the pioneering work you are doing in instilling the next generation, which is the children, instilling in children the empowering beliefs and ethos which can step them up for greater success, meaning and fulfillment in their life. And I totally believe that the fact that you have extended me invite is an act of great service to me, because I believe that children are the flag bearers of this world, because they are the ones who are going to shape our future. And it's very important that all of us in our own way empower them with the key techniques, insights, and beliefs, harnessing which they can transform their life and be of great value to themselves and the society at large.
Absolutely. So well said, Rohit. But Rohit, it's very hard for children and people nowadays to find someone as young as you as an idol who is not, a Bollywood star or someone, but someone who is actually speaking about harnessing this power of mind and speaking these concepts, which have been, I totally believe, given to us by our ancient sages and the textbooks. I am a total believer in the power of Vedanta as well, and I totally believe that there is a plethora of knowledge that our ancestors knew, and only if we are able to tap into a small bit of it, we will be able to create some amazing miracles in life. So I want to understand your journey. What brought you into this?
What brought me into this? I would say it has been the handiwork of the universal intelligence, the divine. The divine has played a pivotal role in shaping my life journey as it is unfolding. Tracing my spiritual journey to tracing it way back to 2009, beg your pardon, when I had just enrolled myself in one of the most prestigious B schools in India, which is IIM Calcutta. A few weeks into my stint, I was overcome by an existential sense of listlessness, an existential conundrum, which I was proving very hard to navigate. And it took me to a point where I was left with no other resort but to seek refuge in the infinite intelligence. And that's when I had personally experienced the power of surrender. And it was the power of surrender. It was this profound experience of the power of surrender, which invariably marked the onset of my spiritual journey, because that experience was so powerful in a way that it really resurrected me from the bottomless abyss of misery, despondency, and unfathomable darkness to having been resurrected from those depths of sadness and depression and forlornness to a new life, in both metaphorical sense and in a way, and also quite literally. I was left with no other resort but to plunge myself into the spiritual dimension of our existence. And spirituality per se is usually considered as being somewhat exclusive to our normal day-to-day life, but I would rather say that spirituality underpins our entire existence. There's an often heard proverb which might sound a bit cliched, but we have all heard this, that we are essentially spirits having a human experience. But notwithstanding the cliched nature of this proverb, but it actually rings very true that we are spirits having a human experience. To that degree, if we are aware of this truth, I believe that we would set ourselves for immeasurable success, happiness, and inner peace. To a degree, we are misaligned with this understanding. To that degree, we unconsciously create and invite suffering in our life, because that leads us to misidentify our worth and truth with external objects, material pursuits, which often, if not always, but most of the times, it really leads you down a path which creates more suffering. But if that pursuit of material happiness, success is pursued from a spiritual understanding, so then you can have best of both the worlds. You can grow spiritually, and yet you can actualize your vision in the material dimension. So that is one of my key mission, is to bridge this dichotomy, this unnatural dichotomy between spirituality and materialism, as it has been projected to the world. And this dichotomy has to be bridged, because these dichotomy is unnatural. It doesn't hold true, because life in its totality encompasses every dimension. Materialism, spirituality, these are all mind-born concepts which we exercise to distinguish between different realms of life. But all realms, all dimensions of life are inherently connected, and they're underpinned by this sense of oneness which pervades throughout our existence.
So many concepts that you have touched, and each one of them requires a deep understanding. And I believe right from the time when you said about surrender, about having no distinction between a materialistic life and spiritual life, because obviously every act is because we are spiritual beings, we don't have to learn spirituality. We already are that. We just have to learn to be ourselves. And to the point of oneness, everything really comes down to the point of bringing the focus on ourselves, isn't it? I'm really impressed that you went into the depth of darkness, and from there you found your light, and somewhere you probably just followed that light and expanded it in many beautiful areas in your life. And clearly the result is quite obvious to all of us. But this understanding of self, how important you think it is to really scrutinize yourself without any judgment, without any fear of actually discovering something new that you probably didn't know. Do you think self-analysis, understanding and getting a real picture of who you really are is the first step towards creating that transformation, or actually moving towards a better life?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If I may say, self-awareness precedes transformation. True, lasting, authentic transformation is preceded by self-awareness. What does self-awareness essentially entail? Self-awareness essentially entails being aware of yourself. As we become more aware of ourselves, we see through the ploys and machinations which our ego or a conditioned mind plots, and how it entangles us in its web, which, if I may say, which leads us further away from ourselves. So what is it that we usually understand by self? As I understand self, self is our pure awareness, our consciousness, our spirit. That is a self, being aware of oneself, not being aware of the identity which the world or society has imposed upon me or you or anyone else, because these are external identities. These are external labels which are not substantial. These are not substantive. These are not the highest marker of your truth. The highest marker of your truth is which is immune to external categorizations and external labeling. That aspect of you which is beyond scrutiny, which is inscrutable, which is undifferentiated, timeless, eternal, that is what is our self. And as we grow in awareness of that self, we invariably start to magnetize ourselves with the power of the infinite. Because as we grow aware of ourselves, by that very virtue, we grow aware of our inseparable connection with God, divine, infinite. So as we grow more aware of our inseparable connection with God, the infinite, we start to draw upon that inexhaustible reservoir, incomprehensible level of power and energy. And if we start to harness that, then there's no goal, no vision which cannot be accomplished. That has been my lived experience. That is what I believe that must be illuminated to the world. That power, that power which resides in each and every one of us, which has gotten obscured by conditioning, by our traumatic experiences, by the cycle of karma, which gets created by our mind-born actions, which creates more bad karma. That hamster wheel of karma, the hamster wheel of karmic cycle, if it grows unreined, if it starts to move unreined, then it will accelerate our misalignment with ourselves. So that's where meditation plays a critical role, to help us drop back into ourselves.
Draw the focus.
So as we drop into ourselves, we grow more aware of ourselves. As we grow more aware of self, we recognize our power. We recognize that we are fulfilled as we are. We recognize our inner beauty. We recognize our worth. And a sense of inner worth, this awareness of inner worth, goes hand in hand with increasing sense of belief. And increasing sense of belief goes hand in hand with one's ability to accomplish what they set out themselves for.
Yeah, it is a cycle, isn't it? It just goes one after another. And as you just roll on this journey, there will be challenges, and it's not that the challenges won't come, but then there is a better, you have the better capacity to just face each challenge.
Yes.
And the comeback time of that trauma, it just lessens and lessens and lessens until it becomes like a little small shift in your thought. Well, I don't have to go into that direction. I just have to go in this direction. It's just that journey, isn't it? But mind is our biggest enemy and also our best friend, isn't it?
Yes.
And the job of mind, if we just take it as an entity, if we just separate it from ourselves, is just to assimilate information, whatever information it's getting outside or from within, and just throw those thoughts to us without any filter. But because sometimes we become such a slave of our mind, we think that these are thoughts that will actually drive our life. And we start following the thoughts, and that's where the pattern of anxiety and depression and losing a lot of confidence comes. So the whole trick is actually to just focus on this mind and understand which is the right thought and which is the wrong thought for me to follow. So how do you unleash this power of mind? How do you tap into this power of mind and in a way that it complements your journey and doesn't become a hindrance in that?
I think you raised a very important point, that and it's the truth. It's a fact that a mind, as it in a prevailing state for most of this world, in this prevailing state is very uncontrolled. It's susceptible to absorb and get influenced by external stimuli and information and content which it it makes itself privy to, which invariably leads any individual feel that he or she is being pulled by many different directions. And as you feel that you are being pulled in many different directions, your mind is akin to a jamboree of different it's a jamboree of different thoughts, different visions. Then you must understand that in that state of awareness, in that state of mind awareness, it's simply impossible to bring your vision to light, because the fundamental prerequisite to actualize a vision into reality is our tunnel vision, is our coherence in thought, in a single pointedness towards that vision. And that single pointedness of vision is a flowering of our increasing self-awareness. As we become more aware, we start to identify ourselves with our spirit. That invariably severs our attachment with the mind. As we grow detached from the mind, we can start to observe it from a distance. As we start to observe it from a distance, we can then mold it as per our wish. We can direct it to pay attention to a particular thought or a vision. As we grow more adept in this, we can eventually come to a point wherein we can clearly command over the mind, and we can commandeer the mind to direct itself on a particular thought or a particular vision or a particular goal. When that state is activated, then the manifestation of any goal, vision, thought is a foregone conclusion that will inevitably come true. But for that to come about, one has to learn and then get established in oneself.
Established in oneself. That's a very beautiful sentence, because we often don't understand. We just stay in that moment for a while and then we're just off the track, and then we just go through that spiral.
Yes, there are innumerable folks who reach out to me saying that we think, but it's what we think bad comes true, but whatever we want, it doesn't come true. And then over time they grow skeptical about the power of thought, the power of mind, and they grow increasingly disenchanted from this dimension. But I tell them that it's not the fault of the immutable truth. The truth by its very nature is immutable. It's inviolable.
Yeah.
The fact that you have not been able to tap into the truth is a sign of your inability and misunderstanding of this law. You are not exercising the right tool, technique to tap into this power. So your failure to do so is not a statement on the truth. The truth stands on its own. It doesn't need your validation. The fact that if you are not able to do it is a sign of your inability. It's a sign of your inherent deficiencies in your understanding of how to activate this truth, how to activate this power. So I think it's meditation plays a pivotal role in one, resolving our past conditioning, reprogramming our subconscious mind, establishing oneself in our spirit. And if you combine all these three together, it proves to be a powerful cocktail to achieve your goals.
But as we have we are moving ahead in life, and with so many new challenges coming in the world as well, and also because people are now moving away from each other and also from themselves, and depending more on the the feedback that they're getting on social media and stuff like that. So there is an increase in obviously depression and many more mental well-being issues in adults that we are seeing.
Yes.
Absolutely. But because we also work with children, right? Because that's the whole area that we want to really work on, is that children must be embedded with this mindset, or with these tools that when they are growing up. Because if we are facing challenges now, imagine how many more challenges are coming ahead in life. But if they are equipped enough to face these challenges in a very positive way and not lose the focus, then there is a better chance that we will have a much more harmonious world where people are more tolerant towards each other, more forgiving to themselves, and they are able to handle the traumas in a positive way and see them as a stepping stone towards a new learning in their life. And, I always believe this, that suffering is just a word. We put our energy on it. What if suffering meant joy? What if it meant something else? But it's a word where we have put our energy of pain. But what if we just change that and put an energy of learning in it? Then we just look back and say, well, I was not suffering all those years, I was learning. So these are the things that I believe that we must instill in the next generation, so that they have they don't have to depend on anyone and anything to be able to harness into this innate quality that they're already born with. So how important do you think it is to first embed a positive mindset in children? And how do we introduce these very complex subjects or topics which have been made complex, but like you said, truth is very simple. They are actually very simple. So how do we simply introduce them? For us, we use our technique, that is one: observation, nurture, embrace. But what do you think about instilling these values or this concept to children? How do we prepare them?
Children, as we spoke and as you so beautifully articulated, children are the flag bearers of our civilization. Beyond 30, 40, 50 years down the line, the children who we consider them as children would be the ones who would be spearheading the march of our civilization, say, few decades down the line. And therefore it becomes extremely important and if I may say, it's incumbent upon thought leaders, teachers, guardians, parents, mentors to instill within children the empowering thoughts, beliefs, and values which they can exercise to thrive in their life, to really prove to be of value to this world, which is increasingly facing challenges of varying natures and forms. Now, the concepts of power of thought, the concept of harnessing the power of meditation has been quite rightly, not rightly, if I may say, has been unfortunately mystified over the ages by many. And I don't want to make use of this platform to name any particular institution or individuals for that matter. However, if truth be told, these concepts have been mystified, and it's important that we demystify and strip these concepts of their theological underpinnings, the theological overt religious bearings. Not so much in a sense that I'm an atheist. No, I'm very religious. I'm very spiritual. However, I think children, as they are young, in a very impressionable age, we must make it easy for them to really grasp these concepts and put them to use in their daily lives. And yes, as they grow old, as parents, as mentors and guardians, in our own way, we can, instill in them values and values born of our cultural bringing, religious traditions. So if to your question, how do we do it?
Yes.
I think that's where AIM has a pivotal role to play, given you have established yourself as one of a kind global platform, empowering children to realize their inherent worth by aiding their journey of evolution and growth through offering them tools, access to mentors, access to guides and teachers who can hold space for these children as they rediscover and continually discover and rediscover their selves. And that's where I would I believe that AIM should definitely start. I'm not aware that if you are already, but if not,
Yes.
then I would highly recommend you to in some way or form introduce meditation and and power of thought into your curricula. And I'm given to understand that in your proprietary training methodology, you have in
Yes.
some way or form already have included observation as a technique to enable the children to
Yes.
to be better at their activities.
Mhm.
But yes, if besides that, meditation should definitely be introduced. I understand that it still evokes some sense of hesitance. It might evoke some sense of hesitance from guardians and parents of children who are not traditionally from, I would say, an Eastern religious background. They might view it as an infiltration to their way of life. But I would like to believe that in our age, meditation stands on its own. It doesn't necessarily has to be viewed from a religious lens, even though meditation has been a gift to the world by the ancient seers from the Indic civilization.
Yeah.
But that being said, it's a global heritage. It's a heritage for the entire world and the humanity to partake in. It's not an exclusive possession of a few or
I
a
think it's
culture.
more integrated in us as human beings, isn't it? It's
Yes.
more of
Yes.
exercise for us as human beings, just to control our brain.
I would say it's an exercise of a spirit.
Of a spirit, yes. But for those who don't understand spirit, they can just consider themselves as human beings, and it's just a more positive.
Just to calm their mind, be aware of their thought, be aware of themselves.
Yes. So, Rohit, I'm also very intrigued now to talk to you about stories, because, we publish books written by children and we empower people to express themselves to stories. How important do you think stories are? And has there been any story that has played a very important role in your life? Have you been inspired by any story?
Yeah, I have been inspired by a story. And story, storytelling and story per se has enamored and enchanted humanity since time immemorial. Since the dawn of human civilization, we have harnessed storytelling as a mode and a medium to pass on sacred spiritual knowledge, insights to the next generation, to the world. So storytelling is in fact etched into human consciousness. It pretty much defines humankind, and I'm no exception. I'm no exception to being profoundly impacted by stories. And I have definitely been profoundly influenced by many stories and one of the story which has left an indelible imprint on my awareness is the story of Gautam Buddha. How he transitioned, how he evolved from Prince Siddhartha, and his journey from Prince Siddhartha, and if I may say so, metamorphosis from a Prince Siddhartha to Buddha. And that's very story, enchanted me, mesmerized me to such a degree that I chose Gautam Buddha as my, as the topic for my, from a theme paper which I was supposed to write in my elective, one of my electives in my post graduation, and that story is the archetype of my consciousness, because this story has informed my spiritual journey. I would, that story has informed, it continues to inform my spiritual journey, continues to shape my spiritual journey, continues to guide my spiritual journey, continues to mesmerize me.
So how young were you?
Me every day.
When was the age when you first heard about that story? Or was it?
I would, if I may be, so that was when in 2009. That's when I really first read that story, first felt that story in its intensity, in its depth. I think way back in 2009, I would have been, say, around 21.
Oh, wow.
21, 22, yeah.
And that has been your guiding light since then, is it?
Yeah, that has been my guiding light. Yes. Okay. That story has been my guiding light.
Fabulous. Because, when we are working with children, and I totally believe that stories are a very extension of our own personality. Every story we write. I don't know if you use writing as a medium to express yourself, because obviously you do write articles, but is it something that you use to just analyze a situation or not? But we have seen that children sometimes will, when they're writing a story, the protagonist will be derived from some strength within them. The antagonist will be a problem that they are facing in general in their life. So my question here is, how important do you think is this expression? Because there is one thing as learning, there is one thing as understanding. And you went through a certain shift in your life. You went through a certain inner dialogue, went through a transformation. You created this life for yourself. But do you think it's very important to express these experiences and share them? How important do you think is expression in this journey of, let's say, evolving yourself as a person? Because sometimes people can just close themselves with those experiences and then move in their life and be very aware of what people are going to be thinking about them or stuff like that. And which is something I'm a total believer that we have to break this barrier of thought, and especially in children or people, that no matter what anyone thinks, this is your story, your journey, your experiences. You have to find that space to express that. So what is the importance of expression in your life?
Expression is critical. Self-expression is a flowering, self-expression is a flowering of one's spiritual growth. As you rightly said, that you, like yourself, I have also come across so many who have shrunk themselves into their narrow corners, into their dark spaces. In a metaphorical sense, they have shrunken themselves into their own dark corners, lest they might be judged unfavorably by people around themselves. And it's an unfortunate situation which has grown into epidemic proportions, where people are shying away from owning their truth. They are shying away from speaking their truth. They're shying away from embodying their truth. And as you shy away from owning and speaking your truth, you become fragmented within yourself. Your psyche becomes fragmented. As the psyche becomes more fragmented, your mind gets more convoluted. As your mind gets more convoluted, it plunges you far off from yourself, from your spirit, from your source of power, from your true source of power. So you grow increasingly lost. You experience an inexplicable sense of listlessness, sadness, to a point that people lose sense of why things are happening to them, and they lose hope, and they go about their mundane life as if they are just meant to live a life of drudgery, meaninglessness, devoid of purpose, devoid of a vision. And this is, if I may say so, is a spiritual crisis. This is a spiritual crisis. The lack of expression is a spiritual crisis. And when I say expression, though it usually connotes external expression, but expression can also be an internal expression. Expression doesn't necessarily has to be expressed on an external canvas. It can also be expressed in your internal canvas, but expression is paramount. The act of meditation is also an expression. Buddha was an artist. He was the supreme artist.
Wow.
Because he chose the art of meditation, and he expressed his art to a degree that it flowered a new birth, it flowered a new dimension in him, from Siddhartha to Buddha.
Beautifully said.
So we must identify our art. We must identify the art through which we must express our truth.
Wow.
So that expression would be the source of indescribable fulfillment, which otherwise people pursue in wrong places, and they feel themselves always missing out on lasting sense of joy and happiness, because they're always seeking that happiness in the wrong place, because they have not yet identified what is it that their self yearns to express, and through what medium and mode it yearns to express itself. That is what I believe must be brought to children's awareness, that they must be guided to identify their art, the art which is their own soul signature. Now we all carry our own distinct signature. We are all here for a reason. We are all here for a purpose, and as we grow aligned with our purpose, expression becomes a second nature.
It becomes natural. Beautiful. Rohit, I could just go on and on and speak to you, but we have a time limit, and I'm aware that you have some place to go maybe. It's Saturday evening for you, and I don't want to hold you back. So thank you so much for being with us today, and it was absolute pleasure speaking to you. There is such a synergy of thoughts here that the conversation is just flowing naturally, and I love that. I'm sure whoever is going to listen to this is going to find something which can become a catalyst for change in their life. So thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much, Ekta. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure and honor to have partook in this amazing conversation.
Most coaches believe that if only they could change the beliefs of their clients, then they could change their life. That's not true. You need to change more than just the beliefs of your clients. Absolutely, changing their beliefs is important, but it's not everything. It won't make you a highly effective coach. What does make you a highly effective coach is coaching on the 4 levels of